Chapter 25:19, Seeking Aid. Of course, Chief Shihai would not regret it. He was merely enraged and had an intense murderous intent. Now, the members of Yingju City were all pondering the same question: how did Yi Futian kill Zhong Miao? Did he rely on his ability, or did he join forces with other people to hunt down Zhong Miao? Up until Zhong Miao's death, he did not believe that Yi Futian had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Zhong Miao instead believed that he had cultivated special techniques. No one from the outside world had fought against Yi Futian, so they knew even less about him. However, one thing was known by everyone: during the storm of conflict, Yi Futian was indeed a level 8 Renhuang. Over the years, as powerful as Yi Futian was, he would only be at the 9th tier. This was the ironclad rule of the cultivation world. A level 9 cultivator couldn't defeat a tribulation cultivator. There were no exceptions. Even the figures with heaven-defying talent could not do so. This was a natural divide that could not be crossed. Tribulation cultivators could suppress Renhuangs in terms of the domain of the Great Path and law. So, how did Yi Futian manage to defeat Zhong Miao? When Zhong Miao went over to hunt Yi Futian down, had the latter already laid out his trap in the West Sea and joined forces with the top cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum to kill Zhong Miao? In the Ziwei segmentum, there seemed only to be 2 tribulation cultivators. Even if they joined forces, would Zhong Miao actually fail to escape? Yi Futian could have also relied on a divine item instead of joining forces with others. Everyone remembered that Yi Futian relied on the combat ability of the divine body of Shunjia, the great emperor, back in the day. They also knew that Yi Futian inherited the teachings of many great emperors. It might also be that Yi Futian still had powerful trump cards that allowed him to emerge victorious despite the odds and kill Zhong Miao. The possibility of this being the case seemed greater. On the ship that the cultivators of West Imperial Palace were on, they naturally could hear the discussion of the crowd on the shore of the Yingju Sea. Shi Kaiyaro said, "Which possibility do you all believe is more likely?" Yi Futian should have relied on special methods. This person has many inheritances and is mysterious and unfathomable. It is normal for him to possess a trump card. If that is the case, he should have intentionally lured Zhong Miao after him and then killed him off afterward, said an elder on the side. This was also the answer that most people believed. Could it possibly be that he did it with his own strength, said Shi Kaiyao, but she stopped halfway. It seemed rather far-fetched. Although she acknowledged Yi Futian's talents and abilities, the possibility of this being the case was too low. As expected, the people beside her all shook their heads. The elder continued, "It is highly unlikely." Shi Kaiyaro nodded her head and did not say any more. She was just curious as to what had happened in the battle exactly. Unfortunately, she had not been able to witness it herself. The members of the domain chief's manor have all retreated. For a long time, they will most likely not dare to show themselves again, someone reported. This caused Shi Kaiyaro to reveal a smile. The overlord of the West Sea domain and the cultivators of the West Sea domain chief's manor were hiding in their base and did not dare to come out. It was so ironic. At the start, Chief Shihai's aggressive attitude was overbearing and authoritative. However, he had most likely become a laughingstock for the others now. "Look over there," exclaimed someone who was standing on the shore of the Yingju Sea. Everyone looked into the distance and saw a silhouette with white hair floating on the sea. He advanced towards them. He looked suave and had an extraordinary temperament. He was none other than Yi Futian. He had come again. Everyone felt their hearts tremble in fear when they saw his face. After killing Zhong Miao, Yi Futian had once again approached the shore of the Yingju Sea. From the looks of it, he would not spare the cultivators of the domain chief's manor. To be put into such a tight spot by a junior, the cultivators of the domain chief's manor would certainly feel aggrieved. This kind of situation had never happened before. "Renhuang Yi." Right at this moment, a crisp voice called out. Yi Futian, who was standing on the water, turned around and saw the figure standing on the deck. It was Shi Kaiyao. Before this, he had noticed her presence. However, they were barely acquaintances. Besides that, he had become the common enemy of everyone in the Divine Prefecture after being targeted by the Imperial Palace. In Yi Futian's opinion, All the forces of the divine prefecture would surely distance themselves from him because of this reason. Therefore, he was somewhat surprised to hear Shi Kaiyaro greeting him. Goddess Kaiyaro, Yi Futian greeted Shi Kaiyaro, nodding slightly. It's been a long time since we last met. Why don't you come on board so that we can chat? Invited Shi Kaiyaro. All the cultivators on the shore of the Yingju Sea were shocked when they witnessed this scene. Everyone knew that Yi Futian was the successor of Emperor Yi Qing. Putting that fact aside, Yi Futian was now the mortal enemy of the domain chief's manor. Shi Kaiyaro was a goddess of West Imperial Palace. In a sense, she represented West Imperial Palace. She was practically giving the domain chief's manor a slap in the face for her to invite Yi Futian on board for a gathering now. Everyone in the West Sea domain knew that there was actually some competition between West Imperial Palace and the domain chief's manor. However, the situation was a little different this time after all, since Yi Futian had just killed the second-in-command of the domain chief's manor. Yi Futian was also taken aback. However, since the other party extended an invitation, he would not reject her. With a flash, he landed on the deck of the ship where Shi Kaiyaro was. Shi Kaiyaro beamed with joy, her smile was mesmerizing. Are you not worried that West Imperial Palace might harm you? Teased Shi Kaiyaro. There were tribulation-level cultivators on her ship. If they launched a sneak attack and encircled Yi Futian in their domains of the Great Path, how did he plan to deal with that? Did Yi Futian act so boldly because he was very confident with his skills and was not afraid of them at all? Or did he have blind faith in her? I believe that Goddess Kaiyaro will not take the risk and allow West Imperial Palace to become the second domain chief's manor, replied Yi Futian nonchalantly. He spoke with a confident tone. It was as though if West Imperial Palace really attacked him, they would surely face the same fate as the domain chief's manor. The cultivators of West Imperial Palace were somewhat displeased when they heard this. However, they did nothing about it. They realized that Yi Futian was so ruthless towards the domain chief's manor for another reason. He wanted to use the incident as a deterrent to warn the various forces of the divine prefecture. All of them should act cautiously and should not attack him recklessly. Otherwise, they would end up like the West Sea domain chief's manor. Shi Kaiyaro did not take Yi Futian's words to heart. She smiled and said, "Since you said so, does it mean that you are confident that with your ability, you can put up a fight with cultivators who are at the tribulation plane?" Yi Futian did not respond to this question. He lured Zhong Miao away from the city before killing him. He did so because he did not want the people from the outside world to know more about his ability. He was well aware that the crowd would have all sorts of speculation, but they would never know the truth. He would keep them guessing. The outcome was more than enough to speak for itself. Shi Qiao's gaze was locked onto Yi Futian's eyes. She couldn't see the answer she wanted from his gaze. Rumor has it that Renhuang Yi has been to Spirit Mountain of Western Heaven for training, and you have mastered celerity, Shi Kaiyaro continued to pry. Surely, you had obtained quite a few faithful encounters when you were on Spirit Mountain, right? Her tone was full of curiosity. Goddess Kaiyaro is certainly interested in me, Yi Futian teased. Right now, everyone in the West Sea domain is interested in you, Shi Kaiyaro responded. I met the Buddha when I was on Spirit Mountain, Yi Futian revealed. The Buddha allowed me to cultivate on the mountain. So, I spent more than a decade memorizing the Buddhist sutra by heart. I have been enlightened, and it was helpful in improving my own cultivation. A glint of surprise flashed in Shi Qiao's eyes. She did not expect Yi Futian to share this information with her. Renhuang Yi has indeed obtained a great fateful encounter, Shi Kaiyaro said with a smile. I thought that you would never satisfy my curiosity. I have a favor to ask from Goddess Kaiyaro, Yi Futian said. Shi Qiao's eyes twinkled. Now she knew why Yi Futian told her the truth. So it turned out that he had a favor to ask from her. Renhuang Yi, what's the favor? Shi Kaiyaro inquired with a smile. Yi Futian said, the West Sea is vast. I heard that there are many celestial mountains in the West Sea domain. May I know where I can find top-tier elixir recipes and herbs? In reality, he came to the West Sea domain for two goals. The first goal was to deal with the domain chief's manor. The second goal was to seek ways to improve his alchemy. In terms of alchemy, the West Sea domain was ranked first among the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Shi Kaiyaro was shocked when she heard Yi Futian's request. Was he actually seeking elixir recipes? What did he plan to do? Who wants to concoct pills? Shi Kaiyaro did not reply to his question right away. Instead, she probed eagerly. Even though Yi Futian had inherited alchemy techniques, he seldom revealed it in public. Not many people knew about this particular ability of his. His talents and his combat ability outshone his alchemy skill. I am the one who wants to concoct pills, Yi Futian responded. Shi Kaiyaro gave Yi Futian a good look and said, Renhuang Yi is indeed impressive. Currently, the Divine Prefecture no longer has any top-tier alchemy grandmaster. Tianyang City is famous for their armory skill, but nowhere is famous for their alchemy, Shi Kaiyaro said. Renhuang Yi has been to Spirit Mountain. There is a great Buddha in Western Heaven who is also a top-tier alchemy grandmaster. His name is Medicine Buddha Lord. Why would Renhuang Yi miss this opportunity to learn from him? Yi Futian explained, I cultivated on Spirit Mountain only because the Buddhist sects had graced me with such an opportunity. Besides that, Medicine Buddha Lord never revealed himself throughout my stay there. I had no reason to seek his guidance, nor did I have the opportunity to do so. Shi Kaiyaro nodded understandingly. What he said was indeed true. Medicine Buddha Lord had an extraordinary standing in the Western Heaven. He was not someone others could easily approach for guidance. Compared to other domains, the West Sea domain is rather famous in alchemy. Several deity islands in this domain have given birth to many powerful alchemy masters, Shi Kaiyaro told Yi Futian. If we were to pinpoint a place in the domain that is most renowned for alchemy, it would be Mount Joey. It is an island as well as a celestial mountain. Anyway, what kind of elixir recipes and herbs are you looking for? Recipes and herbs that are suitable for cultivators at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. Or even more powerful ones, responded Yi Futian. It might be easy to obtain recipes and herbs that are suitable for cultivators at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. However, it isn't easy to get anything more powerful than that. Alchemists who can concoct such pills are even rarer, Shi Kaiyaro said. But I will ask my men to pay attention to any relevant information. If we find anything, I will let you know. All right. Yi Futian nodded and said, Goddess Kaiyao, thank you in advance for your help. During the battle in the original realm, I once agreed to follow and cultivate with you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm willing to accompany you while you explore the West Sea domain. I can be your tour guide too, Shi Kaiyaro offered. However, Yi Futian shook his head and rejected her, saying, Thank you for your offer, but I'm sure you are aware of my current situation. It's better for me to travel alone. I'll stay here for some time. If you have any news, you can find me anytime. Yi Futian asked for Shi Qiao's help because of her identity as the goddess of West Imperial Palace. She had her fingers on the pulse of happenings in the West Sea domain. Right now, Yi Futian desperately needed to concoct more pills. Just as his teacher, Qi Shengang, had said, Yi Futian alone was not enough to ensure the sovereignty of the Ziwei segmentum. He needed to build everyone in the Ziwei segmentum up as soon as possible. Chapter 2520, The Attitudes of the Various Parties. Yi Futian seemed to have no intention of leaving Yingzhou City. In the following days, cultivators who resided in the city could often see him appearing on the shore of the Yingzhou Sea. Usually, he would stand on the water. Chief Shihai did not go after Yi Futian. It wasn't very sensible for the chief to do so anyway. He was a top figure and the chief of the domain chief's manor. His subordinate had been brutally murdered, yet he could not do anything to avenge him. If Chief Shihai came after Yi Futian every time he appeared but failed to kill him again and again, it would be a very humiliating experience. Chief Shihai would most likely not attack Yi Futian again until he was certain that he could win against Yi Futian. However, Chief Shihai had to pay the price for this decision. All the cultivators from the West Sea Domain Chief's manor had retreated back to the areas around the manor. They were only active around those areas and dared not move too far away. It was because Yi Futian could appear at any minute and hunt them down. A bizarre occurrence had thus taken place in the West Sea Domain. Alone, Yi Futian managed to seal off the West Sea Domain chief's manor. How ironic was that? At the same time, the news of this incident traveled far and wide, shocking all 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. The Donghua domain naturally also caught wind of this news. Ning Yuan had returned to the Donghua domain chief's manor. He had been paying close attention to Yi Futian's movements. When he found out about what had happened in the West Sea domain, he had a hard time believing that the news was real. Yi Futian had killed Zhong Miao, the second-in-command of the West Sea domain chief's manor. Zhong Miao was a cultivator who was at the same level as Ning Yuan himself. What did this imply? It implied that Yi Futian was also capable of killing him. Yi Futian could have received aid from others or used a divine item to enhance his ability. Yet, regardless of how Yi Futian did it, he succeeded in killing Zhong Miao. Considering this incident from another perspective, if Ning Yuan kept targeting Yi Futian, the latter could similarly get rid of him, the chief of the Donghua domain chief's manor. However, before this, Yi Futian had only killed Ning Hua and had not planned to attack him at all. Only now did Ning Yuan understand that Yi Futian spared him out of consideration for Donghuang Imperial Palace. Otherwise, Yi Futian would certainly have found a way to eliminate him before this. Crack! Ning Yuan clenched both his fists tightly. He suddenly realized that he was pathetic. It was ironic how he had gone hunting Yi Futian before this. Yi Futian was not afraid of him at all. Yi Futian chose not to attack him merely because the former did not want to offend Donghuang Imperial Palace. If Yi Futian did not have that concern in mind, Ning Hua would not have been the only one who perished that day. He must die. Intense murderous intent filled Ning Yuan's eyes. His heart would never be at peace until Yi Futian was killed. Yi Futian left him alone now because the former was concerned about Donghuang Imperial Palace. It did not mean that Yi Futian had no intention of attacking him. If Yi Futian had the chance, he would surely kill Ning Yuan. Yi Futian being alive was a major threat to Ning Yuan. The Shangqing domain chief's manor similarly received news about what had happened in the West Sea domain. Everyone in the manor was stunned when they heard the news. The chief of the Shangqing domain chief's manor and his son, Zhu Muhuang, were especially appalled by the news. The chief warned Zhu Muhuang, saying, "Muhuang, try not to provoke Yi Futian from now on. If you can't kill him, then you should do your best to stay away and not enrage him." Understood. Zhu Muhuang nodded in agreement. Right now, he could only stomach the grudges between him and Yi Futian. He had to do so. The power of the Shangqing domain chief's manor was relatively weak. They could no longer afford to offend a figure such as Yi Futian now. The West Sea domain chief's manor was far more powerful than they were, and yet they ended up in such a pathetic state. The cultivators of the domain chief's manor did not even dare to leave their base. If Zhu Muhuang remained stubborn, he would die a horrible death. He would most likely end up like his descendants and die before he even realized it. The Nanhai family was also part of the Shangqing domain. Their clan leader gathered the cultivators of the clan to discuss affairs. Not long ago, the Nanhai family received news from the West Sea domain. This news shocked the clan leader. Yi Futian had killed the cultivators of the West Sea domain chief's manor. A Tribulation Plane cultivator had ventured to hunt him down but had instead been killed and perished. No one knew how he was killed by Yi Futian. Aside from that, many top-tier renhuangs had died at the hands of Yi Futian. Top-tier renhuangs seemed so fragile in his presence. On the other hand, this news was earth-shaking for the Nanhai family. Yi Futian and the Nanhai family had some vendetta with each other, and their grudges ran deep. It also involved the Muyun clan of Four Corner Village. If Yi Futian were to come over and settle the score with them, how would they end up? The entire Nanhai family combined could not hold a candle to Yi Futian. The clan leader of the Nanhai family directly ordered, from today onwards, all cultivators from the Nanhai family are forbidden from getting into any conflicts with Yi Futian or the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. Yes, sir, replied everyone while nodding their heads in resignation. From this point onwards, Yi Futian was the only one who was allowed to initiate any trouble. The clan leader of the Nanhai family continued, Muyun Long, you and your clan should make a trip back to Four Corner Village and beg for Master's forgiveness. If there's a chance, continue to cultivate under Master's guidance. His order caused Mu Yunlong to be stupefied for a moment before returning to normal again. When Mu Yunlong heard the order, his face turned as pale as a sheet. He had to return to Four Corner Village and beg for Master's forgiveness. He certainly wanted Master to accept him again. He had tried to ask for Master's forgiveness before, but his efforts were in vain. Now that the clan leader of the Nanhai family brought up this issue again, Mu Yunlong was well aware of what the other party implied. They had been abandoned. In the future, if Yi Futian came to seek revenge, the Mu Yun clan would be the first group to be forsaken. Mu Yun Lan, you have once cultivated under Master. You and Mu Yun Shu should make a trip back to the village as well. The head of the Nanhai family continued to advise the Mu Yun clan to return to the village and restore their relationships with Master. As for what would happen in the future, they could only play by ear. When I left the village, I decided that I would never return, Mu Yun Lan declared calmly. If the Nanhai family thinks that you will get into trouble because of us, I can leave right now. Mu Yun Lan was also a proud son of heaven. He had his ego. Yi Futian's achievement in the West Sea domain had successfully terrorized the clan leader of the Nanhai family. The cultivators of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture each had different attitudes when they received the news about what had happened in the West Sea domain. Nevertheless, all of them became very aware of Yi Futian's growth. Yi Futian was shining brightly like a rising star. The various parties figured that if they wanted to attack Yi Futian, they had to do so as soon as possible. The longer they waited, the more difficult it would be for them to kill him. Of course, the current Yi Futian was also not someone they could take on as they pleased. On the shore of the Yingju Sea, a ship plowed through the waves and arrived where Yi Futian was. Shi Kaiyaro, who was on the deck, shouted, "Renhuang Yi." Goddess Kaiyaro, Yi Futian greeted her while nodding. "Renhuang Yi is indeed the chosen one. I have good news for you," Shi Kaiyaro said while smiling. Yi Futian paused for a moment. Good news. Recently, he had only inquired about one matter from Shi Kaiyaro. It was about the elixir. "Goddess, please share the news with me," Yi Futian said politely. "There's a clue pointing to Jiui Celestial Mountain. Renhuang Yi might be able to find what you need there," Shi Kaiyaro said. "Will I find elixir recipes or herbs there?" Yi Futian asked. "Neither. It's a clue," explained Shi Kaiyaro as she looked at Yi Futian. "However, rumor has it that this clue is related to a manuscript with ancient elixir recipes in it. It was left behind by a mighty alchemy grandmaster from ancient times. It might contain everything that you seek." Chapter 25-21, The Jiui Celestial Mountain. "What clue?" asked Yi Futian. The cultivators of the domain chief's manor were holing up at the moment, so he had already reached his goal. After this incident, those from the Divine Prefecture that wanted to handle him or other practitioners from the Ziwei Segmentum would have to consider whether they could bear his revenge before acting. So, the next goal was to refine extraordinary elixirs. Elixirs were an exterior help, but the best of them were not used to enhance one's cultivation level but to help people get enlightened, like the ones containing the powerful force of the great path of life that he had refined to shape the root. Elixirs could be classified into many categories. The best alchemy masters should know what the best ones were. Due to the limitation of the cultivation level of Supreme Deity Donglai, the elixir recipes that used to suit him did not suit him anymore. He needed something stronger. That was why he had asked Shi Kaiyaro for help. And Shi Kaiyaro did not disappoint him. She brought him good news very soon. "The deity map," Shi Kaiyaro said. "There is no top alchemy master in the Divine Prefecture for now, but the West Sea domain remains the most powerful domain in terms of alchemy. There are many masters. And many deity islands have a strong alchemy atmosphere. Do you know why?" Yi Futian shook his head. As far as he knew, the West Sea domain was powerful among the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture in terms of alchemy, which was exactly the second reason that he came here. However, he did not really know why that was. It's a legend. It's already impossible to tell whether it's true or false, but it could be partly true even if it's not completely true. You might as well just hear it out. Shi Kaiyaro went on, "It was the age of the gods before the collapse of the heavenly path. There were many great emperors. Significant changes happened to the heavenly law later. The gods fell, and the heavenly path collapsed. The old world expanded and evolved into the current world. However, the gods didn't fall completely or die out after the collapse of the heavenly path. Instead, there will remains everywhere in the world. For example, the inheritance of Shenyin the Great that you got earlier is one of them. Futian was listening to her quietly. Shenyin the Great traveled through the void for countless days and years on a black turtle, and his soul was sealed in a guqin called yearning. Actually, he did have assumed that the gods from ancient times might still exist in the world, only in a different form. It had been proved in this original realm. Legend has it that there was an alchemist who was a great emperor in that era. He was incarnated as an elixir committed to an ancient practitioner's care and imparted his alchemy to the latter. That practitioner survived the turbulent days partly thanks to the help of the will of the great emperor. Many years later, when he had achieved a very high cultivation level, he started an alchemy school and stayed on an ancient celestial mountain to cultivate. However, people cast their covetous eyes on him because of his alchemy skills. Countless practitioners from that era sieged him, intending to kill him. And he lost his life that way. It's said many of his treasures were looted, but his disciples also took many out of there, which were later possessed by civilians. The celestial mountain in the legend is in the West Sea domain nowadays. That's the reason that many gorgeous elixir recipes appeared in the West Sea domain. And there is also a deity map. It's said to be the key to finding the celestial mountain. Shikayaro looked at Futian quietly after finishing her story. Futian seemed to be digesting what he had heard. He looked at Shikayaro after a while of silence. So, that deity map probably has shown up on the Joey celestial mountain? Yep. There are always rumors like that, and many alchemists have been looking for the deity map. Alchemists are different from practitioners. What they quest is extraordinary elixirs, and many of them are hermits that are not interested in starting any school or sect. Of course, the quest for stronger elixirs is to enhance their cultivation level, too. The higher their cultivation level is, the better elixirs they will be able to refine. The two are complementary. Shikayaro responded, but we have got definite news that the deity map probably have appeared. That's why I said Renhuang Yi was the man of destiny. It might just be a coincidence, Futian replied with a smile. In fact, he had realized that strange things kept happening to him, too, and such a coincidence was absolutely not a new thing for him. It happened in the past, too. He called himself the divine body of the heavenly path, but could he harbor a destiny for real? Was he born to be an emperor? He could explain none of those. So, the appearance of the deity map can start another bloody war, can't it? Asked Futian. The deity map had to do with the legendary celestial mountain, and the inheritances of the great emperor might be there. Putting alchemy masters aside, even other forces would compete for them because if they got those inheritances, their family would never lack top alchemy masters in the future. They could either use mature alchemy masters or cultivate new ones by themselves. I am afraid that will be inevitable. I'm one of the first that have got the news. Renhuang Yi, you can bring the date of your trip forward. In that way, you might be able to beat the other forces to it. Shikayaro added, if you need anything, the West Imperial Palace can offer you some help. Futian was quite surprised at Shi Qiao's offer. Looking at her in surprise, he said, the deity map will help to find treasures and the celestial mountain in the West Sea domain. If the West Imperial Palace gets it, you will attract many alchemy masters from the West Sea domain to your force, and they will be useful for you. So, why did the West Imperial Palace come to tell me about the news instead of trying to find it yourselves? It was such a precious thing that even top forces would not want to miss it. Besides, the West Imperial Palace was so powerful in the West Sea domain. The closer you are to the thing you want, the easier you will get it. Odds were that they would find the deity map. We might be able to get the deity map, but it's hard to find top alchemy masters. However, in my opinion, Renhuang Yi will probably become one of them. Therefore, if Renhuang Yi finds the deity map and the celestial mountain with the help of the West Imperial Palace, I hope we can share the benefits and work together, said Shikayaro in a low voice. The ship's surroundings were sealed by some powerful cultivators so that no one could hear their conversation. Gazing at Shi Kaiyaro, Yi Futian said, "Isn't the West Imperial Palace afraid to offend the Donghuang Imperial Palace by allying with me?" He was hailed as the successor of Emperor Yi Qing. No one in the Divine Prefecture had the nerve to be close to him. Because no one wanted to offend the Donghuang Imperial Palace. "We are. That's why it will be a secret alliance," Shi Kaiyaro said with a smile. "Most of the time, Renhuang, you will still need to work hard yourself. The West Imperial Palace will offer you the help in our power." "Goddess Kaiyao, do you trust me so much?" Staring at her, Yi Futian asked. "Judging from Renhuang Yi's past, I totally trust you," responded Shi Kaiyao. The trust they were talking about had many levels of meaning. "Thank you." Yi Futian threw Shi Kaiyaro a significant look. "When will you depart, Renhuang Yi?" asked Shi Kaiyao. "Now," answered Yi Futian. "Okay." Shi Kaiyaro nodded. "Renhuang Yi, you are fast enough. I don't think you'll need me to lead the way. This is the sea map of the West Sea Domain. The main islands in there are all marked on the map. You'll find it very helpful. Of course, there are also some special islands that few people know or haven't been discovered yet. Those islands are certainly not marked." Taking the jade slip Shi Kaiyaro handed him, Yi Futian said, "Thank you, Goddess Kaiyao. Safe trip, Renhuang Yi. The West Imperial Palace has acted, too. Some of us already arrived at the Joey Celestial Mountain, and I will also go there," said Shi Kaiyao. "Okay. I'll see you on the Joey Celestial Mountain then," said Yi Futian. Shi Kaiyaro nodded. Then she saw Yi Futian disappear from the ship without leaving any trace behind. Seeing him disappear, Shi Kaiyaro smiled. And her pretty eyes seemed to sparkle. However, the old man next to her frowned. He said, "He was just here, but we still can't capture any trace of his aura, just like before. He would be a pain in the neck if he were our enemy." "Well, it's Chief Shihai who has the pain in his neck now," said Shi Kaiyaro with a smile. The old man shook his head, hoping Yi Futian would not be their enemy because such an enemy would even get the West Imperial Palace into trouble. The Joey Celestial Mountain was a mountain, but it was also an island built on a mountain. Mount Joey was called the Joey Mountains at the beginning. Then a big city was built on the endless mountain range. Looked down from the sky, the mountains were like countless divine dragons twisting their bodies. The city built on the Joey Celestial Mountain was super prosperous. More than that, it was in chaos, too. It used to be a barren area without any original inhabitants, and all of the practitioners living there were outsiders. Some gorgeous alchemy masters came here to trade initially, and they would come back here at intervals. That brought more alchemy masters here little by little. Since alchemy masters were living here, there were certainly elixirs and other precious things. Therefore, practitioners from everywhere were attracted here to seek treasures. As time went by, the barren Joey Mountains developed into the current Joey Celestial Mountain and gave birth to a prosperous city. The entire West Sea Domain knew about this deity island, and people would come here to trade and seek treasures. That was how the city became prosperous and chaotic. Murders and robberies were frequent. And some forces and alchemy masters started to base themselves here. In the past few days, more people were visiting the Joey Celestial Mountain than usual. They flew across the air over the sea and into the air over the Joey Celestial Mountain. Rumor had it that the deity map had been seen here, so powerful cultivators from various islands in the West Sea Domain were drawn here. In the crowd that had arrived at the Joey Celestial Mountain, there was an unspeakably handsome white-haired man in white with his hands behind his back. He looked down. By glancing over with his divine consciousness, he found the practitioners on the Celestial Mountain were all very strong. Those weaker ones probably would not come here because it would be useless even if they came. He looked into the distance. Shi Kaiyaro told him that this Celestial Mountain was full of alchemy masters. If he could recruit some of them, it would be doubtless a good thing for developing the Ziwei segmentum. Besides, he probably could ask Goddess Donglai to convene the alchemy masters on the Eastern Deity Island if such an opportunity came up. Although average elixirs were not good enough for him, elixirs of all grades would be necessary for the growth of the Ziwei segmentum, and he could give them to other alchemy masters. Chapter 25-22, A Trade. Yi Futian was flying over the Joey Celestial Mountain toward the deep part of its. Many practitioners around him came from different parts of the West Sea domain, the outer realms. They were all here for the deity map. At this moment, a man flew toward Yi Futian, which made him frown, but he did nothing to stop the man. It was a Ren Huang, but not strong enough to pose him any threat. However, if that man did anything unusual, Yi Futian would just eliminate him without showing any mercy. That Ren Huang approached Yi Futian very soon. After bowing at Yi Futian, who did not stop flying, the man said via voice transmission, "Ren Huang Yi, I am a practitioner from the West Imperial Palace." Yi Futian stopped right away. He looked back at the man. The West Imperial Palace was an overbearing force in the West Sea domain, so they must have deployed their people around the Joey Celestial Mountain. That was how they located him not long after he arrived. Of course, he did not try to hide his identity or trace, either. It was just normal for him to be found when the West Imperial Palace had especially arranged someone to wait for him. Yes. Yi Futian answered via voice transmission, too. Shi Kaiyaro told him their contact with him would not be noticeable. Since that man had chosen to speak to him via voice transmission, he certainly did not mind doing the same. That Ren Huang started to fly ahead again, and so did Yi Futian. The two were flying together, one after the other, like two unrelated strangers. The goddess told me to report to Ren Huang Yi about the information the West Imperial Palace has collected, said the man. He went on, there is a force headquartered on the Joey Celestial Mountain for a long time. About 20% of the treasure trades here are under their control. That force is called the Breeze Pavilion, and its pavilion head, Li Qingfeng, is one of the best alchemy masters in the West Sea domain. The Breeze Pavilion was the first to release the news about the deity map. They did that only because the map got stolen, but we can't exclude the possibility that it's a trick. As for the thief, it's said to be another legendary man from the West Sea domain called Daoist Monk Mu or Thief Mu. He is skilled at the art of disguise. He can change how he looks and restrict and alter his aura. A total wizard in the West Sea domain. His cultivation level is unfathomable, but his speed is even more impressive. After the theft of the deity map, Li Qingfeng, the head of the Breeze Pavilion, sealed the Joey city. It is the central region and the most popular trade center of Joey Mountain. It is located at the peak of the Celestial Mountain. People are only allowed to go into the city but not allowed to leave. There will be a strict body search for anyone that wants to leave. No well-respected practitioners will put up with that. However, it is exactly because of Li Qingfeng's strict rules that the deity map might still be in the Joey city. Yi Futian nodded. No wonder the news had leaked. Usually, no one would have disclosed such a secret if they had got the deity map. They would keep the map to themselves and study it in private instead. Yi Futian was surprised that the map had been stolen, so the news was probably true. The pieces of information he had got added up. Li Qingfeng used his Great Path domain to seal the Joey city, asked Yi Futian out of curiosity. That's right, responded the man via voice transmission. Li Qingfeng is getting anxious now. Due to the particularity of the practitioners on the Joey Celestial Mountain, locking the city down is already the strictest measure he can take. It's impossible to search everyone's body. That would offend too many people and harm his interests. However, he hasn't found the deity map yet, and using the Great Path domain to seal the city is consuming him greatly. Besides, more and more foreign powerful cultivators are coming. Li Qingfeng started to panic. The situation is getting out of his control. Once the powerhouses from those top forces meddle in, he will totally lose his grip on the situation. Yi Futian certainly understood Li Qingfeng would lose control of the situation if forces like the West Imperial Palace intervened. However, although the West Imperial Palace had arrived, it did not change the situation. Instead, they did not mind Li Qingfeng keeping the city sealed. After all, they did not want the deity map to be taken out of the city, either. Is there any chance that Daoist Monk Mu already left, before Li Qingfeng locked the city down? Asked Yi Futian. Li Qingfeng should know this better than anyone else. Now that he insists on the lockdown, I suppose he must be sure of what he is doing, answered that man. I see, Yi Futian responded with a nod, keeping flying ahead. It did not seem easy to get the deity map. Once the seal was broken, the map would be taken away from Joey Mountain anytime, and it would be even harder to find it. Renhuang Yi, people from the West Imperial Palace will contact you anytime to offer you some help after you go into the Joey city, said the man. Great, said Yi Futian. See you, senior. The man cupped his hands. Then he left in a flash, and Yi Futian kept going ahead at a higher speed. He knew clearly where his destination was. He arrived at the peak of Joey Celestial Mountain very soon. It was a city built on the winding mountain range. However, there was a dreadful sword realm deployed outside there. The sword realm covered a large area and had infinite sword will flowing in it. The murderous intent in there was formidable. Mere sensing of the power of the sword realm would make Renhuang cultivators' hearts beat fast. It was such a sword realm that sealed Joey City. Entrance only. No exit. However, it required some powers to go inside. The sword realm actually kept most away from the city. Yi Futian accelerated and penetrated the sword realm to enter the city with ease. It was thanks to Li Qingfeng since he let Yi Futian pass. Foreign practitioners would not be able to enter otherwise. Yi Futian undoubtedly detected a divine consciousness focused on him while going through the sword realm. That divine consciousness was certainly of Li Qingfeng. He was monitoring Joey City and everyone that came and left. In this way, he would know as soon as anything came up. That divine consciousness only lingered on Yi Futian for a second. It was retracted right away since there was nothing unusual. Yi Futian flew in a specific direction after going into Joey City. It was the highest point of the city, and that was where the Breeze Pavilion was located. Yi Futian did not look for the deity map immediately after his arrival. He was new here. There was no way that he could find Daoist Monk Mu. Besides, he did not have any clue. If anyone could find Daoist Monk Mu, it must be Li Qingfeng. Walking on the winding trail carefreely, he was taking his time. He saw many stalls on the two sides of the trail, all belonging to the practitioners doing business in Joey City. Joey City was sealed, but the hustle and bustle of Joey City was not affected. People trapped in the city were living in the same old way as usual. Treasure trading certainly would not stop. The trail led to the Breeze Pavilion on the top of the mountain. It was a busy trail crowded with people, and people were the only thing Yi Futian saw at first glance. Many stalls had extraordinary goods. Yi Futian wondered whether or not he could find any treasures there. Walking casually on the trail, he found many goods were related to elixirs. They were either elixirs or ingredients to make elixirs or elixir recipes. And the businessmen here had specific requirements for the goods they wanted. Many of them would specify what they exactly wanted to trade. That was how trades of precious treasures went. They all wanted the particular things they were in need of. However, few of the treasures were to Yi Futian's liking. He came to a place where many practitioners were around a stall. So, he also took a look. The stall belonged to an old man that looked like a sage. He had a white beard, white hair, rosy cheeks, and bright eyes and was in a good mood. It was a powerful practitioner on the level 9 Renhuang plane. The old man had been in Joey City for months. Many people knew him, and he had a lot of good stuff. He always got a lot of attention every time he showed up here to trade. Occasionally, he would also take some treasures to the Breeze Pavilion to trade. Even Li Qingfeng knew him. That was how his stall drew the attention of many powerful people every time he showed up. There was a folded parchment on his stall at the moment. The people around there were in a heated discussion. A top alchemy method? Yi Futian heard them speak in low voices. Exactly. The best of the best. It really took me some effort to get it. Are you interested, young friend? The old man said with a smile after hearing Yi Futian's murmur. He darted a glance at Yi Futian, who was standing at the periphery of the crowd, and then looked away, waiting quietly. Yi Futian had inherited the alchemy method of Supreme Deity Donglai, but it would be even better if he had other complementary ones for his reference. Mister, what do you want to trade it for? Asked Yi Futian. Alchemy method is also a sort of method. I want the best sorcery or superpower. Average ones won't do, answered the old man with a smile. Many people looked disappointed. Many people offered to trade their superpowers with the old man, but he just declined all of them. Is this the whole alchemy method? Asked Futian. Of course not, the old man responded. It's only a part of it. You can take a look, and then you will know how precious it is. Futian nodded and walked up to the old man. The old man squatted and unfolded the parchment. Futian got a little excited after taking a look at it. Although it was only part of the alchemy method, he had a hunch that it was more powerful than the one he inherited from supreme deity Donglai. He did not find it weird that no one had managed to get it yet. Senior, are you sure the alchemy method is complete? Asked Futian. Of course. The old man nodded. I have been here for a long time. I can't be lying to you. Great. Futian nodded. He said something to the old man via voice transmission. Then he asked, "What do you think?" A trace of surprise flashed across the old man's eyes. He answered, "I think okay. I will transmit it to you via my divine consciousness." As soon as Futian finished speaking, a divine light flew to the brow chakra of the old man. The old man did not refuse. He accepted it in silence. Soon, Futian retracted the light, and the old man gave him a storage ring. It has what you need in it. Thank you, mister, said Futian, taking the storage ring. The old man smiled. Then he said to Futian via voice transmission, "Young friend, please be careful. Many people are staring. Don't take the thing out of the ring rashly. Thank you for the warning." "I understand," responded Futian. He checked out the storage ring with his divine consciousness and saw the complete alchemy method. There was another thing in the storage ring. It looked like an old reel. He checked it out with his divine consciousness and found it had an image, which seemed to be a map. A map. Futian's pupils shrank slightly. Was that supposed to be a gift? Chapter 25-23, The Setup. This compelled a strange look on Futian's face. This map. Could it be? The pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion imposed a lockdown on Joey City to find the deity map. Now, this old man secretly added a map when they were trading with no apparent reason. It was hard for Futian not to connect the two together. Moreover, his last few words were also full of suggestions. You, my friend, are being watched by many people, so you must be careful. Don't take out the contents inside lightly. Was he alluding to the alchemy technique or that map? Futian saw that the old man took out another treasure to continue transacting. He paid no more attention to him. So Futian, too, turned and left quietly, not wanting to attract any more attention. However, many people were still staring at him, not because of the map but because of the alchemy technique itself. The alchemy technique was already an extraordinary treasure, and it was quite understandable that it would be coveted by others. Furthermore, he had used the treasure to impress the old man, indirectly revealing to the others that he possessed considerable wealth, so it was natural that he would be noticed. But Futian didn't care much about that. There were not many who could touch him now. Even in this sealed sword domain, no one could stop him if he didn't want to be stopped. Futian did not leave this area, however. He continued to walk on the mountainous path. He paid close attention to see if there were any other treasures. He found many medicinal materials for refining pills and made trades accordingly. If he were to refine the pills later on, he would have considerable needs for these medicinal materials, so he needed to start preparing right now. Walking all this way, Futian had reaped quite a lot. He finally left this area when he reached the Breeze Pavilion on top of the mountain. Joey City was built on a mountain. Below Joey City, the area was mountainous with many cultivators who cultivated in these mountains. Of course, even in those winding mountain ranges, there were buildings or cavern residences. Futian found an unoccupied area and created a cavern residence. He entered the cavern residence after setting it up, then set up a force of seal outside of it, which was a common practice among the cultivators. Inside the cavern, Futian took out the map. This ancient map looked particularly lackluster. Yi Futian's divine consciousness invaded the map, and suddenly a bright light came from it. Countless lines began to appear. A clear pattern now emerged that looked like a picture of landscape. The map depicted a body of water, and there were many islands denoted in this body of water. It was so simple that it was hard to decipher the meaning behind it. Yi Futian took out a jade slip and invaded it with his divine consciousness. Suddenly a large map appeared, and it was a map of the West Sea domain given to him by Shi Kaiyao. He wanted to find the area that resembled the area depicted in the smaller map. If the map was that of some other island in the West Sea domain, he should find the same place on this larger map, determining the location indicated on the smaller map. Yi Futian's divine consciousness continued to scan the larger map, and found many similar locations. However, after close examination and comparison, he found that there were still some differences. As long as there were some deviations that could not be fully reconciled, there was the possibility that it was not the same location he seek. The West Sea domain was a massive territory with countless islands. It was not surprising that there were so many areas that looked similar. After a long time comparing the two maps, Yi Futian still hadn't located the place. If this is the deity map, it must have a long history. This map was drawn many years ago, and some islands in the Western Sea domain may have gone through some changes since then. Some islands may have even disappeared for whatever reason. If this is the case, it would be impossible to find it on the map, Yi Futian thought. If this was really the case, it would create some trouble in accurately identifying the location depicted on the map. More importantly, why would the old man give him the deity map? He had thought it would be very difficult to get the deity map here, but if what he had in his possession was indeed the map, then this was all too easy. Just as he was putting the deity map away, Yi Futian noticed something strange. He turned his eyes and thought about for a moment. He understood everything. So this was why. Yi Futian proceeded to smile coldly when he realized what was happening. It seemed that Joey City would soon face an unavoidable great battle. Yi Futian took out the alchemy technique, and closed his eyes to begin cultivating, staying inside the cavern residence. He planned to cultivate this alchemy technique first, then try to refine some medicine. Anyway, there was nothing else for him to do at the moment. Moreover, after detecting the abnormality just now, he could basically ascertain that this map was the deity map. There might have been some deception involved. He had no plan to leave just yet and would stay in Joey City to wait and see. While Yi Futian was cultivating, more and more cultivators had arrived in Joey City. In addition to the cultivators already in the West Sea domain, top figures from other domains were crossing the endless space to get to Joey Celestial Mountain in the West Sea domain. They were all here in search of the deity map. If it was just the inheritance of one great emperor, there were quite a few of those already in the original realm, so perhaps it would not be so attractive to these cultivators. However, this ancient great emperor may be a great emperor in alchemy. Today's divine prefecture was in need of alchemical refining technique, so the inheritance of a great emperor in alchemy was invaluable. There was no one who would want to miss it. Therefore, in addition to the islands in the West Sea domain, people from other places outside the domain had arrived as well. On this day, Yi Futian was still cultivating in his cavern residence when the cavern residence suddenly shook violently. It continued to shake with loud booming sounds. It was as if a terrifying earthquake was taking place. Yi Futian opened his eyes, as the divine flame in front of him had gone out. He looked up and saw that the cavern residence was in the process of collapsing. He knew instantly that a war had erupted outside, but this was all within his expectations. Boom, there was a terrifying sound that was heard, and the cavern residence started disintegrating. Divine light flowed around Yi Futian's body, forming a light screen to protect him. His figure flashed and appeared outside, right before the mountain, where the cavern residence was built. It was reduced, shattered to a pile of rubble. And at this moment, there was a horrific sword will outside. Above the firmament, a brilliant sword was flowing about, descending in one direction, highly terrifying. From where the sword was aiming was also an astonishing aura from below. It seemed as if two top-level cultivators were battling. Beneath the sword screen, a man stood above the void. All around him, radiant sword lights fell from the sword domain above, It was Li Qingfeng, the pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion. And the cultivator below, with white beard and white hair, was precisely the old man who had previously traded with Yi Futian. Yi Futian was not surprised in the least, since he had already suspected it. The cultivators of West Imperial Palace had told him before that Daoist monk Mu was an expert at disguise. His ability to impersonate and camouflage was second to none. Therefore, he must have arrived in Zhou City before stealing the deity map. He must have had been trading there ever since and forged a good relationship with the Breeze Pavilion as a trader so that even Li Qingfeng knew of him. Later, he stole the deity map and continued to trading there in disguise as if everything was business as usual. It was indeed difficult to suspect him, as these methods he employed were very clever. His camouflage was so flawless that he was able to fool Li Qingfeng. The cultivation of Daoist monk Mu should not be at the same as that of Li Qingfeng. Yi Futian raised his head to look at the battlefield yonder. It was extremely terrifying, with devastating sword light everywhere that threatened to destroy Zhou City and raze it to the ground. "You are in a leisurely mood," said a voice. Yi Futian turned his attention to a group of 3 cultivators who were now next to him. All 3 of them had perceivably strong auras, and Yi Futian recognized them as those who had latched onto him a few days ago while he was trading with Daoist monk Mu. However, these people had not made their move until now. But at the moment, with a great war going on, the true identity of Daoist monk Mu was exposed, and all of Zhou City was in chaos. They had finally decided to take action. Things such as committing murders to stealing treasures were commonplace. They occurred every day in all parts of the cultivation world. But Yi Futian didn't really care about these people's existence. He glanced at them, and continued to focus his attention on the battlefield, ignoring them. "Go away now, and I won't see this as a challenge," he said. The 3 of them frowned and stared at the white-haired young man before them. They saw him looking into the distance with his hands casually folded behind his back, completely ignoring them. The eldest of the 3 frowned slightly. He had a head of white hair and was clad in white clothing. He was handsome beyond description. He suddenly remembered a piece of information that had been passed on to Zhou Celestial Mountain not too long ago and was instantly alarmed. Without any hesitation, he turned around to leave, saying, "I won't tread these muddy waters. The 2 of you can fight for it if you want." Having said that, he quickly left this place and moved far away from here. When he reached a mountain peak quite a ways away, he turned and looked at where Yi Futian was, feeling rather fortunate. He hoped it was not the man that everyone was talking about. The other 2 cultivators frowned, not understanding why the man suddenly gave up. Could it be that he was awed by the other man's temperament? The temperament of this man was indeed extremely exceptional. Yi Futian's body levitated and headed towards the direction of the battlefield. One of the other 2 cultivators couldn't wait any longer and acted. A tyrannical aura of the Great Path erupted, and the divine wheel of the Great Path appeared in the void. It was a golden disk. It seemed as if there were countless halos circulating around, giving birth to terrifying golden spears. Buzz! Layers of divine light circulated, as the golden wheel radiated downward, and long spears inside the divine wheel shot out, covering the entire sky until the area was submerged. They were attacking Yi Futian in an extremely domineering manner. The other man didn't do anything. It seemed as if he was merely observing from the sidelines. Yi Futian raised his arm and pointed to the sky. With this one gesture, a horrific sword will penetrated the void directly, slaughtering towards the golden disk. Bang, bang, bang. There were explosions as the disk was pierced through. It had been shattered and destroyed. His divine wheel destroyed, the cultivator who unleashed the attack let out a muffled groan. His face turned pale as he spat up a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yi Futian in horror, backpedaling now, attempting to leave. Yi Futian pointed his finger at him, the sword light flashed and was gone, penetrating through the man's body. With Yi Futian's current cultivation, no ordinary Renhuang in the 9th realm could block his attack. The man was obliterated just like that. When the other man witnessed this, his face suddenly changed, his body moving backward, wanting to leave the battlefield immediately. Too late. Yi Futian faced the man and pointed with his finger again. A terrible light appeared in the void, penetrating through the space, passing through the other man's body. Without any hesitation or doubt, it was death for both of them. The man who had fled into the distance could only feel a tremendous horror as his body was covered in a cold sweat. Sure enough, it was him. Because of the turmoil in Joey City, the city was locked down, and it was difficult for any news from the outside to come in. He was lucky to come by this piece of information from Yingju City before the lockdown, which accounted for his wise decision not getting himself involved. Otherwise, in the situation of 3 against 1, he would definitely have made a move as well. He was lucky he escaped with his life. At this moment, Yi Futian glanced at him from the distance, and he could only feel a terrifying fright within him. It was as if his heart was about to come out of his chest. He turned around and flee immediately, not daring to waste any more time. He had no wish to continue spying, waiting to see what would happen. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him, he had no doubt he would not be able to leave and would lose his life. But Yi Futian didn't kill him. His eyes turned back as he, once again, looked towards the battlefield. With a flash, he was standing on an ancient peak from where he was watching that major battle. Because of the explosion of this battle, no one had paid any attention to what had just happened to him. The attention of all of Joey City was focused on Li Qingfeng and Daoist monk Mu. Judging from the development, Li Qingfeng had already suppressed the Daoist monk Mu. There was not much doubt as to the outcome. However, now Joey City was being watched closely by all the forces in the Western Sea domain. Even people from outside the domain had arrived. Technically speaking, this battle had not much significance. Even if Li Qingfeng was about to recover the deity map from the Daoist monk Mu, he couldn't possibly keep it, even if he was a cultivator of the tribulation plane. Compared to that, the approach of Daoist monk Mu was much smarter. But the premise was that he would not die by Li Qingfeng's hands first. Of course, Daoist monk Mu's luck didn't seem to be the greatest since he had met Yi Futian, so he was doomed to fail as well. Chapter 25-24, Doomed to Fail. Everyone in Joey City was watching this battle. The outcome was just as Yi Futian had predicted. Daoist monk Mu was firmly suppressed by Li Qingfeng. Until the sword will passed through the body of Daoist monk Mu, the sword domain that sealed up Joey City shrank and turned into a sword-shaped beam of light surrounding Daoist monk Mu. The areas around him turned to ruin. Only the place where Daoist monk Mu was standing was left alone, leaving just that one piece on the mountain range. The seal is lifted. All the cultivators looked up at the sky. The seal on Joey City had been released because the result of the battle had been determined. Daoist monk Mu was now under Li Qingfeng's control. Li Qingfeng stood above the void, looking down at Daoist monk Mu. His eyes were like a sword as he said, "Give me back my thing." The Daoist monk Mu smiled as he waved his palm. All the treasures on his body flew out, heading towards Li Qingfeng. He said, "Check it for yourself." Li Qingfeng swung his long sleeves and rolled the items in toward him. His divine consciousness then invaded and scanned all of the items. After a while, he had looked at all the treasures in his storage, and there were indeed many valuable things, but he didn't find what he was looking for. Suddenly his face changed as he stared at Daoist monk Mu and said, "Where are you hiding it?" "Pavilion Master Qingfeng, these treasures are all of my possessions." Daoist monk Mu said, "As for the thing you are looking for, it is not with me." Li Qingfeng stomped in the void when he heard the reply. Suddenly the sword will flowed, and the sword-shaped rays of light swept across the space, causing a terrible aura of destruction to appear in the space below. He warned, "Don't try my patience." From the firmament downward, a strong murderous intent permeated. It seemed as if he would immediately slay Daoist monk Mu if he failed to produce a satisfactory answer. "If the pavilion master wants to kill me, all I can do is to fight to the death. But even if you kill me, the thing is no longer with me." Daoist monk Mu's expression remained calm. Few people would act impulsively when they had cultivated to their level, so he trusted that Li Qingfeng would know how to weigh the pros and cons in this matter. Li Qingfeng frowned. Then, those sword-like eyes suddenly looked up towards the firmament, looking at that unlocked seal of the sword domain. His face changed. "I've been tricked." Li Qingfeng suddenly seemed to have realized something, and a terrible look appeared in his eyes. He had sealed Joey City for a long time to find Daoist monk Mu. Now that he had found and controlled him, he did not continue to put Joey City under the seal. However, he did not expect that Daoist monk Mu would be so sly as to use him as bait. Who took it out for you? Li Qingfeng looked down at Daoist monk Mu below. His voice was extremely chilly. Although it hadn't been long since the seal was unlocked, it was enough time for many people to leave Joey City. Now, it was almost an impossible task to track anyone down because they couldn't determine who it was. And just now, no one noticed who had left Joey City. Daoist monk Mu showed a smile when he heard Li Qingfeng's words. He knew that the other understood what had just taken place. If so, his goal had been accomplished. Pavilion Master, you have seen the current situation today. The West Sea domain aside, forces from abroad have already arrived. Even if I give you back the deity map, do you think you can hold on to it? Daoist monk Mu did not say it out loud but communicated to Li Qingfeng via voice transmission. Although Li Qingfeng was very unhappy, he had to admit that what Daoist monk Mu said was the truth. Even if Daoist monk Mu returned the deity map to him at this time, it would be difficult for him to hold on to it. Now, unlike before, in Joey City, countless eyes were fixed on the deity map. However, Li Qingfeng did not respond. He was waiting for Daoist monk Mu to continue. Sure enough, he heard Daoist monk Mu continue to say to him via voice transmission, "How about working together?" "How?" Li Qingfeng asked. "The deity map is within sight of various forces. If we join hands, I will go and get the deity map back. We can solve the mystery of deity map together and find the ancient imperial celestial mountain," Daoist monk Mu said via voice transmission. "If I let you go now, what if you leave after you get the deity map and decide to go and find the celestial mountain by yourself?" Li Qingfeng responded coldly. He clearly did not trust Daoist monk Mu all that much. It has been a long time since the deity map was in possession of the Pavilion Master. Naturally, you know that the mystery of the deity map is not as simple as it seems and cannot be solved easily. I would need the help of the Pavilion Master to do that. More importantly, all of my treasures were now in the hands of the Pavilion Master, and this is also to demonstrate my sincerity. These are all of my belongings, and the Pavilion Master must be able to see that they were very valuable items, Daoist monk Mu continued. Li Qingfeng stared at him. These simple words from Daoist monk Mu made him feel that the other man had been preparing for this for a long time. Moreover, his desire for the deity map was extremely strong. He had even taken all the treasures in his possession, along with his life as a wager, to bet on the map. But this was completely understandable. Daoist monk Mu was not just a thief in the West Sea domain, he was also a top alchemy master at the same time. Because he was an expert at alchemy, speed, and concealment, his combat effectiveness was a bit deficient. "Aren't you afraid that after you find the celestial mountain that I will do something to you?" Li Qingfeng said. "I am an alchemy master," Daoist monk Mu replied simply. Li Qingfeng seemed to be more satisfied with this answer. After pondering for a moment, he merely said, "Very well." As soon as he said that, the horrific aura of swordsmanship disappeared. However, Li Qingfeng stared at Daoist monk Mu and said loudly, "I will let you go for the time being today, but if you don't return the thing you stole from me, I will not let this go." "Thank you, Pavilion Master," Daoist monk Mu said as the two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. This scene puzzled everyone around them. The last dialogue between the two was more like act playing. Perhaps they had been communicating through voice transmission. How did they reach an agreement that convinced Li Qingfeng to let Daoist monk Mu off the hook? Perhaps only the two of them would ever know the details. But now, where was the deity map? Probably not on Daoist monk Mu himself. "I will take my leave now," Daoist monk Mu said again. As soon as he said that, he turned into a gust of wind and disappeared somewhere between heaven and earth. It all happened at an alarming speed. Pavilion Master. Many cultivators from the Breeze Pavilion looked at Li Qingfeng with a questioning look. Why did he let Daoist monk Mu go? Li Qingfeng turned and walked down from the void. He did not bother to explain. The reason for letting the man go was actually simple enough. Whether he let him go or not, He had not much chance now. He did not fully believe in the words of Daoist monk Mu, but even if he did not believe it, he did not have another choice. If he killed Daoist monk Mu, the rest of the cultivators would only keep even closer tabs on him. The moment the news of deity map became public knowledge, as that ancient celestial mountain may have already been out of his reach. Therefore, Li Qingfeng chose to let the man go. Let him go, and there may still be a chance. Kill him, and there would definitely be no chance. Is it over just like this? The surrounding cultivators looked at all of this. It seemed that there were still no conclusive results as far as the deity map was concerned. Yi Futian watched all this quietly. When he saw Daoist monk Mu leave, he knew that what he had in his hand must be the deity map. He turned around and walked forward to leave. It did not take him long before he was out of Jiuyi City. Yi Futian did not stop but continued to head out, leaving Jiuyi Celestial Mountain and entering the vast sea. Just as Yi Futian was walking into the coastal region, he suddenly felt a ray of divine consciousness fell on him, swept directly at him without the slightest disguise. Here he comes, Yi Futian secretly remarked. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then sped up to continue his forward movement. That divine consciousness locked onto him, chasing after him with incredible speed. Are we racing? Yi Futian unleashed Buddha's celerity at the moment, and his figure disappeared from right where he was. In the distance, someone was tracking Yi Futian with a terrifying method. This man was dressed in shabby clothing, appeared to be extremely sloppy and grubby. However, his method was frightening as he stepped into the void, leaving countless shadows between heaven and earth. But very soon, he stopped, hovering over the sea. His face suddenly had a terrible look on it. He lost track of him. His heart throbbed. He had set the whole thing up perfectly. Did something happen at the last minute? He wondered. How could he have lost track of him? Were you looking for me, sir? Yi Futian appeared in front of the old man. The old man raised his head to look at the handsome face right in front of him, and his eyes revealed some confusion. The other, after dodged him, had unexpectedly come back on his own. How did you do it? The old man asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian took out a storage ring and looked at the old man, saying, Sir, you first disguised your identity by setting up a stand as a trader in Jiuyi City to get close to Breeze Pavilion so they would be familiar with you. After that, you stole the deity map but continued with your previously assumed identity of the trader, thinking that no one would have suspected you. However, you didn't expect Li Qingfeng to lock down the entire city. And with the arrival of cultivators from all sides, you knew that even if you stayed, you would not be able to take the deity map with you. Therefore, by way of transaction, you deposited the deity map into the storage ring and left a mark to keep track of it so that it might be retrieved at a later date. So, you came here to find me, Yi Futian said slowly. Although the old man in front of him looked different from before, how could Yi Futian not recognize him as that Daoist monk Mu, who had the bones of an immortal? So, does this mean you will return the thing to me? Daoist monk Mu fixed his eyes on Yi Futian and asked. He felt something was awry. He was convinced that there was no flaw in his setup. In his estimation, he should be able to take the deity map and have it finally returned to his possession. However, the Yi Futian that he encountered during the trade did not seem to be a simpleton. Not only did he dodge his track, but he had also pieced everything together correctly. Yi Futian's divine consciousness infiltrated the storage ring. The next moment, Daoist monk Mu found that the mark he made had disappeared. It had been erased by Yi Futian. The eyes of Daoist monk Mu sharpened. Yi Futian knew of the existence of the mark and was able to erase it, but he did not do that. He was waiting for him. What did it mean? Sir, there is no reason to take back a thing that was given, Yi Futian said lightly. Daoist monk Mu's plan was indeed superb. He was using someone from the outside to even the odds. If it weren't Yi Futian that he encountered, most likely, the deity map would finally be returned to him. However, Daoist monk Mu seemed to be out of luck. The person he met was Yi Futian, therefore, he was destined to be disappointed. Did he really expect to get the deity map back from Yi Futian? Obviously, it's an impossibility. What if I insist on taking it back? Daoist monk Mu's tone changed. He had paid a lot for this deity map, but now, he may have inadvertently given it away. Chapter 25-25, Conquer. Must he take it back? Yi Futian looked at Daoist monk Mu and said with a smile, "You may certainly give it a try, sir." "Very good." Daoist monk Mu nodded. As soon he finished speaking, this area of the sea was suddenly enveloped by flames, turning it into a domain of fire. This was a domain of blue and green fire. All around Daoist monk Mu, these bluish-green flames turned into a lotus of the same color. Above the lotus, strands of ethereal aura of the divine flames shrouded this boundless space and swooped towards Yi Futian. "This is forged by my life spirit. My comprehension of the flaming great path is integrated into it. It is called the fire of creation. This being the green lotus of creation, possessing the power of creation that could continue procreating. Although it is not yet a mature enough technique, the power it possesses is considerable. If you have really cultivated to the 9th realm, you will be incinerated as soon as you touch it. It's not too late for you to return the deity map to me now. I can still let you live," Daoist monk Mu said. Yi Futian felt the fire of the green lotus of creation and knew that it was the fire of tribulation. After having survived the divine tribulation of the great path, he integrated his own comprehension of the flaming great path and forged this fire of creation. Indeed, it had the potential to be stronger in the future, but it required an opportunity, as well as the baptisms of other divine flames between heaven and earth. "Sir, rather than using it to kill, this fire may be more suitable for alchemy," Yi Futian said. "How about I make a wager with you?" Daoist monk Mu looked a little surprised as he stared at Yi Futian. This young man looked calm and confident, with absolutely no change in his expression when facing the domain of fire. It seemed as if he was not afraid of it at all. "What are you wagering?" Daoist monk Mu asked as his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "I will bathe in your fire. If I can't bear it, I will return the deity map to you. In addition, I will gift you the shadow and solar true fire," Yi Futian replied. "The shadow and solar true fire?" Daoist monk Mu stared at Yi Futian. "Who are you? Let's talk about the stakes at hand for now. So, how about it?" Yi Futian did not respond directly. To bathe in the green lotus with flesh without resorting to external forces or other treasures to resist. Daoist monk Mu mused as he looked at Yi Futian. These words were too preposterous. Could someone in the 9th realm really make such a wager? "Yes," Yi Futian nodded. "Very well," Daoist monk Mu agreed with a nod. "You are not asking what will happen if I win. If you win, then I am clearly not capable enough and will be at your mercy anyway. What else can I do?" Daoist monk Mu replied. Yi Futian smiled because this was indeed the case. If he could bath in the lotus of creation, then the outcome of this battle couldn't have been clearer. What other conditions could there be? "Please go ahead," Yi Futian said. Daoist monk Mu stared at Yi Futian. This arrogant white-haired young man. The green lotus of creation under him flew out towards Yi Futian. It settled beneath Yi Futian, and the lotus bloomed around Yi Futian until it wrapped his entire body within. Suddenly, the divine flames from the lotus of creation enveloped Yi Futian's body, trying to swallow him. Yi Futian, just as he had said, stood there without moving. He was bathing in the fire from the lotus of creation, his body radiant beyond description. The divine light flowed upon him like a divine body of the great path, immortal and indestructible. The divine fire invaded and penetrated his body, but Yi Futian's expression remained unchanged as he stood there unscathed. The flowing divine light of the great path actually seemed to swallow up strands of divine fire so that the divine flames from the lotus of creation surged into his body as if tempering and nourishing him instead. There was a change in the eyes of Daoist monk Mu. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and saw that even his head of white hair seemed to have transformed into the great path, impervious to the divine flames. This kind of ability shocked him to his core because even Li Qingfeng, the pavilion master of the Breeze Pavilion, would absolutely dare not do the same, as he would no doubt be burned to death. In their battle, he used only his powerful swordsmanship to suppress Daoist monk Mu. But this white-haired young man dared to stand there like this. Moreover, in his perception, the opponent's cultivation was only in the Renhuang of the ninth realm, so how did he do it? Daoist monk Mu thought his setup was meticulous and well calculated. To find the deity map, he was willing to take tremendous risks. If Li Qingfeng was not so sensible, he might have already slaughtered him. He concealed the deity map while trading and had left a mark on the trader in order to retrieve it after the storm had passed over. However, it seemed that he had picked the one cultivator he should not have been trading with. What do you think? Yi Futian smiled and asked Daoist monk Mu. Daoist monk Mu stared at the handsome man before him, and the flames on his body grew stronger as the lotus of creation was still expanding. The monstrous divine flames submerged Yi Futian's body, burying him inside the fire. It was as if all this was refining Yi Futian's body. But even so, the fire still could not touch Yi Futian's body. His body of flesh and blood was like a divine body, impervious to the flames of the great path. At this moment, Daoist monk Mu understood that the strength of this youngster had far surpassed himself. He could sit directly in the flames of the great path as if nothing was happening. How could Daoist monk Mu even continue to fight this battle? The reason why Yi Futian dared to make this wager was due to none other than his confidence in the divine body. His physical body was cast by the divine body of Shenjia the great emperor through his own comprehension. He had been baptized numerous times by the divine tribulation. This body of his was one of his strongest methods. He has also been bathed in the flames of rules, with the shadow and solar true fire still inside his body, so he was pretty confident he could take on the power of this flaming great path with his body. He could even devour the fire of the lotus of creation. Daoist monk Mu looked deeply at Yi Futian and knew that he had lost. And he had lost miserably and completely. Buzz. In just a flash, Daoist monk Mu disappeared from where he was without a trace. He had chosen to escape. The fire surrounding Yi Futian thinned out into just wisps of divine fire, then dissipated altogether with the disappearance of Daoist monk Mu. Obviously, Daoist monk Mu did not want to fulfill his part of the bargain. So, if he could leave, he would. But Yi Futian merely revealed a cold smile as his figure flashed, disappearing from where he was. He reappeared directly behind Daoist monk Mu, not too far away. When Daoist monk Mu sensed the presence behind him, his face changed slightly. He took a step forward, moving like flowing water, leaving countless after-images in the void. He was like a grey stream flowing between heaven and earth. Yi Futian's body disappeared from where he was again. Daoist monk Mu had very powerful methods and was an expert at speed. His ability to escape and camouflage was second to none. Unfortunately, his opponent was Yi Futian, who had cultivated Buddha's celerity. The two of them shuttled continuously upon the sea with extreme speed. Daoist monk Mu fled for some time. He found that he could not get rid of Yi Futian. At this time, however, a figure in white directly blocked in front of him, and Daoist monk Mu changed his location immediately. Nonetheless, Yi Futian appeared in front of him once again. After the same thing repeated several consecutive times, Daoist monk Mu finally stopped and did not run away again. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said, "I didn't expect that I would fall into the hands of a youngster." "Who are you?" "Yi Futian, from the original realm," Yi Futian responded. Daoist monk Mu was stunned. Clearly, he had heard of this name before. When he was in Jiui City, he heard that Yi Futian had slaughtered Zhong Miao. But because he was not concentrated on anything but the deity map at the time, he didn't pay too much attention, or else he would have guessed Yi Futian's true identity a long time ago. "It's well deserved," Daoist monk Mu said with a smile. "What do you want in return? Your cultivation is exceptional, and I especially appreciate the fact that you are a grandmaster of alchemy. I would like to invite you to join me at Ziwei Segmentum in the original realm. What do you think?" Yi Futian said. Daoist monk Mu was taken aback, looking at Yi Futian. He thought he truly deserved the reputation of being the #1 genius talent in the original realm. "You want me to follow you, obey your order?" Daoist monk Mu asked. "I did not say that, but if you want to see this way, I have nothing else to add," responded Yi Futian. I have been as free as the clouds all these years and have been cultivating on my own for countless years. I have traveled all over the West Sea and am accustomed to moving about freely. I don't much like to be constrained by others. If I wanted to join other forces, I would have done it a long time ago and am not waiting until now. I am afraid I cannot comply with what you are asking of me, replied Daoist monk Mu. Fine, Yi Futian said. As soon as his voice fell, this area of the sea was covered by a terrifying aura of the great path that directly overpowered and sealed the area shut. A murderous intent flashed across Yi Futian's eyes as a terrible coercion pressed down on this space, shrouding Daoist monk Mu completely. At this moment, an extremely powerful murderous intent emerged from this handsome white-haired young man. What do you want? Daoist monk Mu fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. You used me to hide the deity map, and if my cultivation were weaker, perhaps my life would be forfeited. Now, you are the only one who knows that I have the deity map, and you ask me what I want to do. Yi Futian continued, what's more, when I hunted and killed Zhong Miao, it was so that my true strength could be concealed. Until this day, no one knows the strength I really possess. But now you know, so, what do you think I am going to do? Suddenly, Daoist monk Mu didn't feel so well, and his face had a terrible look on it. No matter how he looked at it, Yi Futian had to get rid of him based on these 2 points. It was completely understandable, too. If he were standing in Yi Futian's shoes, he would do the same, and that was to silence him. As soon as his voice faded, a horrific murderous intent swept out. Divine swords lined up in the sky, all pointing at Daoist monk Mu. Daoist monk Mu looked up and felt this terrifying coercion. His heart was beating fast. He obviously knew that Yi Futian was not joking. I can refine some pills for you, Daoist monk Mu quickly replied. Refining pills? Yi Futian laughed coldly. The divine light of the sun and moon appeared above the firmament, as the shadow solar power descended on this space at the same time. He said, I am also an alchemist myself. Why else would I bother looking for the deity map? I wanted to recruit you into the Ziwei segmentum not because you are indispensable but because I need to spend more time on cultivation instead of alchemy. I thought I could work with you to improve your alchemical abilities after we find the Celestial Mountain and let you be the one responsible for matters in alchemy. I thought it was a win-win proposition, but you thought it was because I need some pills? His voice resounded throughout the void. Daoist monk Mu's heart trembled. Even his mind was destabilized, and his will shook because of Yi Futian's words. Daoist monk Mu had lived for a long time, but he had never seen such a terrifying individual. Although Li Qingfeng was powerful, he was nothing like Yi Futian. Work with Li Qingfeng or Yi Futian? Which one of them was stronger? Yi Futian did not just frighten him but also appealed to his greed with the promise of searching for the Celestial Mountain, improving his alchemical strength, and entrusting him with alchemical matters. Therefore, he did not have the slightest doubt as to what Yi Futian said. From a logical standpoint, it was a flawless argument. Yi Futian could have easily killed him already, and he didn't because he had value to be used. Boom! The divine swords fell down, and the murderous intent shot to the sky. Yi Futian had a sharp murderous intent in his eyes as well. It seemed as if he was ready to deliver the final blow. Daoist monk Mu's heart palpitated as he said, I submit. Buzz. The divine sword slammed down, causing Daoist monk Mu's expression to change to shock. The aura of the great path exploded on his body as the lotus of creation flew towards the divine swords, blocking their attack. However, he stared at Yi Futian in fright. If he was determined to kill him, why talk to him at all? You agreed to my wager, but you broke your promise and evaded me. Now you reluctantly agree under the threat of death. How can I trust you? Yi Futian said as the divine swords continued to fall down, aiming squarely at Daoist monk Mu. At this moment, Daoist monk Mu finally realized that Yi Futian was so aggressive because he was truly moved to kill. If he failed to give this man a satisfactory answer, he would most certainly die on the West Sea today. I hereby swear that I am willing to follow you, Daoist monk Mu said loudly. Chapter 25-26, Yi Futian's Ambition. On this trip to the West Sea Domain, not only was he able to use the West Sea Domain chief's manor as an example to deter the other principalities, but also now he had procured the deity map. He had also successfully recruited an alchemist of the Tribulation Plane. This was a trip full of rewards. However, Futian was still not contented. Now with the deity map in hand, if he could find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, he would have the opportunity to create the most powerful alchemy base camp in all of the divine prefecture, making Ziwei Segmentum a holy land for alchemy. As a result, the Ziwei Segmentum was bound to usher in another great transformation. Of course, even if he did not find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, Futian would form a team of alchemists to help him in the efforts of refining elixirs of all sorts, thus expanding the power of the Ziwei Segmentum. Now that chaos abounds, the Ziwei Segmentum, in all its uniqueness, must strive to be even stronger in the face of all the powers of the world. You have been cultivating alchemy for many years. You must know a lot about the alchemy world. I want to assemble a team of alchemists. Can you help me? Futian said to Daoist monk Mu. I should do my best. It's just that alchemists are pretty arrogant by nature. If it is not for a compelling enough reason, they will not be easily recruited. However, if you can find the ancient imperial celestial mountain, it would be a great incentive to powerful alchemists and would easily attract a powerful group of alchemists to serve you, Daoist monk Mu said. Futian nodded, recognizing that the man was telling the truth. If Daoist monk Mu hadn't tried to take advantage of Futian, he would not be faced with the backlash and forced to submit to Futian in the end. If it weren't by force, perhaps Daoist monk Mu would much rather die than surrender. Aside from that, I will also need some medicinal materials for refining pills, so I will need to trouble you with the matter of procuring them. Futian continued, also, previously in Joey City, did you and the pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion reach some kind of agreement? He knew very well that the pavilion master of Breeze Pavilion did not let Daoist monk Mu go so easily for no reason. The two had communicated through voice transmission, and they must have reached a tacit agreement. Just now, when he rifled through Daoist monk Mu's memory, he had seen something to that effect, although he did not specifically look for it. After all, Daoist monk Mu's memory was massive, so Futian simply amplified some useful memory for extraction, those that could be used to make Daoist monk Mu comply. Daoist monk Mu nodded. I did reach a consensus with Li Qingfeng before. He let me go, and I will find the deity map, then work together to solve the mystery of the deity map, and find the ancient imperial celestial mountain. He didn't dare to lie. Futian had rifled through his memories, and he had no idea which ones Futian looked at and which ones he didn't. He had no idea if Futian was testing him. Futian didn't doubt his words. He had seen the memories, and so it was certain that Daoist monk Mu would not dare to betray him. What's the mystery of the deity map? Futian asked. Before, when I invaded it with my divine consciousness, what I saw was just a map. However, I can't seem to find the same exact place anywhere in the Western Sea Domain. I wondered if it was because some islands had disappeared from the changes over time. Besides that, what else is there? Yes, there is. Daoist monk Mu nodded. I have been tracking the deity map for many years, and my elders told me that my ancestors were the survivors who once escaped the ancient imperial celestial mountain, so I was from the alchemical branch of the ancient celestial mountain. I have been looking for the whereabouts of the deity map all these years until I traced it to the Breeze Pavilion. Futian nodded slightly. He knew about this when he looked into Daoist monk Mu's memory, carefully discerning the identity of Daoist monk Mu. Although the specifics could no longer be ascertained, it was true that this man had a deep obsession with alchemy. He also had a strong desire to seek the deity map and the ancient imperial celestial mountain. Daoist monk Mu waved his hand, and this part of the sea was immediately sealed off. He said to Futian, Renhuang Yi, please take out the deity map for a demonstration. Futian nodded as he stretched out his hand and waved. Suddenly, the deity map was suspended in the air. The divine consciousness of Daoist monk Mu directly invaded inside the deity map, as a splendid picture immediately appeared in the air. In an area above the sea, many celestial mountains emerged. A ray of light shot out of Daoist Monk Mu's eyes, and the deity map suddenly zoomed in. After a while, it seemed to have turned into an unusual treasure, covering the sky and the sun, much like an implement or a magical artifact. This surprised Yi Futian. He was a little hasty when he examined the deity map before and had not had the time to study it carefully. Was this deity map this unusual? Buzz. At this moment, a flame of the great path appeared beneath the deity map. It was the green lotus of creation. However, even such a terrible divine fire could not inflict any signs of damage to the deity map to indicate that it was burned. On the contrary, the flames spread and flowed on the deity map, gradually spreading to the entire map. Boom! The violent sound roared from the divine fire, as the flame of the great path burning on the deity map. The map turned into something else with the help of the divine fire. Under the illumination of the divine fire, and as its light shone on the sea, a mountain-shaped fire appeared in the middle, as an endless flame of the great path gathered there, turning into a mountain. Yi Futian was quite surprised when he witnessed this sight. His heart palpitated slightly faster as his eyes beheld the magnificent spectacle in front of him. It was truly incredible. It seemed that what he had thought of the deity map before was far too simplistic. Deity map may not be just a map, but it may be the key to unlock the ancient imperial celestial mountain, Daoist Monk Mu remarked to Yi Futian. So you had no plan to go back and work with the pavilion master of the Breeze Pavilion? Yi Futian asked. Depending on the situation. If I can't solve it by myself, I might. But if I can do it alone, why should I ask him for help? Although the treasures that I surrendered to him are very precious indeed, they are not worth mentioning compared to the ancient imperial celestial mountain, said Daoist Monk Mu. Yi Futian looked deeply at the other man. This Daoist Monk Mu was extremely cunning and ambitious. Although his strength was lacking, he was an expert at alchemy and concealment, which made up for the lack. He was definitely a powerful character. If it wasn't that he ran into Yi Futian by mistake, Daoist Monk Mu had good odds in solving this mystery. It was a pity that this old guy ran into him. However, the more capable he found Daoist Monk Mu to be, the happier Yi Futian was. This meant that he would be making greater contributions to the Ziwei segmentum. This kind of old monster was no gentle creature, he was a crafty trickster. Meaning, the map is still a map, but the deity map itself may also be the key. No wonder the pavilion master of the Breeze Pavilion went through the trouble of shutting down the whole city to search and retrieve it. If it is just a map, duplicates can easily be made, Yi Futian whispered. If so, Li Qingfeng could act much more quietly without turning it into such a big deal so that everyone knew about it now. He didn't have a choice. Losing the deity map meant that he could not unlock the secrets of the ancient imperial celestial mountain. Precisely, said Daoist Mu. Then the flames of the great path and his divine consciousness dissipated as the deity map returned to how it looked before, floating in the air. Daoist Monk Mu looked at Yi Futian and said, Renhuang Yi, you can put it away now. Although there were some conflicts between us before, now that you are one of us, you don't have to be so formal. You can call me by my name. Yi Futian waved his hand to put away the deity map, addressing Daoist Monk Mu at the same time. Daoist Monk Mu thought about it for a moment, then said, Renhuang Yi is the lord of Ziwei Segmentum, the palace lord of its imperial palace. Now that I have joined Ziwei Segmentum and become a member, I will address you as Palace Lord Yi. Very well. Yi Futian didn't say anything more and merely nodded. He said, You are an expert in disguise and concealment. Follow me to Zhuyi Celestial Mountain again. Yes, Palace Lord. Daoist Monk Mu didn't ask any questions but followed the order readily enough. He seemed to hit the ground running. The truth was that he had tried resisting before. But, as he was defeated soundly and agreed to submit, the only thing left for him to do was to put down his pride and do what he was supposed to do. Let's go. Yi Futian did not bother correcting him as the two returned to Zhuyi Celestial Mountain. At Zhuyi Celestial Mountain, Yi Futian and Daoist Monk Mu did not arrive at the same time. They were moving separately. At this time, Yi Futian appeared in Zhuyi City, but Daoist Monk Mu had changed his identity. Yi Futian had instructed him to collect medicinal materials for alchemy on Yi Futian's behalf and befriend some alchemists. With Daoist monk Mu's ability, this was not a challenge. He knew that Yi Futian was preparing to form an army of alchemists. Once he found the ancient imperial celestial mountain, he would have the opportunity to make the Ziwei Segmentum the premier holy land for alchemy. Yi Futian had something else to do. He was standing on an ancient peak, and a middle-aged Renhuang was standing not far away from him. He said, "Renhuang Yi is looking for us. How long before Goddess Kaiyaro gets here?" Yi Futian asked. "Shi Kaiyaro should be arriving soon." Soon. The goddess has already entered Jiui Celestial Mountain, and it will not take her long to come to Jiui City, the other man responded via voice transmission. "Very well, I'll wait for her here," Yi Futian replied. "I understand." The man nodded, then turned to leave. Yi Futian proceeded to sit cross-legged and started to cultivate. After a while, a group of people came, and the person in the lead was beautiful beyond description. It was Shi Kaiyaro, the goddess of West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian opened his eyes, then got up. Shi Kaiyaro smiled brightly and said through voice transmission, "You got it?" Yi Futian glanced at Shi Kaiyaro but did not deny it. Instead, he asked via voice transmission, "How did you know? Daoist monk Mu has traded with you before. This man is pretty clever. He probably wanted to use you to move the item outside undetected by others. Li Qingfeng was fooled by it, and he almost succeeded. Too bad he met you." Shi Kaiyaro smiled. "How is Daoist monk Mu now?" Although Shi Kaiyaro was not there, she seemed to have witnessed everything with her own eyes and put the pieces together correctly. This future heir of the West Imperial Palace clearly had more than just talent. He decided to join the Ziwei Segmentum, Yi Futian replied. "My compliments," said Shi Kaiyaro. "It seems that Renhuang Yi wants to gather a group of alchemy masters. If you ever find the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain, that's where I need Goddess Qiao's help," Yi Futian said bluntly. "There are some deficiencies in the deity map, and I'm guessing it's probably because of some historical or geographical changes. I need every map of the West Sea domain from each generation. The more detailed, the better." The West Imperial Palace was regarded as one of the oldest principalities in the West Sea domain. If anyone could come up with every version of the map depicting the West Sea domain over the years, the West Imperial Palace would definitely be one of them. These items should be kept in their archives. Shi Kaiyaro looked at Yi Futian with those beautiful eyes of hers and nodded earnestly. "I will try my best. If Renhuang Yi believes in me, why not go to the West Imperial Palace in person, and we can solve the secret of the deity map together." Chapter 25-27, Made Public. Yi Futian was somewhat hesitant. He looked into Shi Qiao's eyes. She had a calm expression, and her smile was comforting. The West Imperial Palace was the overlord of the West Sea domain. Its history spanned for decades, and its teachings were unfathomable. Yi Futian speculated that the West Imperial Palace was stronger than the West Sea domain chief's manor. Moreover, its ability most likely far surpassed that of the West domain chief's manor. Chief Shihai aimed to weaken West Imperial Palace's status, but in reality, his goal would probably remain a dream. The current ancient god clan would not simply reveal all their trump cards to others. If Yi Futian entered West Imperial Palace and the latter planned to harm him, he would most likely not be able to escape even with his proficiency in celerity. He had faith in Shi Kaiyaro, but he did not trust the cultivators in the West Imperial Palace entirely. Even if Shi Kaiyaro did not have any ill intention towards him, what would happen if other elders in West Imperial Palace had different ideas? The consequences might be fatal. After all, the West Imperial Palace was still part of the forces of the Divine Prefecture. Besides that, Yi Futian carried the teachings of a few great emperors with him. He couldn't be sure that everyone in the West Imperial Palace had no intention of harming him. Yi Futian said, "I appreciate Goddess Qiao's offer, but I will politely decline. Naturally, I have faith in you. That's why I'm willing to send a copy of the deity map to the West Imperial Palace. You can bring the copy back to the palace and use it to locate the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. I still have other matters to attend to in Jiui City, so I will not follow you back to the palace. Now, his safety was not just about himself, it affected the entire Ziwei segmentum. If anything happened to him, the Ziwei segmentum would be crushed. All his loved ones and friends would face annihilation. This was something he would not accept. Hence, his safety was his priority all the time. Shi Kaiyaro was clever, so she naturally understood Yi Futian's way of thinking. She could also understand where he was coming from. She smiled and said, "All right, I will also accompany Renhuang Yi and remain in Jiui City. If you need any assistance, I may be able to lend a hand. I will order the deity map to be sent to the West Imperial Palace. Once they figure out the location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain, we will then head over there together." "Many thanks, Goddess Kaiyao," Yi Futian said. "Since we are allies, this is not just your affair. It is also the affair of the West Imperial Palace," replied Shi Kaiyaro with a smile. Yi Futian did not elaborate further. He said, "I will make a copy of the deity map. Goddess Kaiyao, please wait a moment." "All right," replied Shi Kaiyaro as she nodded. Yi Futian's figure immediately disappeared from where he stood. The deity map itself was a key. It did not matter even if he handed over the copy of the deity map to West Imperial Palace. Since both sides had become allies, this should be done. He also needed to rely on West Imperial Palace to locate the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. Shi Kaiyaro waited quietly as she stood on the mountain peak. Behind her, an elder said, "It seems that he still does not trust you. If you were in his shoes, could you trust me?" Shi Kaiyaro responded with a smile. The cultivation world is full of intrigue and deceit. The hearts of men are unpredictable. He has the teachings of so many great emperors. Countless people in the divine prefecture wish to get him with whatever means necessary. The fate of the Ziwei segmentum rests on his shoulders. How can he possibly put himself at risk? The elder nodded his head and said, "What you say is also true. With his talent, the inheritances and treasures he possesses, as well as the deity map now, even I would covet what he has. It is normal for him not to be trusting of others. All men are greedy," Shi Kaiyaro said. "I am also the same. However, rather than coveting his present, I am more interested in his future. Rather than take all he has from him, why not be friends and help him grow?" The elder nodded in agreement. Such foresight was something ordinary people did not have. There was naturally a reason why Shi Kaiyaro was chosen as an heir of the ancient god clan. Not long after, Yi Futian returned. He made a copy of the deity map by carving it on a jade slip. He passed it to Shi Kaiyaro and said, "Goddess Kaiyao, you'd better send it to West Imperial Palace with haste. I am worried that there will be changes to the current situation if we wait too long." "All right," responded Shi Kaiyaro as she nodded her head. She handed it over to a person behind her. Then, a few of them immediately took to the skies and left. "Renhuang Yi, why don't we walk around and see whether we can find anything good?" Shi Kaiyaro invited Yi Futian. "Sure," replied Yi Futian as he nodded. The two of them walked together and headed over towards the trade market in Jiui City. For the next few days, Yi Futian searched for things he needed in Jiui City. They were primarily for alchemy purposes. As for other treasures, he mostly had no interest in them. After all, having the teachings of several great emperors, few techniques could catch his eye. They would also not appear in Jiui City. Actually, Jiui City was not as peaceful as it appeared to be on the surface. Many cultivators from the West Sea Domain and other regions keenly observed Jiui City and the Breeze Pavilion. The Breeze Pavilion had been under a lot of pressure recently. At the moment, many cultivators were gathered at a gazebo in the Breeze Pavilion. Li Qingfeng was there, and the rest of the cultivators present all had strong auras. They were mysterious. "Pavilion Master, when do you plan to hand the thing over to us?" said one of them. His tone was unfriendly and threatening. The others also unleashed their might to pressure Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng had an indifferent expression. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Give me 3 days. I will give everyone what you want in 3 days." "All right. If that's the case, we'll wait for another 3 days." After saying this, The speaker left the gazebo. With a flash, the others also disappeared. They moved swiftly, and one could not trace where they went. Li Qingfeng stood in the gazebo with a cold look on his face. He gazed into the distance. Several cultivators entered the gazebo and bowed towards him. "Do you have any news from him?" Li Qingfeng asked. "Pavilion Master, we have not received any word from him," replied one of them. Li Qingfeng's expression turned even uglier. For the past few days, he had been waiting for updates from Daoist monk Mu. However, he had not heard from Daoist monk Mu again after letting the other party go last time. It was as though Daoist monk Mu had gone missing. A few days had passed. There should have been enough time for Daoist monk Mu to come and meet Li Qingfeng after retrieving the deity map. Yet, he had not done so. Clearly, Daoist monk Mu intended to pocket the deity map without sharing it with anyone. "We'll wait a while longer," snorted Li Qingfeng. His facial expression was ugly beyond comparison. If Daoist monk Mu planned to decipher the secret of the deity map alone, then Li Qingfeng would make sure that no one could obtain it in the end. 3 days later, shocking news spread from Jiui City. A duplicate of the deity map would be auctioned off by the Breeze Pavilion. At the same time, rumors were saying that the real deity map had been stolen by Daoist monk Mu. As soon as this news got out, the entire Jiui City was shaken. This was the first time the Breeze Pavilion openly admitted to the existence of the deity map. Moreover, they were going to reveal it to the public. Since Daoist monk Mu stole the real deity map, they only had a copy now that recorded the location of the celestial mountain. Countless cultivators rushed over to Jiui City. Almost all of the more powerful alchemy masters of the West Sea domain had gathered here. It was a grand occasion. The existence of the deity map was related to great emperor-level alchemy teachings. One could imagine how attractive this was for alchemy masters. In the present day, there were almost no top-tier alchemy grandmasters in the Divine Prefecture anymore. Yi Futian and Shi Kaiyaro received this news very quickly. However, this was not a surprise for Yi Futian. He had quickly sought out Shi Kaiyaro and copied the deity map for her to send back to West Imperial Palace because he was worried that such an incident would occur. Aside from the deity map itself being the key to opening the Celestial Mountain, it was also a map. If he could copy this map, Li Qingfeng could certainly do so as well. If Li Qingfeng was under pressure and could not find Daoist monk Mu, it was possible that he would reveal the map to the public. Now, things played out the way Yi Futian expected. Fortunately, the accurate deity map was still in his possession. "Should we head over to the Breeze Pavilion and take a look?" Shi Kaiyaro asked Yi Futian. Right now, the deity map was about to be auctioned off. All the cultivators in Jiui City seemed to be rushing towards the Breeze Pavilion. Looking over there from where they stood, they could see crowds of people swarming the streets. At a glance, the streets from here to the Breeze Pavilion were filled with cultivators. There were also many incredible renhuangs in the sky. "It is meaningless," Yi Futian commented. Since Li Qingfeng decided to make it public, he certainly plans to maximize the benefits he can obtain from it. Most likely, more than one copy of the deity map will be auctioned off. "Indeed," said Shi Kaiyaro as she nodded. His auctioning off one copy was no different from him exposing the map to the public. There was no way that anyone could keep it a secret. Auctioning off multiple copies would lead to the same result. If that was the case, why wouldn't he maximize his profits? For the top forces in the shadows, they certainly did not need to obtain the deity map through the auctions. Li Qingfeng might use them to decipher the location on the deity map together, Yi Futian continued. Hence, we need to make haste. Shi Kaiyaro nodded her head slightly and said, "I have sent word back and asked them to pick up the pace." On West Imperial Palace's side, they have found many maps of the West Sea domain from different eras. They had already locked on a few targets, so the results should soon be out. "All right, I hope that we can make it before everyone else," said Yi Futian as he nodded his head slightly. Although he held the real deity map and possessed the key to opening the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain, the cultivators from various forces would all make their way over if the location was made public. Once he opened it, The various cultivators would swoop in to snatch the treasures from him. He might end up delivering the spoils into the hands of others. Just as Yi Futian speculated, while a copy of the deity map was being auctioned in the Breeze Pavilion, at the same time in a courtyard of the Breeze Pavilion, many cultivators from the top forces were here. They had all obtained a copy of the deity map. Li Qingfeng looked at them and said, "Everyone, once Daoist monk Mu knows about this, he will certainly attempt to decipher the map as soon as possible. Until now, the forces of West Imperial Palace have not come looking for me yet. I suspect that Daoist monk Mu might have sought the aid of West Imperial Palace. If that is the case, it might not be long before they decipher the location on the deity map. At such a critical junction, I hope that all of you will put aside your agendas, work together and use our various resources to decipher the map's secrets. Only then can we find the location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain before Daoist monk Mu and head over to keep watch. That way, no matter who Daoist monk Mu is working with, he can only dream about keeping the secret of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain to himself. If you knew that it would end up like this, what have you been doing all this while?" someone asked coldly. "Now is not the time to complain. What Li Qingfeng said is right. Let's work together. Since West Imperial Palace did not come, I also speculate that Daoist monk Mu might have joined forces with them," said an elder. West Imperial Palace was the overlord of the West Sea domain. They had more favorable resources and support. The rest of them had to unite. Chapter 25-28, Celestial Mountain Under the Sea. Shi Kaiyaro quickly caught wind of what Li Qingfeng did in Zhouyi City. Even though Zhouyi City was not under the jurisdiction of West Imperial Palace, the palace had spies in the city. Shi Kaiyaro happened to be with Yi Futian right now, so she shared the news with him immediately. Shi Kaiyaro said, "Things played out as you predicted. While copies of the deity maps were being auctioned off at high prices, Li Qingfeng revealed another copy of the map directly to all the top forces internally. They planned to join forces to decipher the location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. If those forces work together, they might decipher the map faster than West Imperial Palace." Yi Futian was not surprised by this news. If he were Li Qingfeng, he would also choose to do so after failing to get any reply from Daoist monk Mu. Yi Futian replied, "I have to trouble the cultivators of West Imperial Palace to work harder. Li Qingfeng and the others do not have the real deity map, but if they identify the location, things will become much harder for us. There will be a battle over the treasures. If we can decipher the location before them, then we can seize the teachings right away. I have urged my men a few times. They should be reaching a breakthrough soon," Shi Kaiyaro said. Yi Futian nodded and said no more. In the following days, the entire Zhouyi city was filled with all kinds of news about the deity map. Moreover, many duplicates of the deity map were circulated and made known to the public. The forces who got the copies of the deity map via auction knew that with their power alone, it was impossible for them to seize the treasures hidden in the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. Therefore, they traded their copies of the deity map with others in secret and created a commotion. Their goal was to fish for any available profit in troubled waters. As a result, copies of the deity map became readily available in Zhouyi City. The copies were spread around quickly, and in the end, almost everyone had a copy of the map. However, even though many people had the map, ordinary forces couldn't decipher the exact location of the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. The two key forces competing were West Imperial Palace and Li Qingfeng and his allies. The latter was formed from many forces, the former was the overlord of the West Sea domain. Although they were not in direct conflict, the race was on behind the scenes. They were competing to see who could decipher the deity map first. Today, on the mountain peak, Shi Kaiyaro suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Yi Futian, who was sitting cross-legged nearby and cultivating quietly. "Renhuang Yi," Shi Kaiyaro yelled over transmitted thoughts. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at her. He understood what she wanted to say with just a glance. Yi Futian immediately got up, and the two of them took to the skies. They set off without any hesitation. Then, silhouettes flew up one after another and followed them. After their group left, Cultivators kept traversing the sky from different directions around Joey City and pursuing them at extremely high speeds. The people in front were cultivators of West Imperial Palace. The people behind were from the top forces who arrived in Joey City. It was obvious that before this, some forces already had their eyes on Shi Kaiyao. Renhuang Yi, I'll share the location with you. You head there first, Shi Kaiyao told Yi Futian through transmitted thoughts. There are people tailing us. You can get rid of them with your speed. Many of my cultivators are making their way over from West Imperial Palace. They might reach there before you. Please meet up with them after you arrive. I'll bring Goddess Kaiyao along with me, Yi Futian said. With a flash, he came up beside Shi Kaiyao. He grabbed her arm and said, bringing you along will slow down my celerity by a little. But we should still be fast enough to get rid of these people. The only downside is we will ditch your men here as well. That's fine, Shi Kaiyao replied. As soon as she gave consent, their bodies disappeared from their original spots right away. Not long after Yi Futian and Shi Kaiyao left Joey City, in the Breeze Pavilion, Li Qingfeng and the others stood up from their seats frantically. Their eyes glittered with excitement as they stared at a point on the map. We have deciphered it, announced Li Qingfeng. The reason why Li Qingfeng and the top forces could decipher the location so fast was not because their alliances had better resources than West Imperial Palace. Instead, it was because Li Qingfeng had been studying the deity map even before it was made known to others. He had already made great progress in searching for the exact location corresponding to the mark labeled on the map. If the deity map had not been stolen, Li Qingfeng would have deciphered the location sooner or later. However, things had escalated to where they were now. Therefore, with Li Qingfeng's expertise and the aid of the various top forces, their alliance could unravel the secret so quickly. Let's go. One by one, the cultivators took to the sky and traversed across space. Their speed was astonishing. Like shadows flashing past, they disappeared in an instant. Countless people in Joey City noticed that silhouettes took to the sky and left the Breeze Pavilion. The cultivators transformed into beams of flowing light. Such fast speed, exclaimed someone. Who are they? And where are they heading? Someone asked. Could it be related to the deity map? The crowd in Joey City felt their hearts tremble in excitement. Had the secret of the deity map been deciphered? Li Qingfeng might have found the location labeled on the deity map. That might be why he took to the sky and left in a hurry. On the side of a mountain path, Daoist monk Mu raised his head and glanced in the direction where Li Qingfeng and his allies had headed. Then, he packed up his stall and moved up the mountain path. At the same time, he took out an item. His will seeped into it, and he recorded a message in the item. It was a treasure used for communication. Daoist monk Mu utilized it to keep in touch with Yi Futian. He told Yi Futian what had happened here and asked him to be on his guard. Daoist monk Mu stole the deity map and searched for the ancient imperial celestial mountain for years. Unfortunately, he would most likely miss out on the adventure this time. However, he was fine with it. Currently, Yi Futian was working with West Imperial Palace. It would be sufficient as long as Yi Futian could achieve his goal. After that, Yi Futian would surely help Daoist monk Mu to improve his alchemy skill. Right now, Daoist monk Mu also had his own mission to carry out. Step by step, he advanced upwards, following the mountain path. His speed was not fast. It took a while before he arrived at the Breeze Pavilion. The Breeze Pavilion was very lively at the moment. Everyone broke into chatter. Many people looked far into the distance. They were still immersed in awe after the pavilion master left. They hoped that he would succeed. However, it was rather difficult. Voices of discussion rose from all around. Daoist monk Mu quietly listened to all of this. He then looked up at the sky and mumbled, "It is almost time." Li Qingfeng's group had already left for some time. They couldn't rush back. It would cause Li Qingfeng despair if he had to return and waste the time his group had already spent on the road. They were now heading over to intercept the other groups from seizing the treasures of the ancient imperial celestial mountain. Rumble. A terrifying pressure enveloped the Breeze Pavilion. Daoist monk Mu walked step by step towards the pavilion. In an instant, the various cultivators in the pavilion felt their hearts tremble. They retracted their gazes and looked towards the figure who was slowly walking towards them. It was Daoist monk Mu. Li Qingfeng took everything I owned. I can only seek the Breeze Pavilion for reimbursement. Apologies for the offense, said Daoist monk Mu. This time, he was taking things by force. How could he let such an opportunity slip past him? This time, he would pillage the Breeze Pavilion clean. In a corner of the vast and endless West Sea, there were many islands. All the islands were barren and had no signs of humans ever landing on them. The worldly spiritual chi in this area seemed to be missing and was extremely thin. It was extremely unsuitable for cultivation. Even demonic beasts of the sea did not want to make their homes around this area. At that moment, a group of people arrived in this region. Their spiritual wills enveloped the domain, but they still could not detect anything out of the ordinary. These early birds were cultivators from West Imperial Palace. They opened up the final map and then glanced around at the surrounding region. The Celestial Mountain should be in this part of the sea. There was no error with their deduction. It was just that this region appeared too normal and appeared to be just a little corner of the endless West Sea. Few people would venture to this location. At that moment, another two silhouettes suddenly descended upon the area. This caused the crowd's expressions to turn slightly stern. However, when they made out who had arrived, they retracted their auras. Kaiyao, someone called out. The two people who had arrived were Yi Futian and Shi Kaiyao. Yi Futian glanced around at the surroundings. His spiritual will enveloped this part of the sea. A strange look flashed past in his eyes as he said, "This area actually appears so normal. The worldly spiritual chi in this area is extremely thin, and there are no traces of humans around. No wonder no one noticed this place. Was this the location marked on the deity map?" He glanced at Shi Kaiyao. She nodded slightly at him. Yi Futian did not say any more. He took out the true deity map, and his spiritual will seeped into it. The deity map instantly emitted a bright light, and a projection of a region of the sea appeared. Yi Futian shifted his thoughts, and the deity map immediately expanded frenziedly. It blocked out the sun and covered this part of the sea. Shi Kaiyao looked up at the projection of the sea shown on the deity map as her heart trembled slightly. This projection actually matched the region of the sea before their eyes. The only difference was that the islands on the map were like enchanted islands, but they appeared extremely ordinary in reality. Buzz. Beneath the deity map, flames of the way emerged. In an instant, the deity map was lit by a frightening divine halo of flame. It was as though the map was made of flame. Beams of divine light shone down and pointed towards the surrounding islands. The light covered the sea directly. Yi Futian's group quietly watched as this miraculous scene played out. The sea was boiling. The divine flames released from the deity map landed on the surrounding islands and set them ablaze. Even some islands that had been lost to the passage of time also appeared as islands of flame. A frightening sizzling sound could be heard as the seawater boiled. This part of the sea evaporated. Beneath the dried-up sea, countless patterns of flame lit up and resonated with the deity map in the sky. As the patterns appeared, a seal was unlocked in this part of the sea with unfathomable depth. An intense rumble could be heard, and the sea parted in the middle. Deity mist appeared. An extremely thick worldly spiritual chi spread outwards, emanating from the bottom of the sea. A celestial mountain appeared at the bottom of the dried-up sea, causing the surrounding sea to roar violently. No wonder the worldly spiritual chi here was so thin, it had been completely consumed. Yi Futian thought to himself when he saw this scene. Their hearts were beating fast. A celestial mountain was sealed within this part of the sea. How powerful was the person who managed to do this? As the deity mist spread out, the celestial mountain emerged from the sea. It grew larger, as though what had appeared before was merely the tip of the celestial mountain. Yi Futian and the others retreated upwards. The mountain continued to rise. From under the sea, a celestial mountain rose up. Chapter 25-29, the deity island and the divine matrix. There was a boundless deity mist. The celestial mountain rose from the sea, showed up above the sea, and transformed into a deity island. It was a giant deity island. With their bodies suspended over it, Futian and others could feel the vast worldly spiritual chi enveloping the celestial mountain, which they were breathing greedily. They took a step forward one after another, ready to go onto the celestial mountain to find the relics of the ancient emperor. Hold up. A voice came, leaving them dumbstruck. They looked back at Shi Kaiyao. Kaiyao, now that the celestial mountain showed up, we should hurry up, said an old man. Everyone, stay at the periphery of the celestial mountain. Deploy the raindrop divine matrix to isolate the mountain from the outside world, said Shi Kaiyao. Her order puzzled the practitioners from the West Imperial Palace. They all looked at her with confused faces. At such a timing, everyone wanted to go onto the celestial mountain to find the relics of the ancient emperor. It was a fantastic opportunity. If they stayed here to deploy the raindrop divine matrix, who would go onto the celestial mountain? I've got news from Joey City. Many people set off from the Breeze Pavilion. They should have decoded the address, too, and will find this place very soon. Ren Huangyi is good at decoding relics. He and I will go and look for the deity's traces. You stay here to deploy the raindrop divine matrix. Don't let anyone disturb us, added Shi Kaiyao. Many people remained perplexed. They were all practitioners from the West Imperial Palace, and Shi Kaiyao was the goddess of the West Imperial Palace. However, she was going to send Futian to decode the relics. Although she would go with him, everyone knew she was not a rival for Futian. They were not even comparable in terms of strength, so it meant the relics on the celestial mountain were basically Futian's. Why was she helping an outsider? The inheritance of the Elixir Emperor could be on the celestial mountain. It was exactly what the divine prefecture needed. If the West Imperial Palace could get it, they would grow more powerful. She should not give up such a great opportunity to a stranger, no matter what reason she had. And they would deploy a formation to help Futian? That did not make any sense. Kaiyao, I'm afraid I disagree. We will go to look for the relics right now, said an awe-inspiring middle-aged man in the tone of a senior. It was Shi Qiao's uncle. Shi Kaiyao was the goddess, but her position in the family hierarchy was not high. Many seniors had come with her this time. I am not discussing with you, uncle. As the goddess, I order you to deploy the raindrop divine matrix. An unusual light showed up in Shi Qiao's eyes, which looked the same as the West Emperor's eyes. She glanced over the powerhouses of the West Imperial Palace. He is the enemy of the divine prefecture. How dare you collaborate with him so brazenly? Shi Qiao's uncle was still very reluctant to follow her order. Start now. Otherwise, all of you will be punished according to the rules of the clan after we go back to the Imperial Palace, shouted Shi Kaiyao, pushy and awe-inspiring. She did not even let her uncle finish speaking. That gentle and pretty woman always wearing a smile on her face was iron-willed, tough, awe-inspiring, and bossy at the moment. She did not allow any questions for her order. Do as she ordered, said the old man behind Shi Kaiyao. Fine, responded Shi Qiao's uncle, gnashing his teeth. The others also nodded and started to work. Some of them trusted Shi Kaiyao, but many people were following her order reluctantly. She was the most powerful heir to the West Emperor, the goddess chosen by the West Imperial Palace. Even seniors would have to fulfill her order. The Lord of the West Imperial Palace once announced that Shi Kaiyao could order anyone in the clan except him, that anyone that refused to follow her order would be regarded as a traitor of the West Imperial Palace. All of his powers would be removed according to the rules of the clan. No one knew why that old man trusted and spoiled Shi Kaiyao so much despite her young age. When all that had been done, Shi Kaiyao said to Futian, "Come on. Let's go on to the Celestial Mountain." Futian had been watching the whole time. It all happened in a very short while. Shi Qiao's brief but powerful speech showed him the other side of hers and left him in shock, too. The successor that the ancient god clan had chosen was quite sophisticated. He could hardly believe it was the same gentle and pretty woman he knew that had acted so toughly. He was right. That move will offend many forces, said Yi Futian. He was the common enemy of the divine prefecture. Shi Kaiyaro had made it clear that she would not help him explicitly. However, what she did contradicted what she said. She told the practitioners of the West Imperial Palace to deploy the Raindrop Divine Matrix to help him. We don't have much time. Other forces are already on their way. We have to be quick, Shi Kaiyaro said. And I am not just helping you. Don't forget we are allies. I have a share, too. Yi Futian looked at Shi Kaiyaro, who was next to him. She was smiling with her eyes as gentle as water. It was the old her again. Stop thinking about those people. What's urgent now is find the ancient emperor's relics on the Celestial Mountain and take them away as quickly as we can, added Shi Kaiyaro. Yi Futian gave her a nod. He looked at the Celestial Mountain below them while releasing his divine consciousness to shroud the deity island. The breeze pavilion was surprisingly fast. So, they had to make it quick indeed, find what he wanted as fast as he could and then leave. As long as he could get what he wanted, there would be no more concerns because no one was fast enough to catch up with him. And he would go as far as he could. The Celestial Mountain was covered with verdant ancient trees full of the energy of life. Despite having most of it in the sea, it was still giving off a strong vibe full of life and being nourished by the worldly spiritual chi. These herbs and trees all have a soul. They are celestial herbs and trees, very precious, said Yi Futian in a low voice, looking at the plants on the deity island. They were all precious medicinal materials rarely seen in the outer realms. They were the real treasures. However, they were everywhere on the Celestial Mountain. The deity island was a treasure trove itself. 9 spirits herbs, trees of life, celestial vines. Looking down, Shi Kaiyaro glanced over with her divine consciousness and recognized many rare herbs and trees. An exotic light flashed across her pretty eyes. If she could take some of those away, she would own a treasure trove full of resources she could use to refine elixirs. Don't touch anything yet. We still need to find the relics of the ancient emperor first. Yi Futian restrained his greediness. It was not time yet. If they touched anything here and failed to find the relics, as a result, they would regret it a lot. Have you found anything? Asked Shi Kaiyaro. Her divine consciousness covered every inch of the Celestial Mountain, but she found nothing. There was nothing special. No. Yi Futian shook his head. Just like Shi Kaiyaro, his divine consciousness shrouded the whole Celestial Mountain, but he only saw the precious plants over the mountain. There are only plenty of precious spirit herbs and trees on the legendary deity island, but no inheritance of the ancient emperor. An assumption entered his mind. Everything here is precious and priceless, but if that was all, he would still feel disappointed. He wanted more than that. Both of them were searching using their divine consciousness. Shi Kaiyaro frowned. There are always many rumors about this deity island, but maybe it's just where the successors to the great emperor planted medicinal herbs. Maybe there is no inheritance at all. Next to her, Yi Futian suddenly put on a bizarre look. His eyes seemed to be able to look beyond the emptiness and see the truth. He seemed to detect something. Shi Kaiyaro looked down, and her eyes changed, too. They looked like the eyes of the West Emperor. However, she detected nothing. She still did not see anything special. Elixirs. Yi Futian said one word. Shi Kaiyaro looked at him. Looking at the Celestial Mountain down there, Yi Futian said, the herbs and trees on the Celestial Mountain are all nourished by elixirs. Top alchemy masters used to cultivate on this island. They refined elixirs and used them to nourish the medicinal herbs here. Some of the medicinal herbs were even transformed from their elixirs. Reverse nurturing, said Shi Kaiyaro in a low voice. I heard that some elixirs should go through ordeals called elixir tribulation after being refined. Such elixirs have a soul. Some special elixirs can be used to cultivate precious herbs, thus giving them the tribulation attribute. In this way, more high-grade elixirs will be refined. Soul. Yi Futian repeated the word. He was still looking down and checking out every inch of the mountain. Then he closed his eyes and entered a serene status, reciting the Buddhist sutra to himself. A divine light shrouded Yi Futian's body like the light of Buddha. Shi Kaiyaro put on a shocked look. Standing next to Yi Futian, she also felt a serenity at the bottom of her heart, as if she would be plunged into that status as well. At that moment, Yi Futian did not seem to exist. The celestial mountain was the only thing in his world. He was feeling every tree, every herb, and every leaf on it. He was communicating with their souls. Buzz. Yi Futian suddenly disappeared, which struck Shi Kaiyaro dumb. She looked down and saw him show up somewhere on the deity island and stand there in silence. It was an opening where he was standing. There were only a few herbs in front of him. However, those unremarkable herbs were growing on the celestial mountain with other celestial herbs and divine trees. And around them, there were no other plants. Shi Kaiyaro landed there, too. She darted an odd look at Yi Futian and those herbs. Those herbs would doubtless be neglected on the celestial mountain because they had nothing special. Visitors of the mountain could even step on them unintentionally, but somehow, Yi Futian chose here to land and was staring at them. She did not know why, but she stood there quietly without posing any questions. Yi Futian was stronger than she was. He must have his reason to do that. She would not have come here with him in the first place if she did not trust him. At this moment, beyond the deity island, a big group of powerful cultivators with dreadful auras flew across the air over the sea. Those were exactly the powerhouses from Joey City. We came too late. Looking ahead, they supposed it was not late after all. The raindrop divine matrix. It's the West Imperial Palace indeed. Some of them saw a rain curtain instead of the deity island in front of them. That area was full of raindrops, and none of them had the nerve to rush into that world. The falling raindrops had extremely edgy energy in them as if they were the sharpest blades in the world. It was the raindrop divine matrix deployed by the West Imperial Palace. Chapter 2530, Looted and Left. The raindrop divine matrix was an important killing formation of the West Imperial Palace. It was very powerful. Those powerhouses were all hesitating after arrival. They did not have the nerve to rush in recklessly. The celestial mountain of the ancient emperor is an inheritance from ancient times. Does the West Imperial Palace intend to have it to all yourselves by locking this place down? Said one of the powerful cultivators in a reproaching tone. His voice carried across the sea. However, there was no response from the raindrop divine matrix. The rain kept falling. It was the rain of killing. The West Sea domain was the territory of the West Imperial Palace. Even though there was a domain chief's manor, the West Imperial Palace remained the most powerful force. The historical and cultural heritage of the ancient god clan was not something the domain chief's manor could compete with. Bang! They knew talking would not help. Exerting the powerful force of the Great Path of Destruction, they launched attacks against the raindrop divine matrix. However, the attacks of the Great Path were frustrated and cracked as soon as they got into the raindrop divine matrix. Who is here leading the West Imperial Palace? An intimidating voice spoke at this moment. A formidable thrusting thunder struck across the air and turned into a divine light of thunder punishment with the dreadful force of the divine retribution. It was suddenly very dark everywhere. Over the sea, a destructive disaster seemed to be about to occur. Many powerhouses looked up at the sky. It was a strong cultivator from the Yuansha Palace of the Yuansha Domain, a force of the ancient god clan that came to visit the West Sea Domain. Several forces of the ancient god clan showed up one after another in different directions. They surrounded the raindrop divine matrix with a dreadful might powerful enough to destroy the world. Except for the Donghuang Imperial Palace, the ancient god clan was the most powerful force in the divine prefecture. Forces as powerful as they were might be more eager for top alchemy methods and elixirs than for some inheritances of the great emperor. After all, the ancient god clan already had the most suitable emperor-level inheritances for themselves. And the way of alchemy might make them go farther and become the number one force below the Donghuang Imperial Palace. There were no top alchemy forces in the divine prefecture at the moment, but there were top forging forces. The Tianyang city located in the Tianyang domain was also a force of the ancient god clan. They were in an unshakable paramount position in the divine prefecture. The lord of the Tianyang city was a very pushy and bossy man. He once had the Heavenly Mandate Academy raised by lifting a hand of his. By then, the legendary inheritance of the Elixir Emperor from ancient times had shown up. Of course, he would compete for it. Again, no response came from the Raindrop Divine Matrix. Well, we won't show any mercy then. A cold voice came from the sky again. The force of divine retribution descended into the Divine Matrix. The other powerhouses also acted, launching attacks against the Raindrop Divine Matrix deployed by their peers from the West Imperial Palace, to whom they were overwhelmingly superior in number. Above the Celestial Mountain, rich worldly spiritual chi shrouded the entire island. Despite the countless celestial herbs and divine trees there, Futian was sitting cross-legged in front of a few leaves of grass. Shikayaro was standing behind, not far away from him. She did not want to disturb him. Futian proved his ability to decode relics a long time ago. He could be said to be a relic killer. And she was inferior to him in all aspects. Therefore, Shikayaro certainly did not think she could find out the secret of the Celestial Mountain before he did. She knew what she could achieve and what she could not. She knew herself well, and she also knew Futian well. So, she decided to be simply an onlooker, and she ordered her men to deploy the Divine Matrix so that no one would disturb Futian. That would win him some time. He had a good chance to disclose the mystery of the Celestial Mountain before powerful cultivators from the outer realms intruded into here. With his eyes closed, Futian was in ultimate serenity. He was 100% focused. He perceived the stirring of the grass in a gentle breeze. Those leaves of grass seemed very fragile. It was as if they were just some weeds. However, Futian had sensed earlier that those grass leaves were the ones with the most powerful soul on the Celestial Mountain. If he had not been so sensitive or entered the state of meditative consciousness through the Buddhist doctrine, he would not have even perceived the soul. Besides, there were no other plants around the grasses, as if this was their territory and nothing had the nerve to compete against them. They were like kings in solitude. That made Futian wonder, is it really just grass? In a state in which he totally forgot himself, Futian was feeling the grass, trying to connect to the soul. However, except for a mysterious feeling, he had no finding at all. The grass leaves were stirring quietly in the breeze as if they were just growing here like other plants, and there was nothing unusual. He used his perception, the divine consciousness, and eyes, but he still could not detect anything unusual. However, Futian did not believe he had made a mistake. The more so, the more extraordinary those grass leaves could be. Futian did not give up. An aura of the Great Way spread from his body and toward the grass, trying to merge with them. But it still did not work. Futian could sense the existence of that soul, but he vaguely felt it had not been completely awake yet, that it was still in sleep, and he was supposed to wake it up. The branches and leaves of an ancient tree showed up on the ground and extended to the grass. Futian seemed to have transformed into a tree, and he was growing with it. Soon, the tree took root. Its new branches and leaves surrounded the grass as if they had turned into one. The aura of life and the will of the Great Way kept flowing into them to nourish them and help them grow. The ancient tree of the world could hold anything in the world. He wanted to try whether that could work. What a wonderful aura. Shikayaro sensed the aura in Futian. The force of the Great Way was incredibly flawless. In the outer realms, the Raindrop Divine Matrix was shaken. The battle in the air seemed to have affected it. Shikayaro frowned. It seemed the enemy was attacking fiercely. She looked up at the sky, thinking it would not take long for the enemy to crack the Raindrop Divine Matrix. Futian would not be able to stay in such a state if he was disturbed. Then all of the efforts they had made would be wasted. Stall them, said Shikayaro to the air, looking up. She knew the powerful cultivators of the West Imperial Palace could hear her and would try to buy Futian more time. Those grass leaves were wreathed in some celestial light soon. They seemed to be growing. Green luminous dots blossomed, and the grass leaves were growing taller and bigger. That's a powerful soul. Even Shikayaro perceived it at the moment. The growing grass leaves seemed psychic. They had a powerful soul. And Futian was trying to wake the soul up. Could the herb even have intelligence? The light of Buddha was shining vaguely on Yi Futian, who was reciting the Buddhist sutra. The Sanskrit recital lingered in the air. The sound of it made Shikayaro feel like everything was growing, as if the earth was waking up, and everything was full of life. The grass leaves kept stirring. As they grew taller, it seemed easier for the wind to break them, but that was not the case. Lights sparkled. Shikayaro sensed that Soul had grown more powerful. The lights were even gathering, and it seemed to be a human that they were turning into. Oh, right. Shikayaro was stirred. She realized Yi Futian had found the right thing indeed. Those grass leaves were turning into a human. What did that mean? Legend has it that the ancient emperor transformed into an elixir after his collapse and was taken away by his inheritor. Shikayaro heard a voice in her mind. Could that be? She looked at Yi Futian with her pretty eyes and saw him staying still. The human shadow was taking shape. It looked like a celestial being that was pleasing to the eyes. A mere glance at him would give people a comfortable feeling. The shadow showed up on the grass, seemingly looking at Yi Futian. "Senior, nice to meet you. My name is Yi Futian," said Yi Futian with his eyes open, bowing to the shadow. "What a surprise. Someone woke up the wisp of will I left in the world," murmured the shadow. Then he asked, "What year is it?" 10,000th year and a bit of the divine prefecture calendar," answered Yi Futian. He supposed the shadow knew nothing about the calendar. "The divine prefecture calendar. Where is the divine prefecture?" said the shadow in a low voice. It let out a sigh. 10,000th year and a bit of the divine prefecture calendar. I suppose my successor is already dead. Yi Futian did not say anything. He would not know, but he supposed it was true. If the legend was actually what happened, that the celestial mountain had been looted, no treasures would be left. Maybe the only thing that survived was a medicine garden, which was the whole mountain, and the later generations sealed it up here. However, Yi Futian woke up the wisp of will of the ancient emperor this day. "Are you also an alchemy master?" the shadow asked Yi Futian. "Yep." Yi Futian nodded. "Well, now that you woke me up, you must have something extraordinary." The voice came from the shadow again. Then it turned into numerous luminous dots and flew to Yi Futian and then into his brow chakra. Shikayaro was quite emotional to see all that. The ancient imperial celestial mountain was nothing similar to the one she had imagined. There were no divine treasures, no treasure troves or valuable elixir recipes or gorgeous alchemy methods. The only thing here was grass. However, in those grass leaves remained the wisp of will of the ancient emperor. If it were not Yi Futian here, would it have been woken up? Soon, the luminous dots disappeared. Those grasses withered quickly. Even the rare herbs over the whole celestial mountain started to wither. Boom! The shaking continued in the air. The raindrop divine matrix was on the verge of collapsing. "Collect the spirit herbs," said Shikayaro. Yi Futian got to his feet and shifted his consciousness. Dreadful blares instantly came. The entire celestial mountain was shaking. Countless herbs and trees were sent into the air. He leaped into the air and waved his sleeve, where those herbs and trees all instantly flew into. Shikayaro was doing the same. They were like two bandits looting the place greedily. Finally, a blare came. The raindrop divine matrix was destroyed. Those powerful cultivators charged down and saw Yi Futian and Shikayaro looting like crazy. "Get going." A voice came. They certainly would not miss such an opportunity. They started to loot, too. However, Yi Futian and Shikayaro had plundered more than half of the mountain before they started. "Take him down," said someone, staring at Yi Futian. "Goddess Kayaro, see you," said Yi Futian. Then he disappeared. No one had the nerve to attack Shikayaro in the West Sea domain, but he should not linger here longer. He had got what he wanted, and he had better leave immediately before anything else came up. "He is gone." Seeing Yi Futian disappear, those cultivators put on a terrible look. B****, cursed in anger someone from the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian left. So, they were doing everything for his sake. Many people even looked at Shikayaro unhappily, as it was her order. Chapter 2531, Recruitment. Shikayaro didn't seem to mind, however. She knew a little about some of Yi Futian's past and knew of Yi Futian's character. He was not an ungrateful person. Therefore, Shikayaro didn't think she needed to say anything. As long as she did it, there was no need to mention it, and Yi Futian would not forget what she had done for him. Moreover, Yi Futian's choice to leave just now was the best choice in itself because there was not much sense in staying. However, the people in West Imperial Palace were not very happy with him. It seemed to them that Yi Futian had gotten all the benefits with no repercussions. The island had been plundered by all the cultivators. It didn't take long for Celestial Mountain to be stripped entirely completely, not even a tree was left, nor any plants, which was quite astounding. Afterward, they came to Shikayaro and surrounded her. Some cultivator from the ancient god clan asked her, "Shikayaro, what did you get?" Shikayaro glanced at the man and responded, "I got no more than you. You had helped Yi Futian, so he should be returning to the West Imperial Palace, right?" Some cultivators guessed. Shikayaro and Yi Futian had worked together, therefore, the West Imperial Palace must have played a significant role. Otherwise, why would the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace arrange the Raindrop Divine Matrix? "Why are you asking me where he's going?" Shikayaro asked with a smile. Upon hearing her words, a coldness came out from these people, and a pressure of might fell on her. Although the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace were unhappy with Shi Qiao's decision, they came forward at this moment and scolded, "Insolent creatures." Shi Qiao's face turned icy as well. Her eyes became wickedly enchanting and indifferent. A faint chill was released from her. She said coldly, "Don't forget, everyone, the place where you are standing now is the West Sea Domain. And the West Sea Domain was the territory of the West Imperial Palace. Even if it was other ancient god clan, would they dare to challenge the goddess of West Imperial Place in the West Sea Domain?" The expressions on these cultivators spoke volumes. They had come this time purely based on rumors, and the top-level cultivators were not with them. In this West Sea Domain, if the top figures of the West Imperial Palace were to rush over as reinforcements, none of them would end up well. "We will make it public that the West Imperial Palace and Yi Futian have teamed up. If West Imperial Palace wants to become a public enemy in the Divine Prefecture, we will make it a reality," someone threatened coldly. It was not a total exaggeration to speak of Yi Futian as a public enemy in the Divine Prefecture. Everyone knew that Yi Futian was the successor of Emperor Yi Qing, who was the enemy of Donghuang Imperial Palace. This made him a natural enemy of the Divine Prefecture. "Let's go." These people flickered away and withdrew from this area. After a while, they had all disappeared. Although they made some gains, the biggest gain was reaped by Yi Futian. He might have swept away an imperial-level treasure and had now fled away. The West Imperial Palace didn't get anything out of this, we had just given it all away for nothing. Furthermore, we have offended all the major forces in the Divine Prefecture and possibly caused the displeasure of Donghuang Imperial Palace. Is this the result that the goddess wanted? Shi Qiao's uncle remarked coldly. After the outsiders had left, he no longer maintained any formalities as he had before. He didn't even address her as Kayaro but called her goddess instead. Obviously, he was still sore from before, when Shikayaro overruled him with her title and status. "My uncle is worrying too much. The relationship between the principalities of the Divine Prefecture has never been particularly friendly anyway. There was no offense to speak of. Donghuang Imperial Palace has never really interfered much in affairs among these principalities anyways. As for giving everything away," Shikayaro smiled, "I'm afraid I don't much agree with that sentiment either." "Humph." The other man didn't buy it and snorted coldly. He said, "I will report the situation to the Palace Lord after returning to the West Imperial Palace." "Uncle, you are free to do whatever you wish." Shikayaro smiled gently as if she didn't care about anything that had taken place here. "Let's go," another person said, and the group nodded. They then left through the air and proceeded to make their way back to the West Imperial Palace. In this area of the sea, only a barren island was left. There was nothing that remained to suggest anything celestial about the place. After being looted, it was nothing but a deserted island now. The news that Yi Futian had obtained the relic from the ancient imperial celestial mountain quickly spread in the West Sea domain and rocked the entire West Sea domain. Not long ago, Yi Futian had caused an uproar in Yingju City, whose attacks on the West Sea domain chief's manor had severely limited the mobility of its cultivators. The domain chief's manor did not even participate in this event, which suggested the magnitude of their fear as caused by Yi Futian. What happened in Yingju City had made Yi Futian famous. However, afterward, Yi Futian had gotten hold of the deity map and swept away the relic, which caught everyone by surprise. What was the role that Daoist monk Mu played in all this? Soon, there were all kinds of speculations circulating in the West Sea domain. After stealing the deity map, some said that Daoist monk Mu went to the West Imperial Palace and offered to work with them. Then, the West Imperial Palace found Yi Futian to work for them, and together they joined forces to take away the relic. Now, had Yi Futian gone to West Imperial Palace to share the loot? The relationship between Yi Futian and Shi Kai-Yaro, the goddess of West Imperial Palace, must be very good. But Yi Futian did not go to the West Imperial Palace. At this time, he was on top of Zhouyi Celestial Mountain, where Yi Futian stood quietly on a peak, his white hair flying in the wind. At this time, a figure flickered and appeared behind Yi Futian, calling out, "Palace Lord." The person who came was Daoist monk Mu. Daoist monk Mu looked at Yi Futian, many different emotions flitting through his eyes. Word in Zhouyi City claimed that Yi Futian had obtained the relics of the ancient emperor. Does the Palace Lord really have it? Daoist monk Mu asked Yi Futian in slight disbelief. Yi Futian turned his head to look at Taoist Mu and nodded. Phew, Daoist monk Mu took a deep breath. The divine treasure had been obtained by Yi Futian, which was also what he dreamed of. If he were to work on his own, it would probably be an incredibly difficult task. But Yi Futian had done it, just like that. Does it belong to the Western Imperial Palace, or? Daoist monk Mu asked again. He shouldn't have asked any more, but his strong desire to know compelled him to pose the question. This was very important, but it was especially important to him. Shi Kai-Yaro has helped a lot. Without her help, it would be difficult to get it so quickly. We are in a cooperative relationship. This time, we obtained the divine treasure, so we will not cheat West Imperial Palace of what is theirs in the future, Yi Futian responded. Daoist monk Mu understood immediately. It was completely different from the rumors circulating on the outside world. It was not the West Imperial Palace in the lead, but it was cooperation between Yi Futian and goddess Shi Kai-Yaro. Shi Kai-Yaro helped Yi Futian obtain the divine treasure. This also meant that Yi Futian was the dominant lead and the divine treasure belonged to him, not the West Imperial Palace. How are the matters here that needed to be handled? Yi Futian asked. It's all been handled, Daoist monk Mu responded. Go and pick up your family? Yi Futian said. Yes, Daoist monk Mu nodded. Without saying anything further, the two disappeared above the mountain together, leaving Zhouyi City. After picking up Daoist monk Mu's family members on this trip, they returned to the Ziwei Segmentum to begin the next step alchemy. In the Ziwei Segmentum, at Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian returned with Daoist monk Mu and his family. The deputy palace lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Renhuang Chen, came out to greet them. He came to Yi Futian and said, "The palace lord has returned." Yi Futian nodded. "How is everything?" "Everything is good." Renhuang Chen said, "After the incident at Donghua Palace, everyone is a little worried about Palace Lord being outside alone. But they will be relieved to know that you have returned safely." At Donghua Palace, Chief Shihai had slain Mo Yunzi as a show of force. As a result, Yi Futian asked the others to leave while he stayed behind by himself. The West Sea Domain Chief's manor has paid the price. From now on, no one will dare to touch us when we are out and about, Yi Futian said confidently. However, now the world is embroiled in chaos, and the original realm is a mess. If we want to open up the Ziwei Segmentum, we will need to be much stronger. This hope has to be carried by you, Renhuang Chen. Me? Renhuang Chen was a little stunned at first but then understood what Yi Futian meant. He said with a smile, "Although I have been through the first divine tribulation many years ago, The second divine tribulation seems to elude me. I am afraid it will be a little difficult. In the Ziwei segmentum, his realm was the highest. Yi Futian said that the hope was on him. It was naturally meant to encourage him, hoping that he would become the first cultivator here to survive the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Renhuang Chen is now in charge of the Ziwei scepter, and there is the starry cultivation court. I will draw the imperial star to resonate with Renhuang Chen, so you can use this to comprehend and cultivate. Renhuang Chen must have confidence in this as well, said Yi Futian. Renhuang Chen showed a strange look when he heard Yi Futian's words, but he nodded soberly. Palace Lord is right, of course. I am getting on in age, and it kills my ambition. The Ziwei segmentum was also far too comfortable before Palace Lord appeared. This is Daoist monk Mu and his family. He's an alchemist of the tribulation plane. Yi Futian introduced Daoist monk Mu Renhuang Chen, who was a little impressed. He nodded slightly to Daoist monk Mu, who also nodded back in acknowledgement. There are still some things to be done. I need to trouble you to accompany Daoist monk Mu, Yi Futian said again. He needed to get some people to come here, and Daoist monk Mu would also assemble a team of alchemists for him. Of course, Renhuang Chen agreed readily. Let's go to the cultivation court first, Yi Futian said, then moving forward in that direction. The group came to the starry cultivation court, and many people came to greet him. You are back. Hua Jiyu came up to him. Yi Futian stepped forward and took her hand. He then looked around the crowd and said, I may have to retreat for some time. You don't need to be concerned about me, just go on with your cultivation. Everyone laughed when they heard what he said. He had just gotten back, and now he wanted to go into retreat right away. All they could do was smile and shake their heads as they walked away. Come with me, Yi Futian said to Daoist monk Mu. He walked with Hua Jiyu while Daoist monk Mu followed behind. They came to a place in the starry sky, and Yi Futian faced Daoist monk Mu. You cultivated the lotus of creation. I will teach you a cultivation method of the flaming great path. Do not resist me. Yes. Daoist monk Mu looked serious as he nodded, opening up his consciousness. A divine light shot out of Yi Futian. It directly burrowed into Daoist monk Mu's brow chakra as he passed the method to him. After a while, Daoist monk Mu opened his eyes, his heart beating quickly, and a brilliance flashed through his eyes. This was the divine method passed down by the great emperor. Yi Futian passed this on to him at this moment because, obviously, he didn't fully trust Daoist monk Mu until he came here with his family just now. Finally, Yi Futian felt comfortable enough to treat him as one of his own, but Daoist monk Mu could understand it. After all, the way they got to know each other was kind of irregular. Thank you, Palace Lord. Daoist monk Mu bowed down to thank him. Yi Futian had passed divine method to him. His actions spoke volumes as to the kind of person he was. No need to be formal. You and Renhuang Chen have some hard work ahead of you, and this matter must be done flawlessly. Yi Futian said, if you encounter someone powerful that you want to recruit, you may teach parts of the divine method when necessary. Understood. Daoist monk Mu nodded, then turned to leave. He would work hard to recruit an alchemy team worthy of Yi Futian. Chapter 2532, Subdivine Elixir. Next, Yi Futian began to cultivate in retreat. West Sea Celestial Mountain did not have divine treasure or any other artifacts, but it did have a trace of will left by the ancient emperor, which was discovered and awakened by Yi Futian. This trace of will had bestowed the inheritance to Yi Futian. In Yi Futian's view, this was more precious than divine treasure. In the inheritance from the will of the ancient emperor, there were cultivation techniques, alchemical methods, extremely precious alchemical recipes, and the ancient emperor's own alchemical experience. These were divine treasures in their truest sense. The inheritance from a great emperor of alchemy. In Yi Futian's view, this inheritance was way more valuable than the inheritance from many other great emperors. It was no wonder that it had fallen into the hands of a top alchemy master. The divine method that Yi Futian passed on to Daoist monk Mu before was a set of divine flame cultivation methods, which could swallow and assimilate other flames of the way in order to continuously strengthen oneself. This technique was called the divine flames of creation. In ancient times, it was the premier divine flame cultivation method. It was understandable that Daoist monk Mu became quite emotional after having received this divine method. Yi Futian was not worried about the recruitment. He knew Daoist monk Mu would complete this mission beautifully. Moreover, on this trip, Daoist monk Mu may also go collect some other flames of the way to improve his strength. However, Yi Futian himself did not intend to cultivate this divine method. His main energy needed to be spent on alchemy. At the starry cultivation court, Yi Futian began a period of retreat for the sake of cultivation. For the time being, all affairs on the outside had come to an end. He had made a name for himself on his trip to the West Sea domain. What happened at Yingju City served as a deterrent so no forces in the Divine Prefecture would dare move on them recklessly. Furthermore, Daoist monk Mu and Renhuang Chen, two tribulation plane cultivators traveling together, should be successful in their mission as long as they did not encounter giant-level figures from those top principalities. In addition, other cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were working hard to improve their strength. Time passed, day after day, and several months passed by in a blink of an eye. Soon, Renhong Chen and Daoist monk Mu returned. Not only did they come back, but they also brought back a group of alchemy masters. Back in the day when Yi Futian inherited the alchemy from the supreme deity Donglai on Eastern Deity Island, he met many alchemy masters. They were now also arriving here with Goddess Donglai and the Alchemy Emperor. Renhong Chen did not disturb Yi Futian when he saw that Yi Futian was in retreat. He understood what Yi Futian wanted to do, so he set up an alchemy pavilion in Ziwei Imperial Palace and appointed Daoist monk Mu as the pavilion master. As Ziwei Imperial Palace continued to grow in strength, he planned to propose some structural revisions to Yi Futian and appoint other major cultivators to take up different positions within the organization. On this day, above the starry cultivation court, an extremely hot current manifested. Many people looked up in the sky and could see divine flames burning. A furnace of the Great Path seemed to be inside the divine flames, and Yi Futian could be seen practicing alchemy there. Moreover, Yi Futian had been practicing alchemy for quite some time already, but no one knew how much progress he had made by this time. Above the firmament, aside from the radiant divine flames, a potent and strong fragrance of an elixir now wafted through the air. It diffused and filled the entire starry sky. At this moment, an extremely oppressing aura came from above, causing all the cultivators of the starry cultivation court to look up and pay attention. What is happening? Everyone's eyes sharpened as they focused on the sky above. A powerful aura came from outside the firmament, penetrating through the starry sky. Dark clouds overtaken the starry sky, make this space incredibly oppressive. The hearts of many powerful cultivators were beating quickly, especially Renhong Chen and Daoist monk Mu. They stared at the sky. This was the aura of tribulation. Elixir tribulation, Daoist monk Mu murmured, and his eyes were filled with shock. He, who was already a cultivator of the tribulation plane, could not conceal the shock he felt inside. Just like there were tribulations for cultivators, there were also elixir tribulations in alchemy. But what astonished him was whether Yi Futian was able to refine elixir at this level. The elixir that attracted the heavenly tribulation of the Great Path was known as the subdivine elixir. He had been practicing alchemy for many years. Not only had he never been able to achieve it himself, but he had never even seen anything like it before. But today, he was finally seeing it. Just what kind of monstrous existence was Yi Futian? Master, what is that? In another direction, Yang Wuqi asked his teacher, Emperor Shi, somewhat amazed in his heart. Next to him, the Millet Emperor and Li Changsheng were both also present as well. They all looked up yonder as they experienced the aura of the tribulation. Elixir tribulation. Yi Futian has refined subdivine elixir, Emperor Shi said. Even as knowledgeable as he was, it was the first time he saw the elixir tribulation with his own eyes. The things that Yi Futian was capable of were simply too stunning. Wasn't this going against the laws of nature? As the world was undergoing drastic changes at the moment, such an enchanting figure as he would probably become a major player in this troubled world, one of the major players. The changes of heaven and earth originating in the original realm were no vain predicament. Nowadays, the original realm was already rewriting the history of the world. Hua Jiyu, Zhuge Mingyu, Jiyu Dongliu, and the others all looked up at what was happening before them. Yi Futian's return this time would mean another metamorphosis for the Ziwei segmentum. The coercion became greater and stronger as the aura of tribulation descended. A terrible rumbling sound was heard, and a light of tribulation came from outside the sky, directly blasting above Yi Futian. There, a bright and brilliant pill was welcoming the light of tribulation, and it exploded with an incredibly splendid divine brilliance. Boom! The tribulation descended, baptizing and impacting the pill, but did not blast it into pieces. The tribulation of alchemy is a little different from the tribulation of the cultivators, Emperor, she murmured to himself. But this was to be expected. It was alchemy, after all. Boom! Elixir tribulation descended successively, blasting on that pill again and again. Everyone counted to themselves each time the blast came down, and their hearts throbbed with each descendant of the elixir tribulation. Finally, the elixir tribulation gradually dissipated after 10 consecutive light of tribulation. The divine light that illuminated from the pill was even more radiant and dazzling. Success! Yi Futian raised his head to look at the pill. After working so hard for so many days, he had finally produced the first subdivine elixir. Wisps of aura shrouded the pill as Yi Futian swept it towards him. He reached out and grabbed it, a big smile on his face. Shenyuan Pill, Grade 10. In the ancient emperor's inheritance, Shenyuan Pill was a legendary elixir. Shenyuan Pill was said to have a total of 12 grades. Shenyuan Pill of Grade 12 was an elixir at the imperial level already. Grade 10 and Grade 11 were at the level of subdivine elixirs. According to legend, there was even a Grade 13 Shenyuan Pill. But even the ancient emperor would not know whether this was true or not. However, these concerns were still a little distant from Yi Futian at the moment, as he had no time to think that far ahead. It was a rare feat to be able to produce Shenyuan Pill of the 10th grade. Only one, that's not enough to share. And a Shenyuan Pill alone may not necessarily be enough, Yi Futian thought as he put away the pill. Fortunately, he had collected enough medicinal plants on the celestial island this time. Any one of those medicinal plants traded in the outside world would be a rare treasure, invaluable and priceless. But to refine the elixir of the topmost quality, only the most precious medicinal plants could be used. At a time like this, he couldn't afford to be stingy. Yi Futian continued to work on the pills and elixirs, so everyone went about doing their own things again. However, it was hard to calm themselves down for a long time afterward. At the same time, some hopes and expectations sparked within them. However, this shock seemed to have just begun. In the next few months, as they cultivated under constant tribulation, they frequently encountered elixir tribulations. Gradually, they got accustomed to seeing them. They knew that Yi Futian was massively producing a large amount of subdivine elixirs. Because of the preciousness of these medicinal plants, Yi Futian couldn't afford to waste any of them. He didn't dare to risk producing the elixirs in batches, so he was forced to refine one pill at a time. However, regarding anything below the grade of the subdivine elixir, Yi Futian was able to produce en masse. He treated the times he spent producing these elixirs as times for rest. At the same time, he also did it to help his family and friends who were still in the Renhuang realm. In the future, the pills they take would be handed over to Daoist monk Mu to produce. Of course, besides using them on the cultivators belonging to Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian also needed to prepare some other elixirs for another use. Finally, on this day, Yi Futian stopped alchemy. Afterward, he summoned Renhong Chen, Daoist monk Mu, Emperor Shi, and other cultivators. Elder, I will give some prescriptions to you because I will need to trouble you to make some of these elixirs in the future. Yi Futian smiled at Daoist monk Mu. No problem. No need for Palace Lord to be so formal. Old Mu will do it in the future, Daoist monk Mu said. Palace Lord, I had a suggestion in mind before, but I did not want to bother you during your cultivation. Ziwei Imperial Palace will only become stronger in the future, and some things should get started now. Daoist monk Mu is a tribulation plane cultivator, and I had taken the liberty to set up the alchemy pavilion, naming him the pavilion master. In addition, I propose Daoist monk Mu be named the deputy palace master, and Emperor Shi as well, Renhuang Chen said. At present, there were 4 tribulation plane cultivators inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Hua Jiyu needed no mentioning for the time being. She was the wife of the palace lord and did not need to be appointed to any other positions. In addition, Renhuang Chen, Daoist monk Mu, and Emperor Shi were all tribulation plane cultivators. Emperor Shi had been cultivating here for many years, and Daoist monk Mu had been recently recruited by Yi Futian. They would both serve as deputy palace masters, uniting everyone old and new. Yi Futian nodded. It is true, but before that, first use the elixir to improve your cultivation to see if there is a chance for a breakthrough. With that said, he took out 2 pills and handed them over to Renhuang Chen. Both of these pills are subdivine elixirs and are to be taken at the same time. I will summon the divine glory of the Imperial Star again to see if there is an opportunity to be had. Very well, Renhuang Chen nodded with a grave expression. He appeared particularly serious. Yi Futian handed the same 2 pills to Daoist monk Mu and Emperor Shi as well, saying, "You can take it now, or you can take it when your realm is deeper, and the chances might be greater. I need to cultivate for a few more years and see. After all, my realm still has a lot to be desired," Daoist monk Mu said. Emperor Shi solemnly put them away, and he didn't need anyone to tell him just how precious these 2 subdivine elixirs were. His decision to stay in the Ziwei segmentum seemed to be the right one. In the future, perhaps he would have the opportunity to move upward in realm. "I won't say anything so mundane as thank you," Emperor Shi told Yi Futian. This was something that he could only be repaid down the road later. Emperor Shi had taken risks on my account, staying behind in the Ziwei segmentum to maneuver between life and death. This kind of favor cannot be simply repaid by 2 little pills. Right now, my ability is limited, but in the future, I will be able to produce stronger elixir to help everyone's cultivation, said Yi Futian. He was not humble. He had offended Don Huang Imperial Palace, which qualified him as a public enemy of all of the divine prefecture. Emperor Shi staying behind had put him at a huge risk. No matter where he was, a character like him could enjoy a high position and cultivate at will if he wanted to, just like he did before on Turtle Deity Island. Carefree and without a care in the world. Chapter 2533, Uncle Xia and Palace Lord Yi. After Yi Futian distributed the elixirs to the 3 of them, he then headed towards the starry sky with Renhuang Chen. They came under the starry sky. Renhuang Chen sat cross-legged with the starry scepter placed across his lap. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate. Yi Futian raised his head. Suddenly, above the firmament, imperial stars sprinkled down all of their divine brilliance as they landed on Renhuang Chen. This was not communicated by Renhuang Chen himself but was summoned by Yi Futian so that Renhuang Chen may better perceive the divine glory of the imperial stars. At the same time, a phantom appeared in the starry sky. It turned out to be the face of Ziwei the Great. An infinite imperial majesty descended like the divine might. This divine might also descended on Renhuang Chen as if the divine power of the entire starry sky was shrouding him. At the same time, Renhuang Chen felt a powerful oppressive force from the imperial majesty, which was precisely Yi Futian's purpose, to allow Renhuang Chen to perceive the imperial majesty clearly. Renhuang Chen bathed in the divine glory. Even his robe was now rendered in tremendous brilliance as the divine light flowed all around him. Yi Futian took a look at him before he turned to leave. At the same time, Renhuang Chen tossed a pill into his mouth. This was all that Yi Futian could do. Renhuang Chen must rely on himself to comprehend everything else that came after. He had remained in the first stage of divine tribulation for many years, and there was great depth in his realm. However, he had never been able to find the aura of the second divine tribulation. Yi Futian hoped this starry sky world and the 2 elixirs could help him achieve that. In the starry cultivation court, many were focusing on Renhuang Chen. Everyone knew that Yi Futian had placed his hopes on him. Under the current circumstances, they were facing nothing but giant-level principalities, but in Ziwei Segimentum, they lacked giant-level cultivators. Renhuang Chen was the cultivator closest to impacting the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Later, Yi Futian gathered a group of cultivators to his side again. These cultivators were not the ones who had experienced the divine tribulations, but they were other important figures in the organization. There were cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and some of his old allies like his big brother, third senior brother, Do Jiao, Xiao Muyu, and some others. Among them were elders such as Lord Taixien, Sky River Great Elder, Emperor Nan, and Xiao Dingtian. Yi Futian had been cultivating alchemy in retreat. He was then preoccupied with the production of the elixirs and produced the first batch of elixirs. He personally refined the first batch of elixirs and distributed them to everyone. But after this, he planned to hand over the production of the elixirs to Daoist Monk Mu and the others, unless it was some special potion. Elixirs below the grade of subdivine elixir were relatively simple for Yi Futian, so he spent most of his time refining subdivine elixir. Many of these elixirs were refined in batches, but for Renhuang-level cultivators, it was extremely precious nonetheless. Some of these elixirs had been long lost, and their recipes came from the inheritance of the elixir emperor. Yi Futian distributed the elixirs to everyone. Many cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace already had strong cultivation themselves, and many of them were in peak Renhuang realm. Now that they had obtained elixirs of such high grade, all of them were elated. These people, as well as Blind Tai, Old Ma, and the others, had a great chance to elevate themselves to the tribulation plane. Ziwei Segmentum, as it were, was not as strong as it could be. However, the rest of the cultivators all had great potentials, especially this upcoming generation of cultivators, such as Jiyu Dongliu, Yi Wuchen, Fang Huan, Do Jiao. Many of them had followed Yi Futian and grew along with him for a long time. Although they had not yet reached peak level in their own cultivation, their foundation was solid enough. In addition, they cultivated while bathing under the imperial stars in the starry cultivation court. Several of Yi Futian's disciples, like Fang Kun and the others, all possessed unlimited potential with natural bodies of the Great Path. Now, with the help of the elixirs, as long as Ziwei Segmentum was given proper time to develop, they would not be weaker than any other principalities except for those truly magnificent, great emperor-level forces. Finally, Yi Futian received Lord Taixien, Sky River Great Elder, Xiao Dingtian, and the clan chief of the Do clan, basically the older generation that came out of the original realm and took out quite a lot of elixirs to give to them. "My lord and grandmaster," he said, "your cultivation is somewhat different. The path you walked on is different also, perhaps a bit more difficult than the rest. Even amongst false emperors, there is a distinction between weak and strong. We can only work with this imperfect heavenly path the best we can." Lord Taixien and the others nodded. They knew that their foundations were a little shakier than the others, and they were quite sorry for this as well. With an imperfect great path, they could not go as far as the others, and their combat effectiveness was also not as great. Although they broke through the realm of Renhuang, it was difficult for them to fight against Renhuang in the ninth realm, because their great path was flawed. The so-called false emperors were those destined never to become true emperors in this life. The elixir here is capable of building up the physical body and spiritual soul but will do nothing to the perception of the great path. Yi Futian continued, "I heard that there are actually 3 realms in the realm of the false emperor, corresponding to the 3 tribulations. The only difference being that its combat effectiveness was considerably lesser. However, it is said that after the collapse of the heavenly path, there were cultivators who had cultivated to the top level of this realm, integrated with this imperfect path, and their combat effectiveness was no lesser than those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path." Lord Taixien and the others nodded, knowing that Yi Futian was trying to comfort them. In fact, they knew that it was too difficult to elevate in the realm they were in. Most of the cultivators who could reach the peak were cultivators with perfect great path. Moreover, when it came to combat, in their current state, they were not as effective as peak Renhuang with a perfect great path. Even Yi Futian had said that if they cultivated to the extent that they could, They would only ever be at the level comparable to the existence of those who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. It was the same as saying that their combat effectiveness was one whole level lower than their realm. However, it was a rare opportunity to have a chance to continue to elevate themselves. If they were to rely on their cultivation, it would be a difficult task, but Yi Futian's elixirs and this cultivating court should improve their chances. I'm visiting several other teachers. Yi Futian said goodbye with a smile. He would never forget to share anything good with his teachers. Qi Xiangang, Dozhan, and Hua Fengliu were a little bit lower in their cultivation and had all relocated to the Ziwei Imperial Palace as well. Although they may not be able to raise their cultivation to the top level, especially Hua Fengliu and Dozhan, at least Yi Futian would not allow their cultivation to be too poorly, even if it was to delay their aging process. Of course, there were many other elders from the 9 states to think of, including Zhuge Qingfeng and the others. However, the making of these elixirs would be handed over to the alchemists assembled by Daoist monk Mu in the future. Having visited several of his teachers, Yi Futian came to another palace within the complex of Ziwei Imperial Palace. The person residing here was someone who had been kind to him before, Emperor Xia. After chaos erupted in the original realm, and before leaving the original realm, Yi Futian brought all his family and friends to the Ziwei Segmentum. Because he worried about Emperor Xia's safety in the turbulent realm, he took him to the Ziwei Segmentum and arranged a palace for Emperor Xia, his family, and associates in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. After all, Emperor Xia used to be the lord of an entire realm. This particular palace was very spacious, with many other halls attached to it. In addition to Emperor Xia, Yaya and Sword Master Lihan were cultivating here as well. They were Emperor Xia's subordinates from before, but now they were acquaintances and old friends. Staying together meant that they could keep each other company. They would often go to the Ziwei Segmentum to walk around and experience its people and culture. Ziwei Segmentum, as an independent body, was much larger than Emperor Xia's realm. At this time, Emperor Xia was playing chess with Swordmaster of Lihan in the courtyard in front of the main hall. Seeing Yi Futian's arrival, Emperor Xia merely glanced at him and ignored his presence altogether. The Swordmaster of Lihan smiled at Yi Futian and nodded to acknowledge him. Futian. Swordmaster, Yi Futian responded with a smile, then looked at Emperor Xia and addressed him, Uncle Xia. I don't deserve to be addressed like that. Emperor Xia looked neither right nor left as he put down the chess piece in his hand. He never once looked at Yi Futian. Ahem. Swordmaster of Lihan was a little embarrassed and said, I think I am losing this game. Emperor Xia, I have some issues regarding cultivation that I need to look at, so I'm going to take my leave now. No, it's not over yet. Keep going, Emperor Xia replied quite demandingly. Although he could no longer defeat the Swordmaster of Lihan nowadays, he was once the liege of the Swordmaster, and as such, he still held the upper hand in the relationship. Swordmaster of Lihan smiled sheepishly and kept his head low as he continued with the game. How could he not know the good and the bad between Emperor Xia and Yi Futian? He was no fool. Many years ago, when he was still in Emperor Xia's realm, he thought that some things would come to fruition, but in the end, they didn't pan out as expected. Yi Futian could do nothing about it either, so he said, Uncle Xia, I just refined some elixirs and am here to give them to you. I have no need for them. Palace Lord, ye better not interrupt me playing chess. Emperor Xia still did not look at Yi Futian. He replied coldly with an unfriendly tone. Unable to do anything, Yi Futian looked at Swordmaster of Lihan for help. Give them to me. Swordmaster of Lihan took the initiative to speak at this time. I recently encountered some problems in cultivation, and these elixirs might help. Yes, of course. Yi Futian nodded. He proceeded to give 3 portions to Swordmaster of Lihan. Both of them understood for whom they were intended. Uncle Xia, where is Qingyuan? I have some elixirs to give her also, said Yi Futian. She's cultivating in retreat and is not receiving guests. Palace Lord, yet better come again another day, Emperor Xia replied. I will leave after I have delivered the elixirs to her. Yi Futian had no temper at all when facing Emperor Xia. After all, Emperor Xia was an elder who had done him favors before. Back then, in the 9 states, if it weren't for Emperor Xia, he would have perished a long time ago. Just set it down, Emperor Xia replied as if he was upset. Yi Futian smiled awkwardly. But at this moment, he saw a beautiful figure coming at him. I just happen to need some elixirs for cultivation, said a voice. Xia Qingyuan walked to Yi Futian and took the elixirs from him. She said with a smile, thank you. Useless, Emperor Xia muttered. Xia Qingyuan had always been his favorite, but at the moment, he wished she could be a little more strict. But Xia Qingyuan didn't care. Yi Futian gave a wry smile when he heard her say, thank you. What these two words represented was a sense of distance. If it were before, Xia Qingyuan would have never said thank you to him. If there is nothing else, I will go cultivate now. Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian with those beautiful eyes of hers, and there was nothing unusual in them. She was just overly polite. And politeness created a sense of distance. Yes, go. Yi Futian wanted to say something else but wasn't sure what to say, so he could only give her a nod. Xia Qingyuan nodded lightly, then turned to leave. Emperor Xia looked at her departing figure and sighed secretly in his heart. Then, with even more displeasure, he looked at Yi Futian and said, in the future, Palace Lord, you should refrain from coming here to disrupt my chess game. I'll visit Uncle Xia again when I have time. Yi Futian didn't take offense. He was indeed the one who wronged her, so how could he be mad? Chapter 2534, Successive Breakthroughs. After Yi Futian distributed the elixirs to everyone, all cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace began a period of retreat and cultivation without any distractions, focusing solely on improving their strength. The elixirs that Yi Futian produced were exceptional, far better than the elixirs made by ordinary alchemy grandmasters. This was because of his enlightened path. His great path was flawless, and the elixirs produced by such great path would naturally be extraordinary as well. After that, a group of alchemists led by Daoist monk Mu, who served as the pavilion master, began to assemble in the alchemy pavilion, which was established by Yi Futian, in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The alchemy emperor and goddess Donglai both assisted the monk as deputy pavilion masters of the alchemy pavilion. The two of them worked together to assist Daoist monk Mu. The alchemy emperor was responsible for matters relating to alchemy, while goddess Donglai handled issues outside of alchemy. The two had known Yi Futian for a very long time and from very early on. One of them was half a disciple of supreme deity Donglai, and the other was the daughter of supreme deity Donglai. Both of them had quarrels with Donghua domain chief's manor. Yi Futian had inherited supreme deity Donglai's inheritance and held a grudge against Donghua domain chief's mansa, so it was natural that they would assist him with all they had. Furthermore, this place held great attraction to them, as it was the best place for them to cultivate. Yi Futian trusted goddess Donglai implicitly and made her responsible for some of the most precious medicinal materials to be distributed. At the same time, he taught many alchemical methods, as well as divine flame cultivation methods, to the alchemy emperor, which were all from the elixir emperor, so that he could pass them on to the alchemists in the alchemy pavilion. After finishing all this, Yi Futian left the alchemy pavilion and was ready to be a hands-off boss. In the future, except for matters relating to special elixirs, all other alchemical matters were now handed over to Daoist monk Mu and the others. Nowadays, in the alchemy pavilion, besides Daoist monk Mu and the alchemy emperor, Daoist monk Mu had also summoned a number of very powerful alchemy grandmasters. Still, they had not made any contributions just yet. Yi Futian was generous to them by teaching them cultivation methods and the art of alchemy. The position of deputy palace lord had to be held by someone he trusted. Afterward, Yi Futian gave more thought to the proposal of Renhuang Chen. The Ziwei segmentum was still sealed, but sooner or later, they had to open up to go to the outside world. Now that his own strength was enough to deter principalities from all sides, at least no one dared to touch anyone from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Once Renhuang Chen made a breakthrough, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be regarded as a top principality. With the expansion and strengthening of Ziwei Imperial Palace, the cultivators of the Imperial Palace needed clearly defined roles, which he must consider in advance. About a month after Yi Futian distributed the elixirs, a horrible tribulation might appeared above the firmament in the starry cultivation court. It woke up all the cultivators with its shocking force. They looked up at the sky, their hearts palpitating. Who was about to experience the tribulation? This was on the verge of a breakthrough. Futian was also there. He looked up to the sky like everyone else, with a slight disturbance in his heart. Then he saw an old man in a starry robe, sitting cross-legged, with a terrifying aura all around him. The divine light of the great path flowed, and the vast heaven and earth were shrouded by a might of the way. Murong Elder. Futian smiled. He didn't expect that the first person to make a breakthrough would be Murong Elder. Murong Elder was known as Murong Yu. In the Ziwei Imperial Palace, apart from Renhuang Chen, his cultivation was the deepest. He had stayed at the peak of Renhuang for many years, so it was not surprising for him to make a breakthrough now. Master, it seems that the elixir is working, Fang Kun said. Not necessarily. The elixir is only used to assist in cultivation, so there is no direct causal effect. Any elixir that can directly help break through the realm has its disadvantages. Therefore, the elixir that I produced does not directly help break through the realm. In the inheritance of the ancient emperor, the same is true. Top-notch elixirs work to improve the foundation, Futian explained. Renhuang Chen had said before that Murong Elder is a cultivator, same as him from the older generation. His realm was already elevated with great depth, and he might have made a breakthrough based on his own cultivation. The fact that this happened right after him taking the elixir is just icing on the cake. Fang Kun shrugged and said, Master denied the effectiveness of the elixir, and all this was to prevent me from being too superstitious and relying on the elixir or other external forces to improve myself. Cultivation is still dependent on me. Futian glanced at the guy next to him, then smiled, and said, as long as you know. Since he was a child, Fang Kun had been very spiritual, and this spirituality had been there all along. He cultivated very fast, and his ability to comprehend was excellent. He understood his intention right away with just a little push. Watch it carefully. One day, you will also come to this point, Futian said to Fang Kun as he looked up at the sky. Me? Fang Kun had an odd look on his face. He didn't think that the master had even broken the shackles of Renhuang and experienced tribulation. However, he dared not say this out loud. Although Futian had not broken the shackles of Renhuang, he knew that his master was fully capable of slaying cultivators in the tribulation plane, as he had already done exactly that. I know, in the future, when master becomes the emperor, us disciples will be your 4 guardians, Fang Kun said with a smile. I can't wait to see it. Futian glanced at him. Murong Yu survived the tribulation, and all the cultivators in the starry cultivation court were watching. The divine tribulation of the great path was terrifying, and the power of the divine tribulation amazed everyone. The starry sky was vast and endless, but every cultivator at every location could feel that power of heaven. Murong Yu successfully survived the divine tribulation of the great path. Although he suffered a slight injury while undergoing the divine tribulation, it didn't bother him much. There is another cultivator who survived the divine tribulation, many people thought. The strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was only growing. Congratulations to Murong Elder. Murong Elder has survived the divine tribulation of the great path, breaking through the shackles of Renhuang. It is indeed a happy event. Those who had always been at Ziwei Imperial Palace took the lead in congratulating him. After all, their relationship was a little closer, but then all the others gave their praise as well. Congratulations, Elder. Futian also smiled and gave his congratulations. However, Murong Yu didn't dare to feel proud. He looked down in the direction where Futian was and saluted. Many thanks to the Palace Lord for granting me the divine elixir so that I have the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Edda speaks too seriously. Even without the elixir, it will only be a matter of time before you break through the realm. The elixir only speeds up the process a little bit, Futian replied modestly. After Murong Yu survived the tribulation, Futian had a thought in his mind. This meant that the appointments of positions would be a lot easier. Just as they were speaking, a heavenly might suddenly appeared above the sky. This time, the heavenly might was even stronger, suffocating everyone. What's happening? Many people looked up in the sky, and even Murong Yu showed a look of surprise. Could it be that the tribulation hadn't come yet? However, he didn't seem to feel anything. No, that's not right. It's not my tribulation. Murong Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was a little stunned. Others realized as well at this juncture that this was not Murong Yu's tribulation, after all. Someone else was experiencing the tribulation again. The heavenly might above the firmament was getting stronger, much stronger than when Murong Yu was experiencing his tribulation previously. Yi Futian's attention was drawn toward that direction. In the starry sky, Renhuang Chen sat cross-legged, alone, somewhere. The divine light from the imperial stars descended on Renhuang Chen. He bathed in the divine glory, and his whole body was radiant and extremely brilliant. That heavenly might was pressing toward him. The original cultivators from the Ziwei Imperial Palace were all pleasantly surprised that the Deputy Palace Lord was about to break through also. Today, 2 top figures from the Ziwei Imperial Palace had successive breakthroughs. Moreover, if the Deputy Palace Lord broke through the realm, it would be the second tribulation, and he would leap into the topmost existence here. After all 3 tribulations, one was considered a deity. Rumble. The descending divine might was becoming more and more terrifying, containing supreme coercion. Renhuang Chen opened his eyes, and sharp lights shot out from them. He picked up the starry scepter in front of him, and suddenly, above the starry sky, the infinite divine light of the stars flowed and fell on the scepter. It seemed as if it was the ruler of the starry sky. They are successively experiencing the divine tribulations. Lord Taixian and others looked at the sky above them, a little envious. It seemed that they would never have the opportunity to experience the divine tribulation. The elixir that Futian made is truly astonishing, Sky River Great Elder said. Although Yi Futian himself was humble, these 2 top figures successively experiencing divine tribulations and breaking through the realms was not a mere coincidence. Even though their realm was ripe for such an occurrence, the elixir's effect was also indispensable. Otherwise, why did both of them break through the realm right after they had taken the elixir? That's the subdivine elixir. In the entire divine prefecture, few forces can obtain this level of elixir. Moreover, the grade of the elixir refined by Futian cannot be compared with those of other alchemy masters. Everyone nodded in agreement. The divine prefecture lacked a top alchemy master, and the subdivine elixirs refined by Yi Futian were almost at the pinnacle of all elixirs available in the divine prefecture. After Renhuang Chen's breakthrough, the power of the Ziwei segmentum will be comparable to the top forces in the divine prefecture. It may even stand head and shoulder above most top principalities. Renhuang Chen possessed the starry scepter and was already capable of slaying the cultivators who had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. After his breakthrough, his combat effectiveness would only be that much stronger. This was the peak. In the next phase, Yi Futian's strength was a mystery to them. Then, there were still Hua Jiyu, Emperor Shi, Daoist Monk Mu, and Murong Yu, who had just had the breakthrough as well. How could many forces in the divine prefecture claim to be its match? Perhaps only several most powerful domain chiefs Manners and the ancient god clan from the divine prefecture could match such an impressive roster. The terrifying light of tribulation descended one after another, causing everyone's heart to tremble non-stop. Bathing under the imperial stars and using the starry scepter, Renhuang Chen was able to bear all that was dealt by the powerful divine tribulation. When the divine tribulation dissipated, a giant was born in Ziwei segmentum. Congratulations to the Deputy Palace Lord for the breakthrough. All these voices were heard at the same time, echoing in the starry sky. For the Ziwei segmentum, this breakthrough was exciting and encouraging. Yi Futian's eyes were full of smiles. He floated in midair, looking at the figure that was bathed in starlight in the sky, and said, "Congratulations, Lord Chen." This voice resounded throughout the starry sky, and all the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were amazed. Now that their Deputy Palace Lord broke through the realm and successfully survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, he is worthy of the appellation of Lord. Congratulations to Lord Chen. A chorus of voices spoke, one after another, resonating in the starry sky. From this day forward, Lord Chen is the supreme elder of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Daoist Monk Mu, Emperor Shi, and Murong Yu are appointed as deputy palace lords of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian continued. Chapter 25-35, Start of the Four Palaces. Looking up at Yi Futian, who was bathing in starlights, they felt motivated by his speech. The Ziwei Imperial Palace was turning into a domineering force. Yi Futian looked at those powerful cultivators before he finished his speech. Then he added, besides, 4 palaces will be established under the leadership of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Ziwei Palace, Heavenly Mandate Palace, and Wangshan Palace will be founded in addition to the Alchemy Pavilion, which already exists. Daoist Monk Mu will be in charge of the Alchemy Palace and aided by Alchemy Emperor and Goddess Donglai. Murong Yu will be in charge of the Ziwei Palace, aided by the elders of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Emperor Shi will be in charge of the Wangshan Palace, aided by the Millet Emperor, Li Changsheng, and the thunder-punishing Skylord. Lord Chen was titled the Supreme Elder. Each of the 3 powerful cultivators on the Tribulation Plane would lead a palace. So, what about the Heavenly Mandate? The names of the 4 palaces were quite suggestive. It was not hard to infer what they meant. The Heavenly Mandate was supposed to refer to the force that had been following Yi Futian. So, who would be in charge of that force? Would it be Yi Futian himself? The Heavenly Mandate Palace will be led by Hua Jiyu. Hua Qingqing and Zhuge Mingyu will be her assistants, added Yi Futian. That appointment made everyone relieved. The wife of the palace lord was doubtless the perfect candidate to take over such a position. It was satisfying for everyone, and Yi Futian's followers would be happy to listen to her orders, too. Besides, Hua Jiyu was on the Tribulation Plane herself, and Hua Qingqing made fast progress. Rumor had it that she was reincarnated from a Buddhist lamp. Since she had realized the way by then, she was already a powerful person. Zhuge Mingyue's situation was different from both of theirs. Her cultivation level was not noteworthy, but her appointment was absolutely not because of her cultivation level. Instead, she got chosen for her wisdom. She would help Hua Jiyu manage things well. Moreover, due to her unusual relationship with Yi Futian and her special position, Yi Futian's followers were not weird that she got appointed. Yi Futian put the person closest to him, whom he valued the most, in the Heavenly Mandate Palace to lead it with the wife and the second eldest sister of the palace lord. Who would oppose that? In fact, Jiyu Dongliu could do the same job. However, Zhuge Mingyu and Jiyu Dongliu were almost like the same person. If Zhuge Mingyu focused on management, Jiyu Dongliu would cultivate more concentratedly to improve his strength. At last, Uncle Tai, Old Ma, Fang Gari, and Chen Yi will form the 4 great protectors of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and they will report to me, went on Yi Futian. That was the arrangement for the 4-corner village. The 4 powerful Renhuang would take care of his things in person. Enlightened Master, what about us? Asked little Ling. Yi Futian seemed to have forgotten about the younger ones. You will report to me, too, and you'll be called the 4 junior protectors, said Yi Futian, laughing. The others laughed, too. In fact, after so many years, those 4 young men were already quite strong. However, it was not time for them to make their debut in the world yet. They still had a long way to go, and that day would finally come. Seeing all that, Lord Chen showed a smile. The Ziwei Imperial Palace had been growing since Yi Futian had taken it over, despite the various ordeals they had gone through. By then, they were already powerful enough to compete against world powers except for emperor-level forces. This arrangement was kind of perfect. Among the 4 newly established palaces, the Alchemy Palace was an alchemy force that would have a big influence. The Ziwei Palace was the original force of the Ziwei Imperial Palace with a grand lineup. The Wangshan Palace was obviously named after Wangshan Watchtower. However, Yi Futian made Emperor Shi instead of the Millet Emperor lead it. And the latter and Li Changsheng would work as Emperor Shi's assistants. The members of this force were all from the Divine Prefecture. Despite the few people they had compared to the other 3 palaces, many of them were elites. Besides, the Wangshan Palace would go on growing. At last, the Heavenly Mandate Palace led by Hua Jiyu used to be a force of the original realm. Its members were Yi Futian's earliest followers. With all of them, plus Four Corner Village, the four great protectors, including Chen Yi, Yi Futian, and Lord Chen, this force had already taken shape. Now that there are plenty of powerful cultivators in the Ziwei segmentum, it will be the Ziwei Palace's job to recruit more top cultivators and talented people to cultivate, said Yi Futian to Murongyu. I see, Lord, responded Murongyu with a nod. He had never called anyone Lord before. He did not get full of himself after his strength improvement following the divine tribulation of the great path he had taken. Instead, he was showing more respect to Yi Futian. He knew although he had realized this breakthrough with his effort, the subdivine elixir Yi Futian had given him had been of great help. Besides that, he sincerely felt Yi Futian would have a dreadfully promising future, and he saw a bright one of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, too. Therefore, he was looking forward to such it with a humble heart. The Wangshan Palace is short of staff at the moment. But if any practitioners from the outer realms surrender to us, I will make them join it first. Emperor Shi, you can also recruit people by yourself, said Yi Futian to Emperor Shi. The Wangshan Palace was short of staff, but they had two outstanding people, namely, Emperor Shi and the Millet Emperor, who had Wangshan Watchtower on his back. The latter's combat power was as great as that of a strong cultivator on the tribulation plane. I see, Lord. Emperor Shi nodded with a smile. He addressed Yi Futian as Lord, too. He had just been dawdling in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, but from that moment on, he would need to work seriously. Since he got appointed as the Lord of the Palace, he naturally became Yi Futian's subordinate, no matter who he had been. Yi Futian nodded. Looking around at the powerful cultivators there, he said, I will count on you, guys. The work can be hard. I hope we can stand at the top of the world of cultivation together someday to look down at the other influential people. Yi Futian's modest language left some cultivators of the older generation very motivated. They felt as if they were still not too old yet. Looking at the influential people in the future, would they be able to stand on the top of the world of cultivation to do that? At least, Yi Futian had an excellent chance of achieving that. Next, you will put the four palaces in good order. The Alchemy Palace will allocate elixirs based on the quantity of the elixirs refined. Daoist Monk Mu will decide all of the details. If you want to refine elixirs, you can collect materials by yourselves and entrust the Alchemy Palace to refine for you. I will stay out of all this in the future, said Yi Futian with a big smile. The establishment of the four palaces served the purpose of management. There were quite many cultivators in the Ziwei Imperial Palace. The Alchemy Palace could not provide them with endless elixirs. To avoid internal problems, he had to make everything clear beforehand and make rules about it. He told Old Ma, Blind Tai, and the other two to report to him and tilted them the four great protectors. By doing that, he gave them the power to enforce laws in the future if anything of that type came up. Of course, if the Ziwei Imperial Palace kept growing, he certainly would have to establish new organizations again. This was just an initial arrangement of the four palaces. Changes would be incorporated as time went by. In Yi Futian's plan, the Heavenly Mandate Palace would eventually be led by his third eldest brother Jiyu Dongliu. Jiyu Dongliu was not powerful enough to convince people for the time being, so Jiyu would stay in charge on his behalf. When Jiyu Dongliu achieved the tribulation plane, it would be time for him to take over the palace. I will manage everything well, Lord. Daoist Monk Mu nodded with a serious look. He knew what Yi Futian meant, and he certainly would do everything he could to bring things under control to avoid internal problems in the palace. Yi Futian looked around at the crowd. So, what needed to be done had been done. Okay. Now go and get busy. There is somewhere I need to go, said Yi Futian, looking at those people. Since the Ziwei Imperial Palace was already in order, he was going to pay the West Imperial Palace a visit. Last time, he got away and left Shi Kaiyaro behind as soon as he got the inheritance of the Celestial Mountain. But that thing had always been on his mind. He even set some of the refined elixirs aside to gift the West Imperial Palace. Shi Kaiyaro invited him over last time, but he did not take a risk to go. However, it was different this time. He really thought he should go. First of all, he needed to give the elixirs to them as a thank you gift. Secondly, although the Ziwei Imperial Palace was powerful at the moment, it was still inferior to the ancient god clan, given the latter's long history. Besides, there were also a few people below the imperial realm that were almost invincible. Fang Yu, whom he met earlier, was a good example. He was so dreadful that he dealt with the battle matrix of the rocks alone. Moreover, Yi Futian was known as the common enemy of the divine prefecture, so he really could use some friends. The West Imperial Palace could be his future ally. And since he would go with elixirs this time, he was sure the West Imperial Palace would not hurt him. Who would hurt a top alchemy master that could refine subdivine elixirs? More than that, this top alchemy palace would gift them more subdivine elixirs in the future. Even if the West Imperial Palace did have some bad intentions, they absolutely would not kill the goose that lays the golden egg. "I will go with you, Lord," said Blind Tai. "Well, it's okay. It's not for anything serious. I'm going there to give them a gift, and I'll return once that is done. You can work on your strength at the same time. The lockdown will be lifted in the Ziwei segmentum very soon," said Yi Futian. The others nodded. The Ziwei segmentum had been in lockdown for years. Was Yi Futian finally going to lift it? Well, the right timing would come soon anyway. "Okay." Blind Tai nodded. "See you." Yi Futian disappeared into thin air as soon as he finished speaking. The Ziwei Imperial Palace could function smoothly without him since he had arranged everything well. Tsanghuan Island was a very ancient island in the West Sea. It was where the West Imperial Palace, which had been existing since ancient times, was located. The West Imperial Palace was in a coastal city called the West Imperial City on Tsanghuan Island. It was the most powerful and prosperous city in the West Sea domain. Of course, as a force of the ancient god clan, the interior of the West Imperial Palace was magnificent enough to be called a city. According to some people, the entire West Imperial City was actually fortification for the West Imperial Palace and was under its rule. It was not very peaceful lately in the West Imperial Palace. Rumor had it that several elders were not very happy with the goddess Shikayaro and would depose her because they thought she was helping the outsiders and could not be responsible for the future West Imperial Palace. The rumor could be dated back to several months ago when Shikayaro used the power of the West Imperial Palace to disclose the location marked on the deity map. She even located the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. However, she ordered the practitioners of the West Imperial Palace to protect an outsider, as a result of which, that outsider took away the divine treasure of the ancient emperor. Many big shots held her accountable for that after her return. They petitioned the palace lord to replace her. Although the palace lord had not agreed, as an aftermath of that, the West Imperial Palace had been in chaos lately. Factional fights had been quite intense. Some people wanted to help other big shots to become the new successor. However, Shikayaro had never responded to such accusations. She had been cultivating in seclusion, ignoring the chaos in the outside world, as if she was not worried about her position at all. Chapter 2536, Out of Spite. Situated in the West Imperial City on Tsanghuan Island, the magnificent West Imperial Palace looked like an ancient big city. At this moment, there was a white-haired figure suspended in the air outside this ancient imperial palace. A look was drawn to him, an odd look. Who is that? How dare he? He was flying so close to the West Imperial Palace, standing in the air outside it. The West Imperial City was under complete control of the West Imperial Palace. That man would end up in tragedy if the West Imperial Palace interpreted his intention in a wrong way. The gate of the West Imperial Palace was 100 zhong tall. Situated there, it looked like Heaven's Gate. A team of guards, all of whom were Renhuang with great strength, were at the gate. They also noticed Yi Futian's presence at this moment. They looked up and threw him a cold and overwhelming glance. Even though they knew Yi Futian could be very strong, this was the West Imperial Palace. "Who is there?" said a cold voice. It had the might of thunder in it. The air shook. Thunderbolts seemed to be approaching Yi Futian, carrying from the gate of the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian looked down and moved down but remained suspended in the air. He stopped when the roof of the palace was at his eye level. Yi Futian is here to see Shi Kaiyao. Yi Futian was standing there in white with his hands behind his back. He spoke in a very calm tone, giving an elegant and confident vibe. Actually, standing outside the West Imperial Palace, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he appeared as mighty as the palace itself. Yi Futian. The guarding Runhuang's pupils shrank. That was a familiar name to them. In fact, it was right because of that name that it had been a little chaotic in the West Imperial Palace lately. Even the top management was involved. And they had also heard about the disturbance Yi Futian had caused in the West Sea domain. They did not expect to see him in the West Imperial Palace. The guards dropped that cold and proud attitude after hearing Yi Futian's name. Everything depended on strength in the world of cultivation. Even the domain chief's manor of the West Sea domain could not do anything to the man standing in front of them. They could do nothing to stop him from killing. He had every reason to feel proud of himself. "I will go and report," said the head of the guards with a serious look. Then he walked into the West Imperial Palace at a fast pace. Soon, from the palace's ground floor, the message was relayed upwards until it reached the palace complex situated in the highest part of the West Imperial Palace. It reached the top management of the West Imperial Palace very soon. That was all because of Yi Futian's arrival. It was not hard to see how famous he was at the moment. From the highest part of the West Imperial Palace, one after another man flew out of the palace complex shrouded in clouds and fog to the gate of the West Imperial Palace. Yi Futian remained suspended in the air at the gate of the West Imperial Palace. He was waiting with his hands behind the back and a calm look. He looked kind of cool. He came here to gift them something this day. Besides, the Ziwei Imperial Palace had grown into a force comparable to an overlord, and he came here in person as the palace lord. Even though it was the ancient god clan that he was facing, he did not need to behave like he was inferior to them. He was quite annoyed by some of the opinions he heard upon his arrival in the West Imperial City. Since many people from the West Imperial Palace were hostile to him, he did not need to treat them in a friendly manner at all. The only person he was grateful to was Shi Kaiyao, the goddess of the West Imperial Palace. A powerful cultivator flew down along a ladder. He shouted at the gate of the West Imperial Palace, "Let him pass." The guards outside the gate made way for Yi Futian immediately. And Yi Futian floated through the gate and into the West Imperial Palace right away. Some powerful cultivators showed up in front of him. At the same time, he detected many divine consciousnesses glancing at him back and forth from the upper part of the West Imperial Palace. That made him frown. It was not a polite gesture at all. Suspended in the air, Yi Futian looked at the powerful cultivators in front of him. The leader was an old man on the peak Renhuang plain. Those people were obviously not the core of the West Imperial Palace. At this moment, a few more people with dreadful auras walked over across the sky over the West Imperial Palace. Many practitioners of the palace bowed at them to salute them right away. The West Imperial Palace was founded and run by the ancient god clan. They had tons of cultivators as well as a very hierarchical structure after so many years' development. The top management seldomly showed up in the lower part. "Renhuang Yi, are you here to the West Imperial Palace to return us the ancient emperor's inheritance he left on the Celestial Mountain?" asked loud the leader of the group that had walked down. With an edgy aura, the old man was on the Tribulation Plain. Those around him were on the peak Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian darted him a glance with an indifferent look. He said, "Shi Kaiyao, the goddess of the West Imperial Palace, helped me a lot on the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. I came here to keep an appointment. As to the return you were talking about, I'm sorry, but I am not following." He and Shi Kaiyao got the inheritance from the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain together. According to their agreement, Shi Kaiyao had a share of it, and he would definitely give her share to her. But the return just did not make any sense. Since when did the inheritance belong to the West Imperial Palace? The West Imperial Palace decoded the deity map. The West Imperial Palace was also the first to find and seal the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. The inheritance of the ancient emperor would not have fallen into your hands if Shikayaro had not been up to something. It certainly belongs to the West Imperial Palace. A man floated down from the sky. A few more people with powerful strength behind him were approaching. All of them had a high cultivation level. Yi Futian saw some acquaintances, including Shi Qiao's uncle. He met them once outside the ancient Imperial Celestial Mountain. With a dreadful aura, they seemed to intend to seal the space. Yi Futian came to the West Imperial Palace in person, which was a big surprise for them. They certainly would not let go of him. Looks it's not very peaceful in the West Imperial Palace, thought Yi Futian. But it was kind of normal. Forces of the ancient god clan like this, which had been there for tens of thousands of years, usually had a lot of factions, and those factions could not be of one mind. Shikayaro reached the summit as the goddess because her talent outshone the others. However, many factions must be unhappy with that. After all, only one person could succeed to the throne of the West Imperial Palace. And that incident happened to give them an excuse. Since he came here, they certainly would not miss the opportunity. Yi Futian glanced over at those powerful cultivators. Looking into the West Imperial Palace, he said in a loud voice, "Where is Goddess Kayaro?" His voice carried very far and high. "How dare you," said a voice. A powerful young cultivator landed on the ground. This youngster with an overwhelming aura used to be Shi Qiao's competitor. His name was Shi Kaifeng. He was a talented cultivator on the peak Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian looked at Shi Kaifeng. He had been giving off a peaceful vibe until this moment when divine lights of the Great Way started to flow in him. His look turned demonic and threatening. Glancing at Shi Kaifeng, he suddenly shouted, "I am here to see Shi Kayao. You don't get to speak. Get lost. Lost, lost, lost." His voice carried in the West Imperial Palace and echoed. Many people were almost deafened, feeling like their heads would explode. Shi Kaifeng felt his blood force was boiling, and his guts were shaking. Even his spiritual soul was shocked. He snuffled and was forced to retreat, as pale as a ghost. That sight quieted the crowd down. Many people were shocked at Yi Futian's strength and arrogance. He was running amok in the West Imperial Palace. It was hard to believe. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras exploded. The cultivators there all released a dreadful path might to suppress Yi Futian. The might was imposed on him, who looked extremely cold at the moment. Nice speech. You are going too far, said a senior indifferently. No one is allowed to behave like that in the West Imperial Palace, said someone else. It suddenly turned dark there. Yeah. The aura from Yi Futian was formidable. The divine lights of the Great Way were flowing around to resist that might. He took a step forward. The air was shaking. The Great Way was roaring and grumbling, leaving those powerful cultivators on the tribulation plane in shock. What a powerful aura. Did Yi Futian really have a combat force comparable to that of the tribulation plane? I am lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. I came to the West Imperial Palace for a visit. But you are completely impolite. Who is he? How dare he speak to me in that tone? Yi Futian's voice echoed in the air. He sounded overwhelming. He added in a cold voice, "Now that the West Imperial Palace received me like this, I am leaving." Wait a second, Renhuang Yi. A voice came from the air. More powerful auras were approaching. A group of powerful people arrived. And Shi Kayaro was among them. She was surrounded by many powerful men, all of whom were her supporters. They walked over at a fast pace. The two groups of people seemed to hate each other. Without paying attention to the others, Shi Kayaro said to Yi Futian, "Renhuang Yi, please come into the West Imperial Palace." "I don't think so," said Yi Futian. He waved his hand to take some elixirs out and give them to Shi Kayaro. Shi Kayaro took them with a serious look. He already got them done. I refined those elixirs. They all have great grades. Many of them are subdivine elixirs, which are very helpful for cultivators on the tribulation plane. Goddess Kayao, they are yours now, said Yi Futian. His words made the pupils of all of the powerful cultivators there shrink. Subdivine elixirs. The legendary subdivine elixirs were very helpful for cultivators on the tribulation plane. They might even help those cultivators level up. It was extremely hard to find even one subdivine elixir in the divine prefecture. They were just rare. But Yi Futian came here to give subdivine elixirs to Shi Kaiyao. There was an unusual light in the eyes of those next to Shi Kaiyao. They all wished they could take a look at the elixirs in person. Those elixirs were priceless for the West Imperial Palace. However, Shi Kaiyao did not even look at them. She just took them. Since Yi Futian came here in person to give them to her, they could not be fake. I am leaving. See you, said Yi Futian. Then he turned to leave. Renhuang Yi, please be the bigger man here, said Shi Kaiyao. So many people are acting out of spite in the West Imperial Palace. This is not a place for me to stay. I'll see you someday in the future, said Yi Futian in a plain voice. Wait a second, Renhuang Yi. Another voice came from the sky. It was not loud, but the entire West Imperial Palace could hear it. Renhuang Yi, I apologize on behalf of the West Imperial Palace for the lack of rules here. Then the voice came again. What followed was a cold order. All of you, apologize to Renhuang Yi. It sounded so overwhelming that it was impossible to disobey. It was the Lord of the West Imperial Palace that had spoken. Chapter 2537, Returning the Favor. Yi Futian paused in his tracks. The faces of the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace, all of whom had vicious intentions toward him, started to turn ugly. Palace Lord, this guy plundered the ancient emperor inheritance belonging to us West Imperial Palace. Someone still didn't want to give up and tried to explain something. Shut up. A divine might descended from the skies and landed directly on the person who spoke, making his face turn pale. The others who wanted to say something also instantly shut their mouth. All of them had a difficult expression in their eyes. When the Palace Lord was angered, who dared to go against him? Atop the West Imperial Palace, an apparition appeared there with unparalleled majesty and might. That was the Palace Lord of the West Imperial Palace. We have been very ill-mannered. May Renhuang Yi please forgive us. They had to compromise and lower their heads to apologize to Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at them as his face remained calm and composed. He didn't think highly of these people at all, so what if they were cultivators from the ancient clan? No big deal, Yi Futian said impassively and looked toward Shi Kaiyao. Goddess Kaiyao, I hope that the elixirs that I make in the future don't land in the hands of these people. Although he said that it wasn't a big deal, of course, he wasn't that forgiving. Since these people thought that the ancient empress's inheritance belonged to them and wanted to seize it from him, these subdivine and peak imperial level elixirs would have nothing to do with them. All right, Shi Kaiyao immediately agreed, as this was what she wanted to do as well. But if she had to do it herself, it would be a little more complicated. But now that Yi Futian personally said so, she couldn't go against his will, could she? After all, these pills were made by Yi Futian. The muscles on these cultivators' faces started to stiffen up and turn really ugly. All they wanted previously was to deal with Yi Futian and seize the ancient empress's inheritance. But now, they found out that it seemed impossible. Only now did they realize that the things that Yi Futian handed over to Shi Kaiyao were subdivine elixirs, which was enough to let even top cultivators like them go one step further. In the future, if they couldn't get it as that thought crossed their minds, their expressions turned even more ugly. They glanced at Shi Kaiyao, who was standing at the side. A thought suddenly surfaced in their minds. Just now, Shi Kaiyao was lagging one step behind them. Did she do that on purpose? She knew that the West Imperial Palace Waldentiti lay their hands on Yi Futian, or one could even say that they are incapable of doing so. At the same time, Yi Futian definitely wouldn't let her down. Could that be why she came a little later, just so there would be a conflict between Yi Futian and them? Yi Futian also glanced at 11 Kaiyao. Clearly, he was suspecting the same thing. For the past period, Shi Kaiyao was likely facing significant pressure within her family. Her family faction tried to quash her because she helped him back then and even wanted to seize her position as the goddess. She could use this opportunity to get revenge on them. In fact, this in itself was a tacit form of competition. I hope Ren Huang Yi will not take offense to this. Shi Kaiyaro saw the meaning in Yi Futian's gaze and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Yi Futian immediately understood that Shi Kaiyaro did it on purpose. She came a little late precisely because she wanted the cultivators from the West Imperial Palace to start a conflict with him. No worries. Yi Futian didn't get angry. After all, this whole thing happened because she helped him. For the past few days, when his arrival was delayed, Shi Kaiyaro faced much pressure from her family, so naturally, he couldn't blame Shi Kaiyaro for it. After all, she was going through this ordeal for his sake. I knew Ren Huang Yi wouldn't let me down, Shi Kaiyaro transmitted her voice again, sounding very gentle. Kaiyaro, hurry up and invite Ren Huang Yi to take a seat up here, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace said. Shi Kaiyaro looked toward Yi Futian with a smile as she shifted to the side and gestured with her hand. Ren Huang Yi, please. Yi Futian nodded and didn't try to be overly polite with her. He stepped forward straight away, right past the West Imperial Palace cultivators. Shi Kaiyaro followed him as well and left the rest of the cultivators to standing where they were. They all realized that this was part of 11 Chiao's scheme, and this time, their faction was wholly and utterly lost. So those pills really had nothing to do with them. After calming down, they also realized why the palace lord had an attitude like that. Yi Futian was only a Pikran Huang level cultivator, yet he could bring a subdivine level elixirs. What did that mean? That meant that Yi Futian could even provide pills that would be beneficial to the palace lord's cultivation in the future. Who could remain unmoved by that? Even if they managed to seize the inheritance of the ancient lord, it would still be challenging to find an alchemy master of this level. Furthermore, the inheritance had already been taken by Yi Futian. They might not be able to get it even if they contended for it now. If they were the palace lord, what would they choose? Shi Kaiyaro brought Yi Futian and walked upwards. The buildings in the West Imperial Palace were unique, going from down to up with a sky stairwell in the middle. Palace clusters were located beside both sides of the sky stairwell. Yi Futian and Shi Kaiyaro went up diagonally along the sky stairwell. It was as though they were ascending above the clouds. At its peak and the end of the sky stairwell was another cluster of palaces. There weren't any more stairs. This was the area where the core members of the West Imperial Palace cultivated. Yi Futian looked on both sides. It was as though he saw many palaces levitating atop the skies. They looked like the palaces of God. Straight ahead of him and high up above, there was a divine and holy-looking imperial palace unmatched by all the other palaces. That was the core of the entire West Imperial Palace. It looked as if it was atop the 9 heavens. Below Yi Futian, there were already mists and clouds floating, which showed how high they were. A palace atop the skies, Yi Futian thought. This was the first time he had visited an ancient god clan organization. It was ancient but grandiose and majestic. It looked like the place where the gods cultivated, as depicted in the legends. It's right in front there. That's the Imperial Palace, and the Palace Lord is there. Shi Kaiyaro looked toward the Divine Palace before them and said. On the Divine Palace, which looked as though it stood atop the 9 heavens, where the clouds blurred the view, a figure stood there, marvelously majestic. That was the Lord of the West Imperial Palace. He was also awaiting Yi Futian's arrival, a smile on his face. Greetings to the Palace Lord from Yi. Yi Futian nodded slightly. He didn't bow down to him. At this point, he was not just Yi Futian, he was also the Palace Lord of the Ziwei Segmentum Imperial Palace. Wherever he went, he couldn't bring shame upon this position. The only reason why he nodded to greet the Palace Lord was that he was considered a junior, and the other person was the Palace Lord of an Imperial Palace. This was respect. Ren Huang Yi, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace, greeted him with a smile. He then said, Kaiyaro has always praised Ren Huang Yi in front of me. She thinks very highly of you. You are the Ren Huang that was able to shake up the West Sea Domain Chief's manor on his own. In the entirety of the Divine Prefecture, It's unlikely to find a second person like Renhuang Yi. That's high praise, Palace Lord, Yi Futian said. It's just that I'm a bit more well-versed in celerity, it's not actual power. You are being humble. Zhong Miao is the second strongest in the domain Chief SS Manor, the Palace Lord said with a smile. Anyway, other things aside, the elixirs this time were made by Renhuang Yi as well, right? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. The West Imperial Palace Lord looked at him. When Yi Futian brought over the subdivine level elixirs, he had already reassessed his value. This man was a treasure himself. Just now, when the cultivators wanted to attack him, the aura that Yi Futian had unleashed was no weaker than a tribulation-level cultivator SS. Everyone was speculating that Yi Futian relied on some external force, but was the truth really so? It really might not be. Subdivine level elixirs weren't something that could be created by a mere 9th level Renhuang. The Lord of the West Imperial Palace looked toward Shi Kaiyaro and said, "Kaiyao, let me see the elixirs." Yes. Shi Kaiyaro nodded and took the elixirs Yi Futian had gifted them and handed them over to the Lord of the West Imperial Palace. The sight of the pill was like a pebble that sent a slight ripple through the Lord of the West Imperial Palace SS heart. He raised his head to look at Yi Futian and said, "These are high-grade elixirs, very high-grade. Even within the same level, it trumps over the pills made by the other alchemy masters. Renhuang Yi's path is just too perfect." Yi Futian didn't say much. He came over to gift the elixirs partly because he wanted to befriend the Lord of the Imperial Palace. With an organization akin to that of an ancient god clan, of course, they wouldn't just talk about friendship. After all, benefits always came first. Because of that, he intentionally showed some of his capabilities. "Kaiyaro, later on, bring Renhuang Yi to the Divine Arms Pavilion and choose a few subdivine arms." Since Renhuang Yi had gifted us these elixirs, the West Imperial Palace Ikantiti let him suffer a loss, the West Imperial Palace Lord said. Subdivine arms corresponded to the subdivine elixirs. They were weapons used to overcome the divine tribulation, and the only weapon superior in grade to them were actual imperial arms. Only ancient god clans dared to let him choose a few subdivine arms so casually. Usually, the top cultivation force wouldn't even be able to take out a few of those. Such was the collection of an ancient god clan, accumulated over countless years. Something that Yi Futian understood, of course, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace understood as well. As long as he didn't let Yi Futian leave suffering a loss, Yi Futian would continuously supply elixirs for the West Imperial Palace, which was what they lacked. Although subdivine arms were also extremely rare and precious, they owned quite a number. Furthermore, there was Qianyang City in the Divine Prefecture, which allowed them to trade for these weapons with other valuable items or even materials to forge them. But subdivine elixirs were in short supply in the Divine Prefecture. Now that Yi Futian was capable of crafting elixirs of this level, in the future, there would likely be several organizations in the Divine Prefecture that would want to trade. So naturally, he, too, paid more attention to it. "I've already made a promise to Goddess Kaiyaro in the first place. How can I ask for something in return now?" Yi Futian shook his head and said, "Goddess Kaiyaro and the West Imperial Palace helped me quite a bit in getting the inheritance of the ancient emperor. We can put that aside. Besides, these subdivine arms aren't repayment for the elixir. It's simply because Renhuang Yi is now the lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and you have many powerful cultivators under you. I'm sure that you need some weapons and arms for them." The Lord of the West Imperial Palace continued, "Moreover, I also hope to strengthen the bond between Renhuang Yi and the West Imperial Palace. Both of them were smart people. An alliance where they could mutually benefit each other to improve would naturally be more stable. Both of them could provide value for the other party. Since the Lord says so, it would be rather unreasonable to continue refusing. So thank you very much." Yi Futian nodded and didn't continue turning him down. Just as the Lord of the West Imperial Palace had said, the Seaway Segmentum today lacked top-tier weapons and arms. Although there wouldn't be a lack of them in the future, it would obviously be a good thing if they could get some to improve their forces right now. "Kaiyaro, bring Renhuang Yi over," the West Imperial Palace Lord said. "Yes." Shi Kaiyaro nodded and said to Yi Futian, "Renhuang Yi, please. Yi Futian nodded toward the Lord of the West Imperial Palace, then followed behind Shi Kaiyaro toward the Divine Arms Pavilion. After the two of them left, an elder beside the Lord of the West Imperial Palace said, "Lord, Yi Futian's identity is quite special. Are we allying with him?" After all, Yi Futian's identity was a little sensitive. If it weren't for his special identity, we probably wouldn't even get the chance, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace said. He clearly didn't mind it. If it were not for Yi Futian's special identity, the Donghuang Imperial would likely just take him in straight away. Chapter 2538, Bad News. Divine Arms Pavilion, West Imperial Palace. Shi Kaiyaro brought Yi Futian into the pavilion. Inside the Divine Arms Pavilion was a vast, fantasy-like space. Various powerful divine weapons levitated in the air. Some were confined inside by matrices, floating at different positions inside the pavilion. All of the ritual implements inside the Divine Arms Pavilion of the West Imperial Palace weren't ordinary. Yi Futian looked ahead. The inside of the Divine Arms Pavilion was very deep, and he couldn't tell how many ritual implements there were. As expected of an ancient god clan, Yi Futian said softly. These ritual implements had been accumulated by an ancient god clan over countless years, as their numbers were indubitably immense. Of course, the higher the grade of the weapon, the scarcer they were in quantity. The Ziwei Imperial Palace had also collected many divine arms. However, because the Ziwei Segmentum was an isolated world all along and had no master armorer organizations, they still lacked relatively powerful divine weapons. They only had enough for the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Of course, the most powerful divine arm was the Scepter of the Stars held by Lord Chen. That was said to be the divine weapon once used by Ziwei the Great and controlled by the former Ziwei Imperial Palace. After he was slain by Yi Futian, he gave it to Lord Chen, who was still Renhuang Chen back at the time. "Please choose, Renhuang Yi, no need to hold back," Shi Kaiyaro said with a smile. "Goddess Kaiyaro isn't afraid of me being consumed by greed and seizing the entirety of the Divine Arms Pavilion?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. "No problem," Shi Kaiyaro replied. "The fact that Renhuang Yi is willing to come to the Imperial Palace to gift us the elixir is telling of your character. If Renhuang Yi really swept out the entire Divine Arms Pavilion, I believe you won't give us the short end of the stick in the future. The Palace Lord must have seen through this, which is why he let Renhuang Yi come here. The Palace Lord is indeed a bold person." Yi Futian nodded. "If he wasn't bold, how would he choose me as the heir so early on and bestow upon me such extraordinary status and power to the point that seeing me is equivalent to seeing himself? This is precisely the reason why many within the family were dissatisfied with me and became envious. They wanted to use this opportunity to drag me down from the position of goddess. It's rather amusing." As she spoke, Shi Kaiyaro looked like she didn't mind or even take those people seriously at all. This was despite how many of them are her elders and core members of the West Imperial Palace who could make critical decisions for the palace. "So even if I didn't appear, they're still just clowns in your eyes," Yi Futian said with a smile. "I'll just watch them perform," Shi Kaiyaro said calmly. There was strong confidence in her eyes. What was the core reason that she could even get on the position as the goddess? Without subverting that, how could they possibly shake up her status as the goddess? She knew full well that no matter what she did, the Palace Lord would stand on her side. Yi Futian laughed a little and didn't ask much to probe into the inner matters of the West Imperial Palace. He waved his hand, took over a ritual implement, and just kept it straight away. He really wasn't holding back. Afterward, Yi Futian continued walking forward into the deep parts of the Divine Arms Pavilion. As he waved his palm, he took one after another divine weapon and ritual implements. The casualness in his actions made it seem as if this wasn't the Divine Arms Pavilion of the West Imperial Palace. Instead, it belonged to his Ziwei Imperial Palace. Shi Kaiyaro blinked. Was this guy seriously being so casual? Feeling a heartache? Yi Futian looked at the change in Shi Qiao's expression and asked with a smile. "Of course not. It's just that I was looking at Renhuang Yi's movements, and they looked too natural," Shikayaro said as if she was holding back laughter. However, the ritual implements that Ren Huangyi had taken are not the best. Although you've taken quite a few, ritual implements of such grades aren't considered that precious, so the West Imperial Palace wouldn't mind. Ren Huangyi, don't you think that you're making a loss? Yi Futian looked toward Shikayaro, and a smirk appeared on his face, clearly carrying some other meaning. No hurry, he said. Shikayaro was startled. Looking at Yi Futian's strange smile, she felt like she was inviting a robber into her own house. Then Yi Futian laughed and walked forward to continue his collecting. He was really not trying to be reserved with the West Imperial Palace. As Shikayaro looked at Yi Futian going crazy looting the pavilion, even she started to feel a bit of heartache. This guy just casually reeled in tens of powerful divine weapons. This amount of ritual implements isn't considered a lot for the West Imperial Palace. This divine arms pavilion is a great treasure trove. None of the weapons that I took are sub-divine level. Most of the cultivators at the Ziwei Imperial Palace today are still at the Renhuang Plain. We only have a few tribulation phase cultivators and not many peak-level Renhuangs. So I think having suitable weapons is the most important, Yi Futian said. Although weapons are external to the cultivator, they do raise the combat prowess of cultivators. It would be helpful to the overall strength of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Shikayaro nodded, she understood what Yi Futian meant. As they went deeper, the divine arms started to become more sparse. In such an ample space, only 1 or 2 divine arms would appear at one time. Among them, a very powerful aura seeped out from a few of the weapons. Here, sub-divine level ritual implements started to show up. Sub-divine arms. I'll need some of those too, Yi Futian said. He brought many sub-divine elixirs and specially made a batch for Shikayaro. He had promised this and wouldn't let Shikayaro get a bad bargain. Since the Lord of the West Imperial Palace promised to let him choose the divine arms, he won't be reserved about it. In the future, he would continue to send elixirs over when he got the chance. This was a mutually beneficial exchange where both sides could get the items they lacked, making up for each other's weaknesses. Furthermore, since they were an alliance, he hoped that the West Imperial Palace could become more powerful. As he interacted more deeply with Shikayaro, Yi Futian felt that this person was pretty decent. As long as she remained in the position of the goddess, his relationship with the West Imperial Palace wouldn't go wrong. Yi Futian took several sub-divine arms. He could even feel the traces of spiritual existence in them. They felt like weapons that had their spirits awakened and went through the baptism of the arms tribulation. Shikayaro just followed silently. She didn't say a single word when Yi Futian took the sub-divine weapons. One could see Shi Qiao's intelligence from this alone. After quite a while, Yi Futian stopped, and Shikayaro simply kept quiet and looked at him. Let's go, Yi Futian said, then walked toward the exit. You're not going to take more? Shikayaro asked with a smile. That's enough, Yi Futian said as he walked. The two left the Divine Arms Pavilion and returned to where the Lord of the West Imperial Palace was. My friend Yi, you're done picking, the Lord of the West Imperial Palace asked with a smile. Previously, he called him Renhuang Yi. Now, the way he addressed him had changed. Done, I've taken quite a bit. I hope Palace Lord wouldn't be unhappy about it, Yi Futian said with a smile. Since I let Kayaro bring you to the Divine Arms Pavilion, of course I wouldn't mind, the Palace Lord said. I'll order people to prepare a banquet. Let's have a drink together. No need for the trouble, Yi Futian shook his head, I've taken so much of the good stuff, so I gotta hurry and go now, in case Palace Lord changes his mind. The West Imperial Palace Lord laughed as well after hearing his banter. He nodded and said, all right, then I won't hold you back. Kayaro, send our friend off. If you need anything in the future, just let Kayaro know. Thank you very much, Yi Futian nodded to bid farewell before leaving. Kayaro sent him off until they exited the West Imperial Palace. How much did he take? The West Imperial Palace Lord asked Kayaro. He was smiling. Not a small number, Kayaro replied. At least a lot more than I expected. Clever, the Palace Lord said with a smile. How so? Kayaro asked. The more he takes, the deeper our relationship, the palace lord said as he laughed out loud. Then he turned and left, leaving Shi Kaiyaro to ponder the meaning of what he said. The more he took, the deeper their relationship. After Yi Futian returned to the Ziwei segmentum, he went to the Ziwei Imperial Palace and distributed the ritual implements. At the starry cultivation court, everyone gathered to receive their ritual implements. They were all a little excited. Previously, Yi Futian crafted divine elixirs. Now, he brought over powerful divine arms and ritual implements. There were even some people who got sub-divine arms. Furthermore, it seemed that Yi Futian had taken these divine arms in a targeted manner. The weapons correspond to specific cultivators. When the cultivators received the divine arms, many felt like it was custom-made for them. Clearly, Yi Futian's trip this time was rather bountiful. After distributing the divine arms, Yi Futian said to them, "We can now release the seal of the Ziwei segmentum. But, we must continue to focus on cultivation and become more powerful." Everyone nodded. They all appeared rather happy. The Ziwei segmentum had been sealed by Yi Futian for many years. Today, it was finally getting released. This had a special meaning to them. Yi Futian raised his head to look up into the celestial sky. Instantly, a great divine might appeared in the skies as countless stars shone magnificently. It was as though a light screen was vanishing. After the seal of the Ziwei segmentum was released, they could start contacting the outside world. After doing all this, Yi Futian looked toward the crowd and said, "In the future, there will be more and more powerful cultivators coming to our Ziwei segmentum. When that happens, we can take them into the Imperial Palace if the opportunity arises." The cultivators nodded. If the Ziwei Imperial Palace were to continue growing, other than the forces they already had, they must continue to expand. Go cultivate. After Yi Futian spoke, everyone dispersed and immersed themselves in cultivation, all working towards becoming more powerful. For the past few days, because of the elixirs, many of them broke through their original cultivation level, which was a spectacular surprise. Changes were happening every day in the Ziwei segmentum. On the other hand, Yi Futian continued cultivating. The seal was lifted, but that doesn't mean that he had to go out. However, just as he was immersing himself in cultivation, Shi Kaiyaro sent over bad news. After Yi Futian went to the West Imperial Palace to gift the divine elixirs, the news was leaked out. Many voices were hostile toward the West Imperial Palace that sprung up, saying that the West Imperial Palace was colluding with Yi Futian, seizing the inheritance of the elixir emperor of the ancient era to make divine elixirs. Yi Futian provided these elixirs for the West Imperial Palace while the palace delivered resources to him, allying. But the West Imperial Palace was an ancient god clan. Even though there were such voices, no one dared to besiege them so easily. As long as the Donghuang Imperial Palace didn't voice out, who dared to say anything? However, there was another piece of news that was detrimental for Yi Futian. Some people in the Divine Prefecture wanted to start a great alliance targeted at the Ziwei segmentum. Some said that several great forces of the Divine Prefecture wanted to lock down the entire Ziwei segmentum from the outside and turn it into a dead region. Chapter 2539, The Ziwei sets off to battle. When Yi Futian received this news, his heart turned cold. Many years ago, the powers of the Divine Prefecture had already done this once before. These forces had descended upon the heavenly mandate realm and forced him out, resulting in him sealing himself inside the Ziwei segmentum. Now, was there going to be a repeat of the Divine Prefecture powers' besiegement? Not to mention, this time, it seemed to be even more ruthless, as they were aiming to seal the entire Ziwei segmentum. No ordinary powers dared to be this arrogant, only those apex powers of the prefecture dared to declare something like seal an entire segmentum. Just imagine how much power it would require. Yi Futian asked Shi Kaiyaro to help him gather more information regarding this, specifically which powers were involved, while he continued to cultivate in the Ziwei segmentum Imperial Palace. He didn't even tell the others in order to let the cultivators of the Imperial Palace strengthen themselves in peace. Time continued to pass. Inside the starry cultivation court, Yi Futian sat in a cross-legged stance. Just then, he opened his eyes, and with a swing of his palm, a mirror appeared before him. On the other end of the mirror was a pretty figure. It was Shi Kaiyao. Renhuang Yi, Shi Kaiyao called out. Goddess Kaiyao, how's the situation out there? Yi Futian asked. It's really not looking good, Shi Kaiyao replied. There are gradually more powers entering the alliance. They are preparing to hold a meeting specifically for the attack on Ziwei Segmentum. Now, they've already sent people to Qianyang City to convince the lord of the Qianyang City to invite out the Imperial Arm and lay waste to the Ziwei Segmentum. Imperial Arm. Coldness appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. Even Imperial Arms were separated into different levels. He had already found some ordinary Imperial Arms, but these actually only contained a slither of the will of the Great Emperor. True Imperial Arms were mighty divine-level weapons that contained the powers of the Great Emperors. Weapons like the Scepter of the Stars actually couldn't even be considered a complete Imperial Arm. It only contained a slither of Ziwei the Great's will. To forge an Imperial Arm, the first requirement was to have a divine item. Divine items themselves were already extremely rare. For instance, Wangshan Watchtower, in the hands of the Millet Emperor, was a complete divine item. With the Wangshan Watchtower, the Millet Emperor could even battle the lord of the Donghua domain chief's manor Ning Yuan, which was a testament to its potency. Yet, such divine items were just materials to forge an Imperial Arm. Besides that, forging an Imperial Arm would also require a Great Emperor-level Armorer Emperor to utilize the Divine Marshal. Today, such beings no longer existed. Qianyang City was the #1 sanctuary of armorers, yet the greatest armorer was the top-tier blacksmith grandmaster, the lord of the Qianyang City. But the ancestor of the lord of the Qianyang City was an armorer emperor. Qianyang City owns a complete Imperial Arm. The various powers wanted to ask the lord of the Qianyang City to invite the Imperial Arm to attack the Ziwei Segmentum. Will the lord of the Qianyang City agree? Yi Futian asked. His eyes had turned cold. These ancient god clans have terrifyingly deep backgrounds and collections. There was a supreme Imperial Arm hidden inside the Qianyang City. If they really drew the Imperial Arm, could the Imperial Segmentum survive it? Very difficult. It's not that easy to invite out the Imperial Arm, Shi Kaiyao replied. The Imperial Arms contains the powerful might and will of the Great Emperor and have its own will. Even the lord of the Qianyang City can't command it. They have to invite it to battle. Unless Qianyang City is met with a true existential disaster, usually, the Imperial Arm won't emerge. Yi Futian nodded and felt slightly more relieved. But we still can't let down our guard. Qianyang City doesn't have a good impression of the Ziwei Segmentum. Back then, they tried to seize the divine frame and were rejected by you. That resulted in the furious Qianyang City Lord lashing out and destroying the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even if they don't invite out the Imperial Arm, they could still convince the Lord of the Qianyang City to bring other powerful divine arms for an attack on the Ziwei Segmentum. Yi Futian nodded and asked, who was the one who started this? I'm not sure about the details, but it should be launched jointly by several of the great powers. And they were supported by other powers as well. The earliest one to start this is likely those powers then went to the Celestial Mountain to contend for the inheritance. Chief Shihai also responded and called upon various domain chief manors to join forces and wipe out the Ziwei Segmentum. The Donghua domain chief's manor also responded in secret, Shi Kaiyao replied. There are even more participating powers. There are those ancient god clans that fought you back then, as well as those overlord-level powers, like the Sun God Mountain, Holy Land of Taichu, and other overlords of the Divine Prefecture. Understood. Yi Futian nodded slightly before asking, on the West Imperial Palace's side, is there a lot of pressure? It's all right, Shi Kaiyao said. Perhaps you are not completely clear of the background of an ancient god clan. They won't dare to provoke us so easily. Also, if you choose an opponent, it's best to stay away from the ancient god clan first. Right now, you are not yet capable of shaking up an ancient god clan, and you could suffer severe backlash. Upon hearing what Shi Kaiyao said, a surprised emotion appeared on Yi Futian's face. It seemed that Shi Kaiyao was hinting something to him. Ancient god clans could be even more powerful than he imagined, and they had some mysterious secrets that not many knew about. As such, she was advising him not to engage in battle with the ancient god clan rashly. Tianyang City had the imperial arm, and the other ancient god clans definitely had their own aces as well. It probably won't be easy to rock their foundation. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Thank you for your help. No worries, Shi Kaiyaro smiled. The two of them nodded at each other. Then Yi Futian reached out and waved his hand to keep the mirror. His brows were locked together. The various powers of the divine prefecture hadn't given up on killing him. Now, it seemed that the situation was even more urgent. If it were just sealing the segmentum, it wouldn't be that big a deal. The worst that could happen was the Ziwei segmentum cultivating in solitude for an extended number of years. However, if they used other means to storm the Ziwei segmentum or some special methods of obliteration, then things wouldn't be alright. Just then, a figure arrived with a flash. It was Lord Chen. He came to Yi Futian's side and said, "Palace Lord, there are some malicious voices from the outside." Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, "I've already heard about it." "Palace Lord, what do you plan to do?" Lord Chen asked. "Lord Chen, any thoughts?" Yi Futian raised his head and asked as he looked toward Lord Chen. "We can't just sit and wait for our demise," Lord Chen replied. "Now, the Ziwei segmentum is no longer weak, and it's time to go out there." Lord Chen had made the breakthrough, and his power was augmented by the Scepter of Stars, so now he wanted to test his prowess in battle. It just so happened that the various powers of the divine prefecture were planning something malicious, which was why he had such thoughts. Yi Futian looked toward Lord Chen, and he didn't expect a fighting spirit to emerge in Lord Chen. "Just now, Shi Kaiyaro advised me not to touch the ancient god clans. So, who can we target?" Yi Futian asked. "Other than the ancient god clans, just choose a power that wants to touch us and destroy them as a warning to the others." Lord Chen's voice was calm, but one could sense a domineering might from it. The Ziwei Imperial Palace was the lord of a celestial segmentum, yet now they ran into problems everywhere. Naturally, he felt furious inside as well. At least, they should let the outside world know that the Ziwei segmentum wasn't a power that they could push around as and when they liked. Also, our target can't be too weak. If we are going to strike out, we'll strike out at one of the more powerful organizations. Otherwise, it wouldn't serve as a warning and deterrence to the others, Lord Chen continued. Yi Futian nodded in agreement upon hearing him. After hearing Lord Chen's opinion, he already had an organization in mind. Moreover, this organization had long had a grudge with the Ziwei Imperial Palace and was very powerful in the Divine Prefecture, even known as a holy land for cultivation. In their domain, it had supreme status. After a moment of silence, Yi Futian said, "Lord Chen, summon the chiefs of the Ziwei, Wangshan, and Heavenly Mandate Palaces to come to the Ziwei Imperial Palace for a conference." "Yes, Palace Lord." Lord Chen bowed toward Yi Futian, then turned and walked into the celestial skies. His expression was solemn, and one could even see serious killing intent within. It's been a long time since he had gone out. Since that year, he was sealed inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace. As the Lord of the Segmentum, Lord Chen pretty much had nothing to do on normal days and had no enemies. All he did was to cultivate to pass his time. But now, he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation level, and there were powerful enemies externally. It allowed him to feel his blood pumping up once again. Outside the main palace of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, a group of powerful cultivators was standing there. They could feel that something was going to happen, and all had solemn expressions on their faces. The Supreme Elder Lord Chen, Ziwei Palace Lord Mu Rongyu, Wangshan Palace Lord Emperor Shi, Heavenly Mandate Palace Lord Hua Jiyu were all there. The other apex cultivators were also gathered here. Only Daoist monk Mu wasn't here. Yi Futian told them not to worry about it and focus on crafting elixirs, which was the utmost priority for Daoist monk Mu. The external battles will be their job for now. Many years ago, various powers of the Divine Prefecture led their troops to descend upon the Heavenly Mandate and obliterated the Heavenly Mandate Academy, chasing us out and forcing us to seal ourselves inside the Ziwei Segmentum for many years. Now, the Ziwei segmentum no longer participates in the conflicts of the outside world, yet the powers of the divine prefecture still don't want to let us go. They want to join forces once again, form a powerful alliance and wipe out the Ziwei segmentum, Futian said. But the Ziwei Imperial Palace today isn't the same as the Ziwei Imperial Palace back then. Regardless of whether they will be able to ally. At the very least, we must let those who want to destroy us learn the meaning of a price to pay. The cultivators all felt a strong emotion well up inside them as their blood started pumping. Today, will the Ziwei Imperial Palace be heading out for conquest? This was the first time ever. It had never happened before. Especially some of the cultivators from Heavenly Mandate. For so many years, they had passively tolerated being the target of oppression and suppression. Until today, they had become strong enough, yet they still faced the same pressure. The various apex powers of the divine prefecture just wouldn't let them go. There were even ancient god clans that wanted to attack them. All of this was only because the lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace was too bright. It was as though this world didn't allow someone of this caliber to exist, and so it conjured up all sorts of ways to wipe out Futian. Or perhaps, it was alarmed by his growth. Now, they were finally striking out. "Let's go," Futian said before taking the first step. Everyone made way for him and let Futian walk through the middle. Then the cultivators followed his lead and walked toward the direction of a tunnel. The Ziwei Imperial Palace set off for battle against the divine prefecture. Chapter 2540, Attack. Divine Prefecture, Taichu Domain. This was one of the more powerful domains of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Inside the Taichu Domain, although there were no ancient god clan level powers, there was the Holy Land of Cultivation, the Holy Land of Taichu. The Holy Land of Taichu was a place where knowledge of the Great Paths was passed down. Through its countless years of history, a large number of phenomenal individuals had emerged from there, and it had groomed generations of powerful cultivators. Today, many of the apex cultivators of the Taichu domain came from the Holy Land of Taichu. Within the Taichu domain, even the domain chief's manor had to respect the Holy Land of Taichu. The Holy Land of Taichu was located at the core land of the Taichu domain, occupying an extraordinary segment of the land, where the soil was fertile for thousands of miles. Inside the Holy Land of Taichu, there were many cultivation courts. Each cultivation court was extremely powerful, and if they were put outside, they would all be top-tier organizations. At this time, inside the Holy Land of Taichu, it was extremely quiet inside a cultivation court where divine mists blurred the view. A figure was sitting atop the stone platform inside the mist, deep in cultivation with his eyes closed. Futian had seen this person before. He had attacked Futian before. He was the ruler of the Holy Land of Taichu, Taichu Saint Emperor. He had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path years ago and had become extremely powerful. Back then, even with Shenjia the Great's divine frame, Futian was still nearly killed by him. If it weren't for the Master intervening, he would likely not be able to escape from that battle. As the Taichu Saint Emperor sat there, it seemed as though he had merged into one with the world, becoming a part of the world. Not a slither of aura could be sensed from him. But just then, his eyebrows moved slightly, then he opened his eyes, and an extremely sharp gaze shot out from his iris. What's going on? Taichu Saint Emperor wondered. He felt somewhat uneasy. It was as though something was about to happen. Of course, he wouldn't doubt his feelings. When a cultivator reaches his stage, his senses toward the outside world would become extremely sensitive. Even if it was something that hadn't even happened yet, it was still possible for him to feel something. Of course, they wouldn't know why this would happen, but they would have a faint feeling that something was about to happen. But the Holy Land of Taichu was teaching cultivation inside the Taichu domain. What could possibly happen? Speaking of all the major events happening at the time, there was nothing other than the various top powers of the Divine Prefecture joining forces to target the Ziwei segmentum. But this was a crisis for the Ziwei segmentum, so it had nothing to do with him. So why did his senses tell him that something wasn't right? The Taichu Saint Emperor's divine consciousness swept across a nearly boundless area, shrouding all of the cultivation courts of the vast Holy Land of Taichu. All of the cultivators inside the Holy Land were cultivating quietly, and there was nothing abnormal. Nothing had happened. His divine consciousness continued to sweep and expand toward the city afar, but he still didn't find anything. He frowned a little and gave up on continuing his search. He closed his eyes and returned to cultivation. If something were going to happen, then by force of nature, it would happen. All he needed to do was to wait quietly. Inside the Holy Land of Taichu, there were countless cultivators, all in different cultivation courts. The cultivators were all practicing their own paths, forming a great thriving scene. No one had any idea what was awaiting the Holy Land of Taichu. Some time later, somewhere far away outside the Holy Land of Taichu, a group of powerful cultivators arrived from high up above the air. Their speeds were all astonishing, and all of them concealed their auras, yet everyone who passed by could still feel that these people were different from ordinary crowds. They had to be extraordinary individuals and could be up to something. They seemed to be going in the direction of the Holy Land of Taichu, someone said silently inside. Are they cultivators from one of the cultivation courts inside the Holy Land of Taichu? Doesn't seem like it. Many people were discussing, but Futian and the others continued to advance. They were extremely low-key for this trip. They first appeared at Four Corners Village using the tunnel set by the master. This impressive team of cultivators traveled across vast lands silently, coming from the Shangqing domain to the Taichu domain and the Holy Land of Taichu. Although the Ziwei Imperial Palace was now a force to be reckoned with, it still wasn't possible for them to wage war against the entire Divine Prefecture. However, if the powers of the Divine Prefecture wanted to ally to besiege the Ziwei Imperial Palace, they would have to prepare to pay the price for it. The group of powerful cultivators was extremely fast in their advance. It wasn't long before they appeared up in the air right outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. At this moment, waves of powerful auras descended upon the Holy Land of Taichu, suppressing the skies in this area. Just then, from deep inside the Holy Land of Taichu, the Taichu Saint Emperor suddenly opened up his eyes, and an unbridled, dangerously sharp intent could be seen. A terrifying aura surged out from him and shrouded the vast space. Instantly, a surge of divine might descended upon the land as it seemed as though his eyes crossed space and looked right outside of the Holy Land of Taichu. There were actually Ziwei segmentum cultivators who arrived at the Holy Land of Taichu. The meaning of this was clear without needing explanation. Futian, how dare you lead the Ziwei Imperial Palace to invade the Holy Land of Taichu? The voice of Taichu Saint Emperor echoed through the air, shaking up the 9 heavens and resonating throughout the Holy Land. At this point, countless cultivators at the Holy Land of Taichu were shaken to their cores. One after another, powerful cultivators rose into the air and looked outside. Boom! An incredibly heavy might landed down and engulfed the entire Holy Land of Taichu. Taichu Saint Emperor raised his head and looked over. He saw a figure with the robe of the stars appearing high up in the air. His aura was shockingly impressive, it was actually on par with him. That was a cultivator who had overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path, the Supreme Elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Lord Chen stood above the Taichu Saint Emperor with the scepter in his hand, and his gaze focused on him. Within an instant, the divine might of the great paths from the two cultivators collided into each other up in the void, causing terrifying tremors in the void and even booming noises. The Taichu Saint Emperor could feel the pressure. His gaze was locked on the air above him while his body was still sitting there. But his figure appeared astonishingly tall and enormous, as though it was a god. This supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace actually managed to make the breakthrough and overcome the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Outside of the Holy Land, Futian appeared high up in the air. He announced loudly, the Holy Land of Taichu was supposed to be a holy land of knowledge where the great paths are taught. Yet, it had repeatedly committed acts of invasion and pillage, abusing its power and bullying others. Now it's planning to collude with the powers of the Divine Prefecture to lay waste to the Ziwei segmentum. It has failed the name of the Holy Land and doesn't deserve to be passing on the teachings of the Great Paths. Today, the Holy Land of Taichu shall have its name removed from the Taichu domain. At this point, all cultivators inside the Holy Land of Taichu, I will not go after those who leave spontaneously. When his voice echoed in the air above the Holy Land of Taichu, every single cultivator inside the Holy Land was absolutely shocked. The Holy Land of Taichu was the #1 Holy Land of Great Path teachings. It was extremely powerful, had supreme status inside the Taichu domain, and was worshipped and revered by the world's people. Yet today, someone dared to invade the Holy Land of Taichu and claim to eliminate its name from the world. How dare you? Big words. Various voices sounded from different locations around the Holy Land of Taichu. Afterward, one after another, powerful auras arrived. Inside the Holy Land of Taichu, at various locations, astoundingly powerful auras appeared simultaneously. Futian didn't mind it. He stepped forward and advanced, leading the cultivators in a direct attack into the Holy Land of Taichu. Invading the Holy Land of Taichu, kill without mercy, a domineering voice sounded. Many powerful auras erupted at the same time. One after another, powerful cultivators rose into the air, many of whom were peak Renhuang-level individuals. Boom! Two figures stepped forward, Blind Tai and Millet Emperor. Their auras were terrifying, and their mights pressured upon the world. A divine projection appeared up above the skies as though it was a god. It was holding a sky hammer and slammed straight into toward the Renhuang who was charging over. Instantly, a terrifying divine might swept out, and that Renhuang was sent flying out with a boom. The Millet Emperor summoned the Gate of World Suppression, forcing down upon the battlefield and suppressing the crowd of Renhuang cultivators with its might. It was unparalleled domination. Boom, boom, boom. It was just one stroke, yet many of the Renhuang cultivators were severely wounded. Boom. A terrifying aura swept across the battlefield and roared like the heavenly river. Futian continued walking forward. He saw an old acquaintance. It was the Purple Robe War Emperor, a formidable cultivator. There were also several other powerful Renhuangs beside him. As he dealt out a punch containing the might of the divine gods, an extremely vigorous surge of power swept through the battlefield like the roaring rivers, attempting to shatter everything in its path. From another direction, the will of swords swarmed the skies and struck toward them from afar. These sword wills converged together and turned into a river of swords, slashing in from afar with killing intentions, obliterating the space they passed through. This was the Sky River Divine Sword that came from the Taichu sparring grounds inside the Holy Land of Taichu. Many powerful cultivators attacked at once, dealing out a shockingly powerful attack with explosive force. A terrifying sky hammer suddenly appeared in the hand of Blind Tai. He straightaway wielded it, then stepped forward and dashed into the frighteningly powerful waves. The sky hammer in his hand smashed downward, causing the void to tremor violently. He continued to charge forward, raising the sky hammer and smashing it toward the Purple Robe War Emperor. At the same time, Chen Yi, who was standing beside Futian, moved as well. As he saw the sword will swarming the skies striking toward them, his body turned into a beam of light and dashed right into it. Endless sword will of light erupted, purifying everything in the world. It dashed right into the river of swords and pierced through it, slashing toward the other end of the sword river. Futian and the others' footsteps didn't even pause, and they continued to advance. Huge booming noises erupted in the skies as the void tremored and roared. High up in the air, many divine cauldrons levitated there. Each of these divine cauldrons was enormous. A cultivator in golden robes sat atop a cauldron and watched as Futian walked over. His aura was extremely terrifying, and it was a tribulation phase cultivator, one of the 3 strongest individuals in the entire Holy Land of Taichu. Those treasure cauldrons spun and smashed down to suppress them, almost crushing space itself. Wherever it passed through, everything was crushed into fragments. Even the great paths were the same, nearly being shattered. No great path power could withstand the crushing power of the divine cauldron. Endless divine cauldrons appeared above Futian and the others, crushing down toward them in an attempt to completely crush and destroy them. The lord of the Ziwei Palace, Murong Yu, walked out from behind Futian. An extremely magnificent starry brilliance shot out from his eyes, instantly transforming the world around them into the starry dimension. Countless celestial stars revolved and appeared in the segmentum before him, circling the stars and striking toward the divine cauldrons. The scene was extremely magnificent. Their attacks collided in the void. The tribulation plane cultivator from the Holy Land of Taichu stared at Murong Yu, who was below. Other than Lord Chen, who had gone ahead to battle the Saint Emperor, there was another tribulation plane cultivator beside Yi Futian. And it seemed that he wasn't the only one. It looked like it would truly be a crisis for the Holy Land of Taichu this time. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.